After tucking the book he was holding back onto the shelf, he calmly walked towards the library's main door. But just as he passed by Harry and the other two, Hermione couldn't help but ask a question. "Marker, are you all right?" Marker paused, but didn't turn back. "I'm fine." With that, he continued walking and soon disappeared through the doorway. From beginning to end, Ron hadn't said a single word. It wasn't that he didn't want to, but that he didn't dare. Truthfully, he was a bit scared. Harry, meanwhile, kept thinking about the scar on his forehead. He didn't understand why seeing Marker's strange magic would trigger pain. After a good while, the trio slipped back into the invisibility cloak and silently returned to the Gryffindor common room. "Harry, how did you know Marker would be in the library?" Ron asked with a grim face in the common room. "P class equals block 1." Harry shook his head and said, "I was just guessing, because I had seen Marker's handwriting on a magic book in the restricted section before. You were just taking a chance." Hermione couldn't help but exclaim. "I just thought, even if I didn't see Marker himself, maybe you, Hermione, could find some clues from his writings," Harry explained. "Because I couldn't quite understand those words, I've always been very curious." "But who knew?" "Oh, stop it, Harry." Ron couldn't help but say, "I think we should tell Dumbledore about this." As Ron uttered these words, the common room seemed to grow much quieter. Hermione looked at Ron, and after a good while she nodded. "Perhaps this time you're right, even for Marker's sake," Hermione whispered to herself. The events at the dueling club inevitably became the talk of the students. Some were discussing Marker's bravery and composure, while others were pondering just how strong Marker had become, and so on. But more often they were rediscussing Harry's performance in that match. Because talking to snakes is Salazar Slytherin's famous ability. That's why the symbol of Slytherin House is a snake. Because of this, everyone in school now thinks you're his great-great-great-great-grandson or something. Ron's words kept echoing in Harry's ears, and the other students' whispers and fear of him made him quite furious. As Harry angrily left the crowd and hurried down the corridor, he once again stumbled upon something he shouldn't have seen. P class S equals block 1. Justin Finch-Fletchley lay on the floor, cold and stiff, a look of utter terror frozen on his face, his eyes staring blankly at the ceiling. And that wasn't all. There was another figure beside him. A bizarre sight Harry had never witnessed before. Nearly headless Nick, the Gryffindor ghost. But now, he was no longer pearly white and translucent. Instead, he was completely black, shrouded in smoke, lying motionless and suspended 6 inches above the ground. Half of his head was detached, and his face bore the exact same terrified expression as Justin. Harry soon realized that he didn't need to worry about how to explain Marker's situation to Dumbledore, because he was currently being led to the headmaster's office by Professor McGonagall. Dumbledore's office was still as interesting as ever. If Harry didn't have so many things to worry about at the moment, he would have been delighted to have the chance to look around here. It was a spacious, beautiful circular room, filled with all sorts of whimsical trinkets. On a tall, slender-legged table, there were many peculiar silver instruments. They spun, emitting small puffs of smoke. The walls were covered with portraits of past headmasters and headmistresses, all gently snoring in their frames. There was also a huge table in the room with claw-shaped legs, and on a shelf behind the table rested a tattered, crumpled wizard's hat, the Sorting Hat. Harry hesitated, cautiously glancing at the sleeping witches and wizards on the surrounding walls. P class equals block 1. If he took the hat down and tried it on, surely it wouldn't hurt, would it? Harry quietly circled the table, picked up the hat from the shelf, and slowly placed it on his head. The hat was too big and slid down, covering his eyes, just as it had the first time he wore it. Chapter. Harry put the Sorting Hat on his head, staring at its black lining, waiting with a touch of nervousness. Just then, a small voice whispered in his ear, "Something on your mind, Harry Potter?" "Oh yes," Harry mumbled. "I'm sorry to bother you, but I wanted to ask. You've been wondering if I put you in the right house," the hat said cleverly. "Yes, your placement was certainly difficult, but at least much easier to decide than that Marker McLean's." "Marker?" Harry asked in surprise. "Yes, haven't you been thinking about him?" the hat said softly. "McLean should have gone to Ravenclaw, but he went to Hufflepuff, and you should have gone to Slytherin, but—" Harry's heart sank. He grabbed the top of the hat and pulled it off. The hat hung limply in his hand, dirty and faded. Harry put it back on its shelf, feeling a wave of nausea. "You're wrong," he said loudly to the hat, which remained still and silent. The hat didn't move. Harry stared at it, backing away, when suddenly a strange, choking cry came from behind him, and he whirled around. On a tall, gilded perch behind the door stood an ancient bird, looking like a turkey half-plucked. Harry stared at it, and the bird looked back at him with a sorrowful gaze, still making that choking sound. Harry thought it looked very ill. Its eyes were dull, and as Harry watched, a few more feathers fell from its tail. Harry thought that if Dumbledore's bird died while he was alone with it in the office, that alone would be enough trouble for him. Just as he was thinking this, the bird suddenly burst into flames. Harry screamed in horror, backing into the desk. He anxiously looked around, hoping for a glass of water or something, but saw nothing. Meanwhile, the bird had become a fireball. It shrieked, then vanished, leaving only a pile of still glowing ashes in the tray beneath the perch. The office door opened and Dumbledore walked in looking very grave. "Professor," Harry panted, "your bird." "I couldn't help it, it suddenly caught fire." Dumbledore looked at the pile of ashes in the tray, and a smile suddenly appeared on his previously grave face. "It was about time," he said. "It's been looking like that for days, and I've been telling it to get on with it." Seeing the astonished look on Harry's face, he chuckled softly. "Fawkes is a phoenix, Harry. When a phoenix is about to die, it bursts into flames and is reborn from its ashes. You see." Harry turned his head just in time to see a tiny, wrinkled chick poke its head out of the ashes. It was as ugly as the old bird. "It's a shame that today is its day of rebirth," Dumbledore said, sitting down behind his desk. "Most of the time, it's very beautiful, all amazing red and gold feathers. Phoenixes are truly unique and fascinating creatures. They can carry extremely heavy things, their tears have healing properties, and they remain infinitely loyal to those they acknowledge." In the horror caused by Fawkes's self-immolation, Harry had momentarily forgotten why he was there. But now, as Dumbledore sat in the high-backed chair behind the desk, fixing him with his light blue, penetrating gaze, he remembered everything. "Professor Dumbledore, is there something you wish to tell me?" Dumbledore said gently. "Take your time, speak slowly." Harry found that when he was actually facing Dumbledore, what he had intended to say became very difficult to articulate. Marker and he had always had a good relationship. He had even received a gift last Christmas, though he hadn't really looked at that notebook on occlumency. But these were all proofs of friendship. If he told Dumbledore what had happened to Marker, wouldn't it be like? No, this was for Marker's own good. Perhaps, as Hermione said, Marker was just under the influence of some dark magic, and this matter needed to be resolved quickly. "Professor Dumbledore," Harry took a deep breath. Hen said with a firm gaze, "I believe Marker might be affected by some dark magic from Voldemort." Harry poured out everything he had seen, heard, and guessed. He told Dumbledore everything, including what Ron had seen, what Hermione had deduced, and what he himself had felt. "That's how it is, Professor Dumbledore." After he finished speaking, he watched Dumbledore's face with a complex look mixed with apprehension and expectation, hoping for some solution. But who knew? Dumbledore Elise smiled. "Don't worry, Harry," Dumbledore said with a smile. "Marker is fine. He hasn't been affected by any dark magic. Yes, I know he's changed quite a bit, but this is his own choice, and all we need to do is trust him, nothing more." Dumbledore paused, then added, "And you, Harry, is there anything else you'd like to tell me? I mean about yourself." Harry was startled and hesitated. He remembered Malfoy's shouts, "You're next, mudbloods," and he remembered the Polyjuice potion slowly brewing in Moaning Myrtle's crying bathroom. Then he remembered the ghostly voice he had once heard. He remembered Ron saying, "Hearing voices others can't is not a good sign, even in the magical world." He also remembered what everyone was saying about him, and his growing fear that he might have some connection to Salazar Slytherin. For a moment, a whirlwind of complex doubts made Harry press his lips together tightly. "No," Harry said, "nothing at all, sir." Justin and nearly headless Nick were both attacked, which turned the already tense atmosphere into genuine panic. Strangely enough, what caused the most panic was nearly headless Nick's predicament. What could have done such a terrible thing to a ghost? People asked each other. What terrible power could harm someone who was already dead? Students almost scrambled to book seats on the Hogwarts Express, eager to go home for Christmas. Meanwhile, Harry, Ron, and Hermione often fell silent in their conversations recently. Although the Polyjuice potion was almost ready, they didn't know whether they should still use it. Even though Harry had told Ron and Hermione Dumbledore's answer, it didn't offer much comfort. The things to worry about seemed to have not diminished. After much deliberation, they still decided to use the Polyjuice Pody on to probe Malfoy, just to have something to do and avoid being too troubled by various worries. Finally, the term ended, and a silence as thick as the snow on the ground enveloped the entire castle. Luna had gone home. She spent every Christmas at home with her dad, and this year was no exception. Although she had asked Marka if he wanted to go to her house and have a lively Christmas like last year, Marka had not agreed this time. He still had many things to do, and he couldn't delay any longer. But what he hadn't expected was that this Christmas he wouldn't be alone. "There's a flower, help me look at it." As Marka sat on the wall of the astronomy tower's top floor, writing something, a familiar voice echoed from the stairwell. "Miss Bloise," Marka turned around and said, "You didn't go back. There's a flower, help me look at it." Veli stood at the stairwell, still wearing her loose, baggy Slytherin robes, calmly repeating what she had just said. Marka looked at Veli and after a while asked, "What flower?" "No name." Veli took out a small cloth pouch from her bosom, opened it, and showed it to Marka. It was a small handful of flower seeds, pinkish-white, faintly shimmering with an elusive, mesmerizing hue. Marka carefully picked up a seed, put it under his nose, and immediately felt a pungent smell. The scent was definitely not pleasant. "I haven't seen it before, should be a relative." "Really rare magical plant," Marka said. "It looks very similar to crystal magnolia seeds, so perhaps it's also a flower with very specific environmental requirements. Let's try planting it. I'll help you apply for Greenhouse 5. Marka led Veli towards Professor Sprout's office, and soon they had the key to the greenhouse. In Greenhouse 5, Marka quietly recorded the morphological characteristics of the seeds in his herbology notebook, while Veli stood by, laying the bottom soil in the flower pots. P-class equals block 1. Neither of them spoke much now. Although they were doing things together, there wasn't a corresponding atmosphere. Because of this, their work efficiency was unusually high, and soon everything was done. Just as Marka was about to say goodbye, Veli spoke up first. "And you," she suddenly said. "What? Is there anything you need help with?" Veli's brief statement seemed to have become a habit, and she always liked to omit the context. P-class equals blow. CK1 me, Marka thought for a moment, then shook his head slightly, saying no. Veli pushed up the brim of her large, pointed hat and watched Marka quietly. After a long while she said softly, "If there is, tell me." With that, she calmly turned around, pushed open the greenhouse door and left. Marka stood in the greenhouse, looking at the closed door and pondering for a moment, then finally hurried after her. Chapter BRC. LAS equals caliber 2, ID equals caliber PB66//B/ly/all/body. In the days that followed, everything seemed a bit chaotic and annoying. On Christmas Day, Hermione's Polyjuice potion was finally brewed, and Ron and Harry, disguised as Malfoy's two idiotic cronies, went to Malfoy's to extract some not very valuable information. But Hermione, having mistakenly put a cat hair into the Polyjuice potion instead of human hair, turned into a cat girl and spent several weeks in the hospital wing. P-class equals blow. CK1, when Hermione finally got out of the hospital, they found a faded, black-covered diary with a date faintly written on the cover, probably from 50 years ago. On the first page of this old diary, only a name written in blurry, indistinct ink could be made out: Tom Riddle. The three of them stared at the diary, wide-eyed, but couldn't figure out anything. Finally, Harry had to place it on his bedside table, intending to ponder it later when he had a solution. He always felt that this old diary looked very suspicious. Later, Valentine's Day arrived again. This Valentine's Day was clearly not very pleasant. Lockhart had somehow found 12 sullen-faced dwarves. Unlike ordinary dwarves, Lockhart had them all adorned with golden wings and carrying harps. These little dwarves went around delivering cards to people, sometimes belting out hoarse and unpleasant music, making everyone want to avoid them. Afterward, the diary disappeared, but Harry didn't realize it immediately. Waking up early the next morning, the weather was clear and bright, with a pleasant breeze gently blowing. "Ideal weather for a Quidditch match," Wood exclaimed enthusiastically at the Gryffindor table, piling scrambled eggs onto every player's plate. "Harry, cheer up, you need a good breakfast." Harry, Ron, and Hermione left the Great Hall to gather his Quidditch gear, and at that moment, a very heavy worry was added to his already troubled mind. P-class equals block 1, because just as he stepped onto the marble staircase, he suddenly heard that voice again. "This time to kill, let me tear, let me rip apart," he cried out, and Ron and Hermione jumped away from him in fright. "That voice," Harry said, turning his head to look back. "I heard it again just now, did you hear it?" Ron shook his head, eyes wide, and Hermione also listened intently with a puzzled expression, but still heard nothing. Oh, right, Harry, lass. Tea time, you said. What happened to Hagrid's chickens? Hermione's eyes widened, and she suddenly asked, Chickens. What happened? Harry asked, puzzled. Hagrid just said, well, the chickens were all killed by something. Oh, I think I need to go look it up, she said, then hurried away, heading upstairs. What did she figure out? Harry said, flustered, still looking around, trying to pinpoint where the voice came from. I don't know. Ron shook his head. But why would she go to the library? Because that's just Hermione's way, Ron said, looking a bit upset. I don't want to go. And half an hour earlier, in the room of requirement, what you need to help me with is to scratch off this symbol with a small knife when I call your name. Marker carefully instructed Villy, who was squatting on the ground. All right, then it's time to begin, Marker said, walking towards the center of the room. On the floor in the middle of the empty space conjured by the room of requirement, some special symbols were drawn. Between these symbols, neat lines connected back and forth, forming an irregular array. It looked very much like a circuit diagram invented by Muggles. The ink used to draw these symbols and lines looked very special. It was a purplish-black mark, with faint blue light occasionally appearing, exuding a mysterious sense of enigma. Marker stood barefoot at a certain position in the array, with each foot stepping on a breakpoint of a line, connecting the entire array with his body. Immediately, the purplish-black lines and symbols erupted with astonishing blue light, enveloping Marker entirely. Having already conducted numerous experiments, Marker felt no surprise at this. He stood quietly in place, seemingly waiting for something. Suddenly, Marker felt a wave of nausea, a feeling of wanting to vomit. At the same time, many faint black mists suddenly emerged around his body. Before long, a huge black mist skull formed behind Marker. P-class equals block 1. The skull looked incredibly ferocious. It suddenly opened its mouth and let out a silent roar towards Marker. Ugh, Marker was in great pain, but he didn't show it, his face remaining calm. However, this feeling was as if something wanted to shake his soul out of his body, and as his strength gradually disappeared, he became increasingly weak. No, I have to wait a little longer, Marker thought calmly, maintaining his standing posture. But his slightly trembling knees and palms indicated that this was not easy. The second time, the black mist skull let out a second roar. Marker grunted, his eyes wide open, the bloodshot veins on the whites of his eyes almost clearly visible. But this endurance was not in vain. Soon, a faint phantom protruded from Marker's body. Although his head and feet were still tightly connected to Marker, the body part was blown out of its shell by the skull's silent roar. Marker stared intently at the translucent, blurry phantom, using his own eyes to confirm the integrity of the soul. After a short while, he finally couldn't hold on any longer and weakly called out, Blois. Upon hearing this, Villy immediately made a forceful scratch on the floor with the small knife. With a grating sound that made one's teeth ache, the magical light instantly ceased and disappeared, and the black mist skull quickly dissipated. Marker's soul returned to his body, and he himself knelt on the floor, gasping for breath. P-class equals block. K1, the Phoenician runes are still too crude. The precision is really difficult to control, leading to an excessively large amplitude of fluctuation. Marker thought, lying flat on the floor, his chest heaving violently. Villy walked over to Marker, gently knelt beside him and quietly looked at his face. Are you all right? She whispered. Marker shook his head slightly, and after recovering some strength, he sat up again. Help me get that notebook on the table, please. After a daring attempt, a lot of important experimental data had been generated, which needed to be recorded immediately. After a good while, he slowly stood up, and with Villy's spontaneous help, left the room of requirement. In the past, Marker would have been very surprised by Villy's actions, but now he merely had some questions about it. By this time, the students and professors had all gone to the Quidditch pitch to watch the match, and the castle seemed a bit empty. Class equals block 1, but just as they reached the vicinity of the library, they ran into Lockhart. Lockhart paused, then put on a smile. Oh, isn't this Marker? What's wrong? Do you need my help? Marker glanced at him, shaking his head slightly. Oh, all right, but I think you'd best. Lockhart hadn't finished speaking when Marker suddenly drew his wand. My goodness, what are you doing? Lockhart also hastily drew his own wand, addressing Marker in a panicked tone. Get out of the way. Marker braced himself, straightened his body, and rapidly waved his wand, sending Lockhart flying into the adjacent corridor. P-class equals block 1. At this point, his eyes were already tightly closed. Miss Blois, close your eyes and go to that corridor as well. he said sternly, blocking Villy's path. "Professor Lockhart, you too if you don't want to die." With that, he no longer paid attention to Lockhart, but instead muttered something under his breath. "Concentrate, swiftness." Those were the assassin abilities he had learned from Alani. Immediately, Maka's perception greatly improved, and his physical agility also increased significantly. However, since he was already in a weakened state, these enhancements could only be described as a drop in the bucket. But no matter what, he had no choice but to proceed. Why would the basilisk appear in? Maka thought to this point, then paused again. "Hermione." "Hiss." Maka tilted his head, catching every sound. He could feel the basilisk approaching, even hear the faint sound of its scales slithering and rubbing on the ground. But his physical weakness forced him to defend rather than attack. Suddenly, a gust of wind rushed from his front left, and he unhesitatingly retreated a few steps. Boom! The basilisk slammed heavily onto the corridor floor, immediately creating a small crater, cracking the flagstones and sending up many stone fragments. Maka instantly thought of many methods, but then dismissed them one by one. The most difficult part about dealing with a basilisk is that you absolutely cannot look into its eyes. Direct gaze is an instant death effect, and even indirectly seeing it will turn one to stone. Thus, the eye-blinding charm would be a targeted remedy, but aiming would inevitably mean meeting the basilisk's gaze, making it difficult not to be affected. Using other powerful offensive spells, Maka currently lacked the strength. Not to mention the basilisk's almost full-body anti-magic scales were no joke. And as for using potions to deal with the basilisk, I can only try. P-class equals block 1. Maka thought this, simply put away his wand, and pulled out a pure black potion bottle from HIS Chinese letter. This was precisely the unexpected product Maka obtained while researching wandless attack methods after last Christmas, the Fiendfire Potion. Now, the Fiendfire Potion had been updated to its second generation. Facing a magical creature like the basilisk, with its extremely strong inherent magic, how effective could it truly be? To be honest, Maka also really wanted to know. Class equals block 2, ID equals TARC ID 67, value equals 67 chapter. Maka held Fiendfire Potion No. 2 in his hand, carefully dodging the basilisk's attacks. He had to be careful, he couldn't afford not to be. The potion's flaw still hadn't been resolved. If it vibrated too much, it might explode in Maka's hand. Now, as the strong wind once again rushed towards him, Maka casually tossed the potion bottle in his hand and then immediately ran backward. PC. Class equals block 1, Maka. Maka's heart jolted. He opened his eyes wide and saw Hermione standing at the library entrance with a Ravenclaw girl looking his way. Too late. He hastily smashed a bottle on the ground, and a cold white mist suddenly rose, enveloping the entire corridor in a haze. Looking closely, there were faint, sparkling crystals within it. Maka, in his haste, had used this item as a smoke bomb. But even with Maka's quick actions, it still took time for the white mist to thicken from its initial lightness. Hermione and the other girls stood together, their bodies gradually stiffening, and soon they fell rigidly to the ground. Finally, the basilisk, roaring and wounded, fled. More than half of the flames from Fiendfire Potion No. 2 fell on the ground and walls, extinguishing quickly. But the remaining flames clung to the basilisk's head and body, and even as it rapidly rolled and fled, it didn't have much effect. P-class. S equals block 1, the flames seemed to be stuck to its body, burning continuously without any sign of diminishing. Maka was currently crouching beside Hermione, silently observing her. "What's wrong with Miss Granger?" Lockhart suddenly leaned over. "Oh, good heavens!" Maka and Willy ignored him, but Lockhart wasn't the type to shut up just because no one was talking to him. "This is terrible. I had originally wanted to ask Miss Granger to help me reply to my fans' enthusiastic letters. You know, she's any of my loyal readers." Lockhart kept chattering, showing no signs of stopping. "Maka." Willy stepped forward, looking at Hermione and speaking softly. "It's nothing, they're just petrified." He shook his head, then murmured to himself, "Is this the compelling force of fate?" Suddenly, Maka's eyes fixed on Hermione's hand, his expression grave. "It seems the so-called compelling force isn't as strong as I imagined." He crouched beside Hermione, looking up at the library, frowning in thought. He was connecting all possible links, trying to trace back to the source corresponding to the current outcome. After a while, he slightly raised his head and glanced at Lockhart. "You just said you were going to ask Hermione to help you reply to readers' letters." "Oh, yes. You know, teaching at Hogwarts, my free time has decreased, Lockhart said with a regretful expression. You didn't ask Harry to help you reply. Marker narrowed his eyes. I really wanted to, but Mr. Potter seems to have been busy with Quidditch training and such. No wonder I haven't heard about Ron spitting slugs yet. He then organized his thoughts, already having some answers in his mind. Since what's past is past, I'll try to remedy it and see what effect it has. Marker mumbled to himself as he walked into the library, but his hand was already on his wand in his sleeve. Obliviate, Pratigo. Behind Marker, Lockhart's incantation clearly reached him. As if he had expected it, he unhesitatingly stepped back diagonally. A transparent shield appeared in the magical beam of the Obliviate charm, erupting in a dazzling glow. Marker's angle control was especially precise. The shield, like a mirror, deflected the Obliviate charm onto the wall. Professor Gilderoy Lockhart, Marker said calmly to Lockhart, his expression unchanged. Your Obliviate charm is indeed very good. If it were a direct hit, my Iron Shield charm might not have been able to completely block it. But please remember now, you owe me a memory. Marker pointed to his head, speaking indifferently. Or would you like me to expose the creative process of those novels you wrote? Marker emphasized the words creative process with a significant tone, looking meaningfully at the flustered Lockhart, awaiting his final reaction. Hee ha 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 ha, look at what you're saying, Lockhart said with an awkward laugh. Actually, you misunderstood. Professor Gilderoy Lockhart, do I need to explain the specific details to you? Marker stared into Lockhart's eyes, holding his wand in one hand, while the other pulled out a small potion bottle. This is called Veritaserum. It's very difficult to make, and honestly, I don't want to use it. But I imagine the reporters from the Daily Prophet might be very interested in your little stories. Lockhart stared at the small bottle in Marker's hand, his smile completely frozen. All right, he sighed, shrugging weakly. What do you want? Nothing difficult will happen to you, Professor, Marker said. Just remember you owe me a favor. When I need something, just help with a small favor within your capabilities. When? Lockhart thought for a moment and asked. Just in case, Marker shook his head. I only hope I never have to use you in this lifetime. Then that's that, I'm leaving. And I won't say anything about today's events. Lockhart turned away dejectedly, but he had barely taken a few steps before Marker called out to him. Professor Lockhart, is there anything else? Lockhart said helplessly. To him, being caught with leverage was simply too much of a headache. Now he just wanted to leave this place as quickly as possible, immediately. Right now, if I truly need your help with something, there will be a corresponding reward for you. Marker looked at him and said, how about a fresh and exciting adventure story? P class equals B. Lock 1 really? Lockhart's eyes suddenly lit up. I just feel that a mere leverage might not get your full assistance. Feel free to come find me anytime. Lockhart's face lit up with joy, but after a pause he immediately added, but it must be within my capabilities. Marker nodded, then walked into the library with Willie. Why? Beside him, Willie looked up at Marker and asked, why what? The reward. Marker looked at Willie and shook his head slightly. Didn't I just say, to get someone to genuinely do something, there must be a corresponding benefit, otherwise they won't give their all. Willie nodded, half understanding, though it was unclear how much she truly grasped. As they talked, the two quickly arrived at a certain bookshelf. Marker glanced at the shelf, pulled out a book, tore a piece of content from a page, and also wrote a few words on it. Then, he walked back, to Hermione's side, and tucked the torn page fragment into her stiff hand. Although many sheep have already run off, the sheepfold still needs to be repaired, he muttered to himself as he crouched there. Even if Marker didn't know exactly what had changed, the fact that Ron and Malfoy did not conflict was already confirmed. Perhaps that was why Harry and Ron were not punished. Harry did not help Lockhart reply to letters, and Ron did not wipe trophies in the trophy room. It was also because of this that Lockhart came to the library today to ask Hermione for help, and then encountered Hermione being attacked. And Ron did not see Tom Riddle's special services to the school award in the trophy room. Hermione had no hint about the Chamber of Secrets, so she could only search blindly and had not yet found anything. But Marker hadn't realized that it was precisely because he had taught Malfoy a lesson last semester that Malfoy hadn't dared to use the word mudblood to insult Hermione again. This was the true beginning of that series of changes. Even, it's highly possible that Harry never even picked up Voldemort's diary. This was Marker's incorrect deduction, but it was clear that the general changes in the entire event had already been reverse-engineered by him. Yes, yes, right this way. Marker suddenly looked up and saw Professor McGonagall and Lockhart rushing over. Marker, Lockhart looked at him, a hint of embarrassment on his face. But then, Lockhart suddenly. Why said to Professor McGonagall, I asked Mr. McLean to stand guard here. Marker shook his head helplessly. Although this was clearly a result of Lockhart's eagerness to take credit, the imposter's quick wit was still quite good. Professor McGonagall, this was a double attack. Oh yes, thank you for your trouble. Professor McGonagall sighed. I know you have a good relationship with Miss Granger, but now she must be sent to the hospital wing first. Yes, I understand. Akka said, do you need my help? No, but you can come along. After Professor McGonagall took Hermione to the hospital wing, she quickly rushed to the Quidditch pitch. For the safety of the students, today's match had to be cancelled. Marker sat by Hermione's sick, looking at her calmly, but no one knew what he was thinking. Willie stood quietly behind him, gazing at his back without a word, her thoughts equally unknown. On the other side of the sick, Madame Pomfrey was carefully observing Hermione's condition. About 10 minutes later, Professor McGonagall brought Harry and Ron into the ward. Marker, Ron said, his eyes wide. You're here. Marker looked up, his face expressionless, at him and Harry. Don't you have anything to say? Ron glanced at the stiff Hermione on the sick, then lunged forward, grabbing Marker's lapels with both hands and pushing him from the chair onto the floor. Don't you have anything to say? Ron's contorted face was directly in front of Marker as he loudly demanded again. Chapter. Ron, who had always suppressed his emotions, finally exploded after Hermione was attacked, and his target was Marker. Don't you have anything to say? This was the third time Ron had said this, looking like a broken record player. Marker was pressed with all Ron's might against the bedside table's cabinet door, watching him expressionlessly and silently. Ron. Harry walked over and tugged at Ron's clothes, but he was ignored. He just stared intently at Marker's face, his anger almost overflowing. After an initial moment of surprise and astonishment, Professor McGonagall and Madame Pomfrey quickly came over and pulled Ron away. They looked puzzled, not knowing what had happened between Ron and Marker. Marker stood up, calmly straightened his wrinkled robes, and his gaze once again drifted to Hermione's face. Marker, don't you want to explain what happened? Ron was still yelling, although Professor McGonagall was holding him back from charging forward again. The anger on his face hadn't diminished in the slightest. Harry looked back and forth between Ron and Marker with a conflicted expression, unsure of what to do. Marker, I heard you and Professor Lockhart were the first to find Hermione. Harry said, I wonder, did you see who did it? Harry spoke very tactfully, but his tone still carried a hint of hesitation. Marker didn't even lift his head. He just looked at Hermione and shook his head slightly. Of course he didn't see it, because he's the one who did it, isn't he? Ron stopped struggling. He just glared at Marker, saying angrily, Enough, I trust Mr. McLean and you should too, aren't you friends? Professor McGonagall said sternly, pressing her hands on Ron's shoulders. Yeah, friends. Ron turned his head away, no longer looking at Marker. That night, Marker leaned against the window behind Hagrid's hut, remaining invisible, waiting quietly. Harry and Ron didn't come, likely because Harry hadn't received the clues he should have from Tom Riddle's or young Voldemort's diary. 50 years ago, young Voldemort framed Hagrid, pushing all the blame onto him. While unauthorized feeding of dangerous creatures like acromantulas was indeed a big problem, it was ultimately unrelated to the Chamber of Secrets. This was originally an important clue Harry should have received, leading him to Aragog the Acromantula, which would at least clarify some issues for Harry. But now Harry and Ron would no longer learn about this 50-year-old incident, and Marker didn't want them to know yet. Currently, with frequent incidents of students and even ghosts being petrified, the Ministry of Magic had already taken action. And Lucius Malfoy, who always disdained Dumbledore, seized this opportunity to force other school board members to sign Dumbledore's dismissal as headmaster. At this moment, Cornelius Fudge, the Minister for Magic, had arrived. Of course, Dumbledore himself came along too. P. Dreadful, Hagrid, Fudge said in a crisp, quick voice. Dreadful, dreadful had to come. 4 attacks on Muggleborns, it's too much. The Ministry has to act. I didn't, Hagrid pleaded, looking at Dumbledore. You know I didn't, Professor Dumbledore, sir. I hope you understand, Cornelius. I have complete faith in Hagrid. Dumbledore frowned at Fudge. But you see, Albus, Fudge said uncomfortably. Hagrid's past record works against him. The ministry has to take some measures. We've already been in contact with the school board. Oh, really? Cornelius, I still tell you taking Hagrid away will not help at all. Dumbledore said, a rare flicker of anger shone in his blue eyes. Look at it from my point of view, Fudge said, fiddling with his bowler hat. I'm under a lot of pressure. Something has to be done. If it turns out not to be Hagrid in the end, he'll come back, no questions asked. But I have to take him. Shouldn't I fulfill my take me away? Hagrid said, trembling all over. Where to? It's F. Or a short time, Fudge said, not looking Hagrid in the eye. Not a punishment, just a precautionary measure. If someone else is caught, you'll be released with full apologies. Not Azkaban, is it? Hagrid asked in a hoarse, low voice. Before Fudge could answer, another heavy knock sounded at the door. Dumbledore turned and opened it. It was Lucius Malfoy striding into Hagrid's hut, completely wrapped in a long black traveling cloak, with a cold, satisfied smile on his face. P-class equals BL. One Fang began to bark furiously from the side. You're here, Fudge, he said with satisfaction. Good, good. What are you doing here? Hagrid said angrily. Get out of my house. My dear fellow, believe me, I am no more pleased to enter your, oh, you call this a house? Lucius Malfoy looked around the small, shabby hut and sneered. I merely came to the school to see. Someone told me the headmaster was here. What exactly do you want? From me, Lucius, Dumbledore said. He spoke politely, but that spark of anger still burned in his pale blue pupils. Things are dreadful, mister, Malfoy said lazily, pulling out a long roll of parchment. The Board of Governors feels it's time for you to go. This is the order of dismissal. You'll see all 12 governors have signed it. We feel you haven't quite been living up to your talents. How many attacks have there been so far? 2 this afternoon, wasn't it? At this rate, there'll be no Muggle-borns left at Hogwarts. We all know that would be a terrible loss to the school. Oh, what? What did you say, Lucius? Fudge said, looking alarmed. Dumbledore dismissed. No, we absolutely don't want that now. Marker leaned against the back of the hut, listening to the conversation inside, his gaze constantly shifting on the ground, seemingly searching for something. He had come here specifically, not just to eavesdrop on useless chatter, at least that wasn't the main purpose. Found it. Suddenly, Marker crouched down, looking at the line of small spiders on the ground, and thought to himself, now that the target was found. There was no need to stay here. He followed the small group of spiders, step by step, into the forbidden forest. Inside Hagrid's hut, Dumbledore, who was speaking, glanced in the direction Marker was moving, but showed no hint of a tell on his face. As soon as the small spiders entered the forest, their speed suddenly increased. Marker had to light his wand and run after them, but after a moment, he heard a loud clicking sound, and suddenly felt a long, hairy thing scoop him up by the waist, leaving him suspended face down in midair. P-Claw. SS equals Block 1. This was an immature acromantula, but its species' inherent size still allowed it to easily lift a child over 10 years old. Marker calmly aimed his wand at its chelicera, but the creature didn't seem to intend to eat him on the spot, instead carrying Marker and dashing away. Creatures with 8 legs were clearly very agile, and their crawling speed remained very fast in the dense jungle. Gradually, the darkness seemed to suddenly recede a little, and by the bright moonlight tonight, the leaf-covered ground was now densely packed with spiders. He twisted his neck and found they had reached the edge of a wide hollow. The trees in the hollow had been cleared, and a large number of acromantulas were gathered there. They were not like the small, juvenile spiders scurrying through the fallen leaves below, but each one was as large as 2 horses. The giant spider holding Marker descended the steep slope towards a misty, hemispherical web in the center of the hollow. Surrounded by its companions, when they saw what it was holding, they excitedly moved their pedipalps, making a chorus of clicking sounds. The spider released its grip, and Marker fell onto the soft, dead leaves. He dusted himself off and then calmly stood up. The spider that had dropped him was speaking. Believe me, it wasn't easy to understand, as it clicked its pedipalps with every word it spoke. Aragog, it shouted, Aragog, from the center of the misty, hemispherical web. A spider the size of a small elephant slowly emerged. Its body and legs were a grayish-black, and each eye on its ugly head with large chelicera was covered with a white film. What is it? It said. There was a clicking sound, and its 2 large chelicera moved rapidly. A human, said the spider that had just caught Marker. Is it Hagrid? Aragog said, moving closer, its 8 milky white eyes gazing blankly. Unfortunately, it's not. Maka surveyed the massive form of the acromantula before him, seemingly confirming. Gee something, kill him, Aragog said irritably upon hearing this. I'm trying to sleep. Killing me won't do you any good. Maka looked at him calmly and casually took out a bottle, pulling out the cork with a pop sound. What? Aragog suddenly clicked and retreated a good distance. Oh, damn it, I hate that smell. Like Aragog, its spiderlings also retreated in alarm, creating a circular clearing in the already somewhat crowded hollow. P-class equals block. 1 Aragog, I think you shouldn't be unfamiliar with this smell, Maka said, looking at Aragog, interested in making a deal. The wisdom of the acromantula race is always overshadowed by its inherent ferocity, leading to neglect from other races. But at least I believe you should understand the benefits that deals can bring. Oh, by the way, I'm a Hogwarts student and a friend of Hagrid's. He told me those stories about you and him from 50 years ago. Chapter BR class equals caliber 2, ID equals caliber PB69//B/lie/all/body. A deal, Aragog said irritably. Whatever deal it is, put that thing away first. Maka nodded, recorked the bottle in his hand, and put it back into the inner pocket of his robe. Aragog, actually you don't have to be so nervous. How can I not be nervous? How can I not be nervous? That is the ancient creature that we spiders fear the most. How can I not be nervous? Aragog said agitatedly, clicking and CL. Acking, obviously that thing isn't here, Maka said calmly. What's in that small bottle are its scales. I took them off myself. So what? Aragog said. Even if you can deal with that thing, a basilisk, Maka added. Oh damn it, don't say it, we can't say its name. Hearing the word basilisk, the colony of acromantulas stirred restlessly. Clearly, it was like Voldemort among wizards, representing terror and death. I just want you to get used to it, Maka said. This deal is obviously beneficial to you, to all your kin. What deal? I've thoroughly investigated whether it's the basilisk, Maka drawled, ignoring the renewed commotion among the large spiders, and continued. Whether it's the basilisk or you acromantulas, you are all magical creatures bred by wizards. Perhaps you're right, then what? That is to say, you shouldn't have any natural predators at all, Maka said as a matter of course. The reason why the basilisk became the natural enemy of your acromantula clan is simply because you have already detached yourselves from wizard breeding. You mean, Aragog said hesitantly, we still have a chance to become even stronger. That's why I said, your acromantula intelligence is merely obscured by your ferocity, Maka said, looking directly at Aragog with shining eyes. What if I told you I could further strengthen your acromantulas with the basilisk's bloodline? Do you like having your body fiddled with by others? Aragog shouted, irritably, but Maka suddenly changed the subject. Aragog, why do you think I chose to make a deal with you? What? Aragog didn't react immediately, pausing before taking up Maka's new topic. Is it because we're both Hagrid's friends? To be precise, it's because of wisdom, Maka said. If I remember correctly, your favorite food, acromantulas, is human flesh, isn't that right? Yes, it's the most delicious food. But you've never eaten it, Maka continued. No, Aragog clicked his legs. I have that instinct, but out of respect for Hagrid, I have never harmed a human. Then have you ever thought about why? Didn't I tell you? Because of Hagrid. Hagrid was just a child back then, but he took care of me, hid me in a cupboard in the castle, and fed me breadcrumbs from the dining table. Hagrid is my good friend. He's a good person. When people found me and wanted me to take responsibility for a girl's death, he protected me. Aragog paused, then continued. Since then, I've been living in this forest, and Hagrid often comes to visit me. He even found me a wife, Marseg. You see how prosperous our family has become, all thanks to Hagrid. Listen, Aragog. Maka raised his head slightly. Everything you said is correct, and this is precisely because of wisdom. You have enough brains, reason, and emotion. If you want to, you can suppress your instincts and control your behavior. Maka pressed on. This is something basilisks can never possess. They only know obedience and slaughter. So I chose to make this deal with you rather than trying to control the basilisk, Maka said calmly. Believe me, there's always a way. But I don't want to do that. What I want is friends, he said softly. This is a deal between friends. If you feel anything is inappropriate, you can abandon the deal at any time. A deal between friends, Aragog chewed on the phrase, and after a long while continued, I understand the meaning here, but my children won't. I understand that, of course, Maka said calmly. So, may I discuss this deal between friends with you now? Of course, Aragog said. However, I only want to live peacefully in the deep forest. That is an absolute, unchanging prerequisite. Aragog's implication was clear. It did not want to participate in any form of conflict. Yes, that's right. My request is very simple. Once your bloodline transformation is successful, may I adopt some of the first brood of children? Marseg won't agree, Aragog said decisively. Although I don't care too much, my wife considers every child her treasure. This is the nature of spiders. It's the nature of every creature. I understand that. I will take good care of your children, just like Hagrid does. Marker forced a sincere expression, but Aragog clearly couldn't understand it. To a spider, all humans looked the same. Even Hagrid, at most, was just a bit stronger than ordinary people, so in that regard he was just wasting his effort. I can only help you ask. Aragog ended this human and spider negotiation with that sentence. Unlike when he arrived, on his way back, Marker enjoyed the luxury of an acromantula mount, a privilege even Hagrid had never experienced. P class equals B. Lock 1, the advantage of 8 legs was evident here. The shock absorption was simply superb. Aragog's child brought Marker to the edge of the forbidden forest, and after Marker slid off its back, it quickly scurried away on its 8 legs. On the way back to the castle, Marker walked, carefully considering what he needed to do next. To put it bluntly, if it weren't for the indeed difficult challenge this time, he would have wanted to do this much earlier. After the series of changes in the last semester became a foregone conclusion, Marker had already decided not to act passively anymore. Although he only wanted to be a quiet research wizard, many things couldn't be achieved just by thinking, and preparing for the unexpected was certainly not a bad thing. Acromantulas grow very quickly, and their reproductive capacity is quite formidable. If properly cultivated, their cost-effectiveness is far superior to basilisks. However, bloodline modification, though simple to say, is very complex to do. Fortunately, the library had Merlin's Book of Jazz for reference, which contained very in-depth research on bloodlines, and Marker himself had extracted a lot of experimental data from Rowena's secret room. Still, the same old saying. Time really isn't enough. Marker shook his head, walking quickly towards the dormitory. In the following days, one trivial matter after another arrived. First, the exam dates were approaching, and amidst the students' sighs, what was due arrived as scheduled. Then came the mandrakes. They were almost mature. This meant that the petrified students could all be saved. And then there was the matter between Marker and Ron. Occasionally, Marker would visit Hermione in the hospital, but if he ran into Ron, it would always turn into a scene of Ron glaring at him furiously. Even though Marker didn't care about it at all, Harry would become very awkward. One day, Harry and Ron ran into Marker in the infirmary again. While Ron glared angrily at Marker, Harry noticed that Hermione seemed to be clutching something in her hand. He leaned closer to examine it. Then, while Madame Pomfrey was standing between Marker and Ron, looking troubled, he took the item from Hermione's hand. Marker naturally noticed, because the reason he came so frequently was just to witness this event. Now that Harry had taken out the note, he could leave. Marker glanced expressionlessly at Ron, then decisively turned and walked out the door, quickly disappearing from Ron's angry gaze. A little while later, Harry pulled Ron out of the infirmary. P class equals blow. CK1, look at this, Harry whispered. I found it in Hermione's hand. It was a page torn from a very old library book. Harry eagerly unfolded it, and Ron leaned in. They both read together. In our country, many terrifying beasts and monsters roam, among the most bizarre and lethal of which is the basilisk, also known as the king of serpents. This serpent can grow to an enormous size, usually living for hundreds of years, and is hatched from a rooster's egg by a toad. Its method of killing is astonishing. Besides its deadly fangs, the basilisk's gaze can also cause death. Anyone caught in its stare will instantly perish. Spiders flee at the sight of a basilisk, for the basilisk is the spider's mortal enemy, and the basilisk only flees in terror upon hearing the crow of a rooster, for the rooster's crow is also deadly to it. Below this passage, 2 words were written, pipes. This is Hermione's handwriting, Harry said excitedly. I think I understand. This crump-led page became a beacon in Harry's mind, guiding all lost ships to the correct course. Clearly, Marker's remedial actions were successful. This was exactly the outcome he wanted. Ron, he said, almost breathless with excitement. That's it. The answer is right here. The monster in the Chamber of Secrets is a basilisk, a giant snake. No wonder I could hear that voice wherever I went. But no one else could. It's because I can understand Parseltongue. Oh, yes. Ron turned his head and looked at the stiff Hermione in the infirmary. She left us the most important information, and not to Marker, whom she always trusted, Ron added to himself. For some reason, a hint of satisfaction welled up in Ron's heart. Chapter. The basilisk's eyes kill whoever looks at them, but no one here has died, because none of them looked directly into its eyes. As he said this, Harry eagerly looked at the page in his hand again, and the more he looked, the clearer his mind became. The crow of a rooster is also fatal to it, he read aloud. Hagrid's roosters have all been killed. Once the Chamber of Secrets is opened, Slytherin's heir would never want roosters near the Cass. TLE, but how could the basilisk crawl around everywhere? Ron said. Someone would surely see such an ugly big snake. Harry, however, pointed to the two hastily scrawled words at the bottom of the paper. Pipes, he said. Ron, it's been moving around in the pipes. I always hear that sound inside the walls. Ron grabbed Harry's arm. The entrance to the Chamber of Secrets, he said hoarsely. What if it's in a bathroom? What if it's in, moaning Myrtle's bathroom? Harry said. This means, Harry said, that I'm not the only one in this school who can speak Parseltongue. Slytherin's heir also understands it, which is why they've been able to control the basilisk all this time. Oh yes, Ron was excited for a moment, but then his expression turned to one of anger and helplessness. Yes, but even if we know all this, what can we do? I think we should go find Professor McGonagall. Right. Let's go to the staff room, Harry said, jumping up. She'll be there in 10 minutes. Class is almost over. No matter who the heir is, it's never wrong to act first, Harry said firmly. With that, the two hurried downstairs. They didn't want Professor McGonagall to find them wandering in another corridor, so they went directly into the empty staff room. It was a large, wood-paneled room filled with dark wooden chairs. Harry and Ron paced back and forth. Too agitated to sit down. P class equals. Block 1, but the bell for class dismissal never rang. Instead, Professor McGonagall's voice, amplified many times by magic, echoed through the corridor. All students returned to their respective house dormitories immediately. All teachers returned to the staff room. Please act immediately. Harry spun around, staring at Ron. Did something happen again? At this time, Marker, it must be him, Ron said. I'm going to find him. Don't jump to conclusions, Ron, Harry said, his gaze searching around. To his left was an ugly wardrobe, piled high with robes worn by teachers for class. Hide in here. We'll listen to what's going on and then tell them what we've discovered. They hid in the wardrobe, listening to the footsteps of hundreds of people moving upstairs. Then, the door to the staff room was pushed open heavily. Ryan Ron, through layers of musty robes, watched as teachers entered the room, some looking bewildered, others scared out of their wits. Soon after, Professor McGonagall arrived. Something else has happened, she said to the silent teachers in the room. A student has been taken by the monster, taken directly into the Chamber of Secrets. Professor Flitwick let out a shriek, and Professor Sprout clapped her hands over her mouth. Snape, gripping the back of a chair tightly, asked, How can you be sure? Slytherin's heir, said Professor McGonagall, who was very pale, left another message. Just below the last one it read, Her skeleton will lie in the chamber forever. Professor Flitwick couldn't help but cry. Who is it? Madame Hooch's knees buckled, and she collapsed into a chair. Which student is it? Ginny Weasley, Professor McGonagall said. Harry felt Ron silently fall to the floor of the wardrobe beside him. We must send all the students home tomorrow, Professor McGonagall said. Hogwarts is finished, Dumbledore used to say. The door to the staff room was once again thrown open heavily. Ron, who had fallen to the bottom of the wardrobe, even thought it was Marker, but it turned out to be Lockhart, still smiling cheerfully. Sorry, I'm late. He didn't seem to notice that the other teachers were staring at him with what could only be described as hatred. Snape took a step forward. The problem solver has arrived, he said. This is the man, Lockhart. A girl has been taken by the monster, taken into the Chamber of Secrets. Your moment of glory has finally arrived. He had expected Lockhart to be flustered by this, but to his surprise, Lockhart maintained his polished and composed expression. Yes, of course, I'll go to my office to prepare now. Lockhart smiled and left the staff room amidst the strange looks from the other professors. When Lockhart hurried back to the 3rd floor and pushed open his office door, the smile on his face immediately dropped. "Oh my God," he said, closing the office door and heading towards his desk. "Do you really want me to go into the Chamber of Secrets to face that terrifying basilisk? I mean, since you already know my secret. In fact, I don't want to either." In the armchair by the desk, an expressionless young man was leaning back. The cuff of his left sleeve was rolled up, revealing a rather large abrasion on his forearm, which was faintly oozing blood. P-class equals block 1. The young man was holding a wad of cotton with tweezers in his right hand, dipping it in a light green liquid to apply medicine to his wound. As you can see, the basilisk is indeed not easy to deal with. It still managed to get away in the end. But Professor Lockhart, you don't need to worry too much. Although the basilisk can slow its growth by hibernating, it doesn't stop growing, the young man said. It's already too old, and now it's seriously injured with one eye blind. It won't be much of a danger anymore. P-class equals block 1. Isn't this a ready-made story for a novel? Lockhart nodded with difficulty, but then mumbled, "But it still has one eye." At this moment, the young man put down the tweezers on the table, took out a roll of bandage, and began to wrap it around his arm. He spoke as he wrapped it. "I'll go with you too. I need experimental material, and you need material for your novel. Isn't that perfect?" he said. "You don't have to do anything. You don't even need to cast a single spell to achieve your goal. Is there anything better than that?" All right. Even if you didn't say so much, I'd still have to go along with it," Lockhart said, shaking his head. "It's hard to believe you're only in your second year." "As long as you're focused enough," the young man said, pulling down his sleeve and then looking up at Lockhart. "Your Obliviate spell is definitely master level, isn't it? But you still managed to deflect it." The young man walked to the door and pulled open the office door. "Because I focus on magic, and you focus on opportunism." With that, he quickly left. Lockhart watched the office door slowly close, muttering, "Maka McLean, is that an ancient pureblood wizarding family? Why haven't I heard of them?" At this moment, the heads of each house went to inform the students of what had happened. They had to tell them that the Hogwarts Express would take them home first thing tomorrow morning. The other teachers had to ensure that not a single student remained outside their dormitories. The teachers stood up and left one by one. This was probably the hardest day of Harry's life. He, Ron, Fred, and George sat in a corner of the Gryffindor common room, unable to say a word. Percy was absent. He had sent an owl to Mrs. Weasley and then locked himself in his dormitory. Never had an afternoon passed so slowly, and never had the Gryffindor Tower seemed so crowded and yet so silent. As the sun began to set, Fred and George could no longer sit still and went back to their dormitory to sleep. "Ginny must know something." "Harry," Ron said, speaking for the first time since they had hidden in the staff room wardrobe. "That's why she was taken. It has nothing to do with Percy's foolishness. She must have discovered something related to the Chamber of Secrets. Maybe she met Maka. It must be that's why she—" Ron rubbed his eyes desperately, his face gradually filling with anger again. "I mean, she's a pureblood. It shouldn't have been her. There can't be any other reason." Harry could see the sun, red as blood, slowly sinking below the horizon. He had never felt so sad. If only they could do something, anything. "Harry," Ron said, "do you think she might not have, P-class equals B?" Lock 1. Harry looked at Ron, who was angry one moment and then lost and dejected the next, unsure what to say. Although Harry always felt that one shouldn't easily suspect a friend without evidence, Maka's various behaviors this semester were truly too suspicious, making him feel a sense of stifled unease. "I think we should go find Lockhart and tell him what we know," Ron suddenly said. "Isn't he preparing to enter the Chamber of Secrets? We can tell him where we think the chamber is and tell him there's a basilisk in it." Harry couldn't think of any other way, but he wanted to do something, so he nodded, agreeing to Ron's suggestion. The Gryffindor students around them were all in a sorrowful mood and felt sorry for the Weasley brothers. So when Harry and Ron stood up, walked across the room, and squeezed out of the portrait hole, no one tried to stop them. As they went downstairs towards Lockhart's office, they found the corridor had grown somewhat dim. /P night had already fallen. Chapter. Thump, thump, thump. Harry and Ron stood in front of Lockhart's office door, exchanged glances, and then Harry reached out and knocked. Soon, a voice from inside said, "Come in." The two turned the doorknob and opened the door. Inside the office, Lockhart was leisurely sitting behind his desk, flipping through a thick book. Harry subconsciously glanced at it. It was Lockhart's autobiography. "Jickle me, oh, Mr. Potter, Mr. Weasley," he said, looking at Harry and Ron. "Is there something urgent you need to see me about at this late hour?" "Yes, Professor, we have some information to tell you," Harry said. "We think it might be helpful to you." Of course. Come, sit down and tell me slowly." Lockhart stood up, pulled both Harry and Ron to the chairs nearby, and waited for them to settle before continuing. "Go on, I'm listening." "It's like this, Harry." Why relayed the information he and Ron had obtained from the note and their corresponding deductions, with Ron occasionally adding a few remarks. Although the narration was a bit disorganized, all the key points were present. After they finished speaking, Lockhart nodded. "Excellent deduction. Who would have thought the Chamber of Secrets would be hidden in a disused girl's lavatory?" Lockhart smiled as usual, but his smile looked a little stiff. "Yeah, it's unbelievable. But I'm more concerned about my sister," Ron sighed impulsively. "Indeed, that matter. It's truly unfortunate," Lockhart said. "I think saving people is the most important thing, and you've just brought good news. Shall we go now?" Ron seemed a bit excited. "Yes, of course, let's go now," Lockhart nodded decisively. "I'm coming too," Ron immediately interjected. It could be said that whenever something concerned their sister, all the Weasleys became this reckless. Honestly, the current Ron was very different from his usual timid self, but Lockhart shook his head. "No, I don't think I can let students take risks. This is my job," he said righteously. Harry, standing nearby, kept looking at Lockhart, feeling that he didn't quite match his usual image. "Professor Lockhart," Harry suddenly said, "I think we have to go. Ginny has been taken, and Ron and I can't rest easy waiting here." "Oh," Lockhart showed a troubled expression, hesitated for a while, but finally agreed. "P-class equals. Lock 1, you can go, but you must be careful," he said. "Remember, close your eyes at the first sign of movement. I'll handle the basilisk." With that, Lockhart hurried to Moaning Myrtle's lavatory with Harry and Ron. They went down the nearest staircase, walked through the dimly lit corridor where the words shimmered on the wall, and arrived at the entrance of Moaning Myrtle's lavatory. Lockhart led the way, pushing open the lavatory door without hesitation. Moaning Myrtle was sitting on the turn of the furthest toilet. "Oh, it's you," she sobbed when she saw Harry behind Lockhart. "What do you want this time?" "I want to ask how you died," Harry said. Myrtle's whole demeanor changed instantly. It seemed no one had ever asked her such an honor-inducing question. "Oh, it was horrible," she said with relish. "It happened right here. I died in this toilet. I remember it very clearly. Olive Hornby was laughing at my glasses, saying I looked like a four-eyed dog. I hid in here, I locked the door and cried inside. Suddenly I heard someone come in. They were saying funny things. I thought it must be another language. But what annoyed me most was hearing a boy's voice. So I opened the door and told him to go away to his own boy's toilet. And then," Myrtle puffed out her chest proudly, her face radiant, "I died." "How did you die?" Harry asked. "I don't know," Myrtle whispered mysteriously. "I just remember seeing a pair of terrifyingly large yellow eyes. My whole body felt like it was being grabbed, and then I floated away." She looked at Harry distractedly. "Later I came back. You know, I was determined to get back at Olive Hornby. Oh, she really regretted laughing at my glasses." "Where exactly did you see those yellow eyes?" Harry asked. "Roughly over there," Myrtle said, vaguely pointing to the sink in front of her. Harry and Ron quickly walked over. Lockhart followed, examining it carefully. The sink looked ordinary. They inspected it thoroughly, inside and out, top and bottom, not even missing the pipes underneath. Then Harry saw it. On the side of a brass tap, a small snake was engraved. "This tap never runs water," Myrtle said happily when she saw Harry trying to twist it open. "Harry," Lockhart suddenly spoke, "try speaking to it in Parseltongue." "Yeah, Harry, give it a try," Ron chimed in. But Harry desperately tried to recall past experiences. But this wasn't something that could be done by memory alone. Before, he could only speak Parseltongue when facing a real snake. Harry stared intently at the engraved snake, trying to imagine it as a real one. "Open," he said. He looked up at Ron and Lockhart, but Ron shook his head. "No, you're speaking human," he said. Harry turned back to the snake, forcing himself to believe it was alive. Harry thought that if he shook his head a few times, the flickering candlelight would make the snake appear to move. "Open," he said, shaking his head involuntarily. However, Ron and Lockhart didn't hear those words. A strange hissing sound came from his mouth. Lockhart kept staring at Harry's mouth, wondering what he was thinking. Suddenly, the tap emitted a dazzling white light and began to spin rapidly. Then the sink moved. They watched as the sink slowly disappeared from view, revealing a very thick pipe underneath. "More than wide enough. GH for person to crawl into," Harry heard Ron gasp. I think. Lockhart also looked at the pipe's entrance and said softly, this certainly looks dangerous. You two had best not go in. Harry pursed his lips, then abruptly looked up, his mind already made up about what to do. I'm going down, he said resolutely. He couldn't not go, since they had found the entrance to the Chamber of Secrets, since there was still a tiny, faint, glimmering ray of hope. Ginny might still be alive. I'm going too, Ron said. A moment of silence fell upon the small lavatory. All right, at least I'll go down and take a look first. It's not too late for you to come down after I say it's clear. Lockhart said this, then decisively leaped, sliding down the pipe. After a while, Harry and Ron heard a very faint shout from below. If they hadn't been listening carefully, they might not have heard it. Harry and Ron nodded to each other, then jumped in one after another. This slide was certainly not pleasant. At least, it didn't bring joy to children like the facilities in an amusement park. Inside, it felt like rushing down a dark, slimy, endless slide. They could see many other pipes branching off in all directions, but none were as thick as this one. Their pipe twisted and turned, winding steeply downwards. Harry knew he had slid deep, deep beneath the school, even deeper than the underground classrooms. He could hear Ron behind him making slight thumping sounds around the bends. Then, just as Harry began to worry about what was next, the pipe's incline gradually leveled out. Before long, he emerged from the pipe, landing with a thump on the damp ground. It was a dark stone tunnel, large enough for a person to stand in. Very close to Harry, Lockhart stood holding his wand, but he wasn't covered in mud and grime like Harry was. Harry moved to one side, and soon after, Ron also emerged from the pipe with a whoosh, slash, scourgify. After Ron stood up, Lockhart cast a scouring charm on both of them. Instantly, all the grime on Harry and Ron disappeared. Oh, thank you, Professor, they both said gratefully. We must be miles beneath the school. Harry then looked left and right, his voice echoing in the dark tunnel. Probably under the lake, Ron said. He squinted, examining the murky, slimy walls around them. Then all three of them turned their gaze to the darkness. Ahead, Lumos. Lockhart raised his wand and whispered, and the wand glowed again. Let's go, he told Harry and Ron. The three of them walked, their shoes squelching loudly on the damp ground. The tunnel was so dark that even with the considerable brightness of Lockhart's Lumos spell, it could only illuminate a short distance. Their shadows flickered and twisted on the damp stone walls, constantly changing with the uneven surface, looking quite eerie. P-class equals Block 1. Remember, Lockhart whispered, although it might sound repetitive, I must say it again. The moment you hear any movement, close your eyes immediately. Harry and Ron responded in unison, indicating that they had heard him. Chapter. The tunnel was as silent as a tomb. Suddenly, they heard an unexpected sound. Crack. It turned out Ron had stepped on a rat's skull. Harry looked down at the ground and saw small animal bones everywhere. He desperately tried to stop himself from imagining what Ginny would look like when they found her. Lockhart walked ahead, his stride short but his pace unwavering, lead-in. Harry and Ron around a dark bend in the tunnel. Harry, there's something there. Ron grabbed Harry's shoulder, his voice hoarse. The two froze, watching nervously. Harry saw the outline of a massive, coiled creature lying motionless on the other side of the tunnel. That's a snakeskin, the basilisk's shed skin. Lockhart raised his wand, making the light shine further. The light illuminated a huge, vibrant green snakeskin, clearly from a venomous SN. It lay coiled on the tunnel floor, empty inside. Evidently, the creature that had just shed this skin was at least 20 feet long. Oh my God, Ron sighed weakly. Stay alert and keep moving, Lockhart said calmly. The three of them turned one dark, winding corner after another in the deep tunnel. Every nerve in Harry's body was uncomfortably trembling. He wished they would reach the end of the tunnel quickly, but at the same time, he was a little afraid of what why would find there. Finally, he carefully rounded another bend and saw a solid wall ahead, carved with two intertwining snakes whose eyes were set with large, shimmering emeralds. Potter, it's your turn again. Another clue, Lockhart said. Harry didn't need Lockhart to tell him. He already knew what he had to do. He cleared his throat, and the emerald eyes seemed to flicker. He no longer needed to imagine these two stone snakes as real, because their eyes looked exactly like living ones. Open, Harry hissed in a low, raspy voice. The two snakes parted, and the stone wall split down the middle, slowly sliding open and disappearing to either side. This was one side of a long, dimly lit chamber. There were many thick stone pillars, carved with various coiled and entangled large snakes, towering up to support the ceiling that dissolved into the darkness above, casting long, eerie shadows throughout the mysterious, misty room. Lockhart walked WLY between the snake-entwined pillars, his wand half raised, not saying a word. At this point, Harry and Ron had also drawn their wands and cautiously followed behind him. Each soft step they took produced hollow, muffled echoes against the ghostly walls. In such a silent environment, any unnecessary sound made one feel unusually uneasy. When they reached the space between the last pair of pillars, a giant statue, as tall as the room itself, appeared before them, pressed against the dark wall behind. Its slightly greenish stone gave it an eerie and terrifying aura. They had to crane their necks to see the statue's face, an ancient monkey-like face with a sparse, long beard that almost reached the hem of its stone wizard's robes, and two large feet planted firmly on the smooth floor of the room. Salazar Slytherin, Lockhart murmured, looking at the statue. Between the statue's 2 feet, a small figure in black robes lay face down, her hair as red as flames. "Ginny!" Harry and Ron cried out and rushed over to crouch beside her. "Ginny, oh please don't die, please." Ron threw down his wand and grabbed Ginny's shoulders, trying to turn her over. Harry also set his wand aside and helped him. Ginny's face was cold and bloodless like marble, but her eyes were closed, meaning she hadn't been petrified. "Ginny, wake up, please." Ron shook her desperately, pleading in a low voice. Ginny's head ed lifelessly. "She won't wake up," a voice said softly. Ron ignored the voice, continuing to shake Ginny's body as if he heard nothing else. Harry, however, spun around abruptly. A tall, dark-haired boy leaned against the nearest stone pillar, watching him. The boy's outline was strangely blurry, as if Harry were looking at him through a fogged-up window. "Who are you?" "What do you mean?" "You said she won't wake up," Harry asked frantically. She hasn't. She's alive," the blurry figure said, "but not for much longer." Harry stood frozen, while Lockhart stood silently beside him, not uttering a word. "Then who exactly are you?" "Are you a ghost?" Harry asked uncertainly. "A memory," Riddle said calmly, "preserved in a diary for 50 years. He pointed to the diary lying beside the statue's big toe, the same diary Harry had found in Moaning Myrtle's bathroom. Harry was momentarily confused as to how it got there. He had clearly put it in his dormitory, but he had more pressing matters to deal with. Harry stopped talking to him and instead, with great effort, helped Ron half-lift Ginny from the floor. He bent down to pick up his wand, but it was gone. "Have you seen? A wand is a lifelong companion for every wizard. Hold on to it." Beside Harry, Lockhart handed him his wand, but his gaze remained fixed on the blurry figure. "Oh, Professor, thank you, but what's wrong?" "He wants to take your wand." Lockhart tilted his head, pointing with his chin. The tall boy stared at Lockhart for a moment, then looked back at Harry. Potter, I've waited a long time," he said, "for a chance to see you, to speak with you." "Oh, come on," Harry said, gradually losing patience. "You probably don't understand what I mean. We're in the Chamber of Secrets now. We can talk later." "We must talk now," the boy said, a clear smile still on his face. "What is there to talk about?" "We have to go back immediately. We have to save Ginny." Ron suddenly exploded, his angry shouts echoing through the vast room, the overlapping echoes making he sound even more irritating. "Then let's talk," Lockhart suddenly spoke again. "I think we need to know, how did Ginny end up like this?" "Yes, why did Ginny end up like this?" Harry asked. Hearing this, Ron, who was half holding Ginny with Harry, couldn't help but calm down, as this question was indeed crucial. "Oh, that's an interesting question," the boy said cheerfully. "It's a long story, if you ask me. The real reason Ginny Weasley ended up like this is because she opened her heart to an unseen stranger and confided all her secrets." "What are you talking about?" Harry said. "The diary," the boy said. "My diary. For months, little Ginny has been writing her innermost thoughts in it, telling me her heartbreaking worries and sorrows, how she was teased by her brothers, how she had to come to school in old robes and with old books, and also she thought," the boy's eyes twinkled slyly, "she thought the famous, kind, great Harry Potter would never like her." As he spoke, his gaze never left R's face, as if he had no interest in anyone else's presence. A look of almost greed was hidden in his eyes. It was so tedious, listening to an 11-year-old girl talk about her childish troubles. He continued, "But I patiently wrote back to her. I was kind, understanding. Ginny practically fell in love with me. Oh, Tom, no one understands me like you. I'm so glad I got this diary. I can confide in you. It's like having a friend I can carry in my pocket." The boy let out a cold, grating laugh, which sounded nothing like a 16-year-old. It made the hairs on the back of Harry's neck stand on end. "I don't mean to boast, Harry. I've always been able to charm people as I pleased. So Ginny opened her entire soul to me." The boy smirked, And her soul happened to be exactly what I needed. I devoured her most secret fears, her deepest secrets. My appetite growing, I grew stronger. Much stronger than little Miss Weasley. Strong enough to reveal a few of my secrets to Miss Weasley, to begin to open a small part of my soul to her too. What did you say? Ron couldn't help but roar, but the other person didn't even bother to glance at him. Haven't you guessed yet, Harry Potter? He whispered. It was Ginny Weasley who opened the Chamber of Secrets. It was she who strangled the school roosters and smeared those terrifying words on the walls. It was she who released Slytherin's basilisk, attacking 4 mudbloods and that Squib's scrawny cat. Oh, no. Impossible. Ron's expression twisted. That's impossible. You're lying. It was Marker who opened the Chamber of Secrets. Marker McLean. P-class equals. Block 1, Marker McLean. Hearing that name, the smile on the boy's face instantly vanished, and his eyes revealed clear annoyance. Don't mention that name to me. His voice suddenly deepened. Chapter. The basilisk was almost entirely covered in extremely tough scales, which could not only withstand ordinary swords and sharp weapons, but also resist and even deflect spells. Even though it was now a corpse, cutting it up was still quite a chore. Truth be told, Marker really wanted to chop it all up and take it with him. After all, this was a basilisk. To say it was a treasure from head to toe would not be an exaggeration in the slightest. P-class equals Block 1, but even with the undetectable extension charm applied to his suitcase, he couldn't fit the entire creature inside. Finally, when Marker turned to leave, this ancient beast, which in life had almost caused Hogwarts to suspend all classes and led to Dumbledore receiving a dismissal order from the school board, had been reduced to a mountain of flesh that no one would recognize. As Marker left, the stone door finally closed, but soon after, a muffled rumble of collapse was faintly heard from the Chamber of Secrets, and the entire grove untrembled slightly. On the other side, Lockhart, Harry, Ron, and Ginny returned to his office, and soon after, Professor McGonagall arrived. She took Lockhart and the 3 children to her office, where many people were waiting for them. Harry, Ron, Ginny, and Lockhart stood at the doorway. Harry and the others were almost covered in mud and slime, although Lockhart looked a bit better. Even though he had been invisible the whole way, splashes of mud were always unavoidable. For a moment, silence filled the room. Suddenly, a scream erupted. From by the fireplace, Ginny, it was Mrs. Weasley who had been sitting by the fire crying. Now she jumped up abruptly, followed by Mr. Weasley, both extending their arms to embrace their precious daughter. Ron stood to the side, his head still bowed, lost in thought. Harry's gaze swept past them and into the room. He saw Professor Dumbledore standing in front of the fireplace with a smile, and standing beside Dumbledore, also smiling, was Hermione. Oh, Hermione. All right, Harry said, surprised and delighted. Hermione smiled and nodded, but her eyes were still looking behind Harry, as if expecting something. Miss Granger has already woken up while you were breaking a pile of school rules. It was McLean. He stayed up for 2 days and 2 nights straight to make the revitalizing potion from freshly matured mandrake. It's his improved formula, very effective. Professor McGonagall explained happily from the side. And Ron, standing not far away, suddenly, raised his head. He looked at Hermione, then at Ginny, his expression changing continuously, before finally lowering his head again in dejection. Just then Mrs. Weasley looked at Lockhart with excitement. Unlike her usual starstruck admiration, it was a genuine, heartfelt respect. Professor Lockhart, you saved her. You saved her. How did you do it? That's what we all want to know, Professor McGonagall said, looking at Lockhart with a look of doubt. In front of the fireplace, Dumbledore also wore a curious expression, but Lockhart looked at Mrs. Weasley, a rare hint of confusion in his eyes. Only when Harry reached out and tugged at his robe did he suddenly snap back to reality. Oh, of course, I'll tell everyone the whole story. Lockhart flashed his usual smile, but this time, it wasn't the usual showmanship. It seemed somewhat perfunctory. Well, but before that, I think everyone should first listen to Mr. Potter's deduction. I believe that was the true beginning of saving Miss S. Weasley. At Lockhart's words, everyone's gaze fell back on Harry. Under everyone's watchful eyes, Harry hesitated for a moment, then began to recount the events he had experienced. He spoke for about 10 minutes, and everyone listened intently. The room was silent. But when he mentioned that the note in Hermione's hand had provided him with a crucial clue, Hermione nodded to everyone without surprise. However, her hands, hanging by her sides, were tightly clutching her cuff. When Harry finished, Lockhart had already fully returned to his usual self. He held his head high, dramatically recounting the entire process of entering the Chamber of Secrets with an impassioned expression. Storytelling had always been his forte, and what's more, this time he had been invisibly following them and watching almost the entire time. Is that really how it happened? As she listened, Professor McGonagall couldn't help but ask Harry. Harry instinctively glanced at Dumbledore, seeing the headmaster smile faintly, the firelight quickly flashing across his half-moon spectacles. "Oh, that's roughly correct. What interests me most," Dumbledore suddenly interjected, "is how Voldemort managed to bewitch Ginny, because according to my sources, he is currently hiding in the forests of Albania." What? Mrs. Weasley said, astonished. "You know who bewitched Ginny." "But Ginny isn't. Ginny didn't, did she?" "It was all that diary," Harry quickly said. "It was written by Riddle when he was 16, and a memory was stored inside." "A diary?" Dumbledore frowned slightly. Harry looked at Lockhart. He thought Lockhart should know the diary's final whereabouts. But Lockhart shook his head and said, "As I just said, I pierced it with the basilisk's fang. The basilisk's venom permeated the entire diary. And the mysterious person's phantom also dissipated. Later, I was busy getting the children out, and that diary, it should still be in the Chamber of Secrets." "Truly remarkable," Dumbledore mused quietly. "If it weren't for McLean, he would probably be considered the most outstanding student Hogwarts has ever had." He turned to face Mr. and Mrs. Weasley, both of whom looked very confused. "Few people know that Voldemort was once called Tom Riddle. 50 years ago, at Hogwarts, I personally taught him. He disappeared after leaving school, traveling far and wide, his footprints covering the entire world, sinking deeper and deeper into the mire of dark magic, associating with the most evil characters in the wizarding world, undergoing many dangerous magical transformations. Finally, he reappeared as Voldemort, by which time he was very difficult to recognize. Almost no one connected Voldemort with the clever, handsome head boy who had studied here. As Dumbledore recalled that past time, he also thought of Marker in the present. In his pale blue pupils, a complex gaze flickered faintly. "But what about Ginny?" Mrs. Weasley said. "What does our Ginny have to do with him?" His diary," Ginny sobbed. "I kept writing in it for a whole year. He kept writing back to me." "Ginny," Mr. Weasley exclaimed, dumbfounded. "Didn't I teach you? What did I always tell you? Never trust anything that can think for itself, unless you can see where it keeps its brain. Why didn't you show the diary to me or your mother? Such a suspicious object, clearly full of dark magic." I don't know." Ginny was still crying sadly. "I found it in a book Mum gave me. I thought someone had tucked it in there and forgotten it." "Miss Weasley should go to the hospital wing immediately," Dumbledore interjected without question. "This has been a painful ordeal for her, and the school will not punish her. Many wizards older and more resourceful than her have been deceived by Voldemort." He strode to the door and gently opened it. "P-class equals block. 1 bed rest, and perhaps a large cup of steaming hot chocolate. I always find that very helpful for improving my mood," he said, looking down and kindly winking at Ginny. "You'll find Madame Pomfrey is still awake. She's been studying McLean's improved Mandrake revitalizing potion formula that he gave her." Mrs. Weasley led Ginny out, followed by Mr. Weasley, who still looked very shaken, and even more dejected and uneasy than Mr. Weasley was Ron, whom Dumbledore had called out. He had originally intended to follow his father to the hospital wing. "You know, Minerva," Professor Dumbledore said thoughtfully to Professor McGonagall, "I think all these events are well worth celebrating with a feast. May I ask you to inform the kitchens? Oh, and by the way, please go and fetch McLean and have him wait for me in my office," Dumbledore added. "All right," she said briskly, and began to walk towards the door. "Potter and Weasley are for you to handle, I presume." "Of course," Dumbledore said. Professor McGonagall left, and Harry and Ron stared uneasily at Dumbledore. What did Professor McGonagall mean by handle them? Would they be punished? But Dumbledore smiled and awarded them each some points, specifically praising Harry's decisiveness and intelligence and Ron's love for his sister Ginny. Afterward, he turned to Lockhart, looking at him curiously. "Gilderoy, I think you are very suited to the teaching profession, perhaps next term." Lockhart hastily interrupted. Oh, no, I mean this experience has made me realize many shortcomings, and I need to work harder. When I feel I have more to teach students, I will return to teaching, he rambled on, his reluctance to stay and teach clearly evident. Oh, that's a great pity, Dumbledore said casually, then turned his gaze back to Ron, saying, I'd like to have a few more words with Harry. Lockhart immediately hurried out. Ron hesitated for a moment, then followed him out. Chapter. When Professor McGonagall found Marker, he was in the greenhouse with Villy, recording the growth of the flower seeds from last time. Oh, Mr. McLean, you're here. Professor McGonagall pushed open the greenhouse door and immediately said, Come with me, Dumbledore wants to see you. Marker calmly closed his notebook before looking up at the doorway. Okay, Professor McGonagall. After speaking, he turned to Villy and sighed. Miss Bullard, it seems I have to leave for a moment. Go back when you're done. You don't need to wait for me here. With that, he tidied up his notebook and followed Professor McGonagall to the headmaster's office. Although he had been there several times, Marker never really liked the place. Every time he faced Dumbledore, there was an invisible pressure that made him feel constantly on edge. Especially this time, he had done many things that others didn't know about, but being able to hide things from others didn't mean he could hide them from Dumbledore. In this situation, mastering a certain degree was extremely important. Marker didn't wait long in the headmaster's office before Dumbledore pushed the door open and entered. How have you been lately? Dumbledore asked casually. Would you like some iced lemonade? I think that's a good idea. Marker nodded calmly. When the two were seated face to face on either side of the desk, Dumbledore took the initiative to open the conversation. P-class equals block 1. I'm sure you're curious why I've called you here at this time. Dumbledore said gently. It's actually not that complicated. I've just invited you to hear a little story from me. Marker didn't understand what this so-called little story had to do with him, but that didn't stop him from being a good listener. A long time ago, there was a young wizard who had a happy family and a good life. When he entered Hogwarts to study magic, he discovered his talent, and with it came a series of ambitions and ideals. Dumbledore spoke in a soothing tone, as if reminiscing. Behind his half-moon spectacles, his pale blue pupils glowed faintly. The young wizard's ideals were simple, yet grand. As a young man, he hadn't yet considered the correctness of this ideal. Years later, the young wizard graduated from Hogwarts with the most outstanding results. But his family had experienced many misfortunes during those years, which forced him to interrupt his ideals. At that time, his younger sister was small. While she was performing magic, she was attacked by 3 Muggle boys who saw her display her magical abilities. This attack made his sister's mind very unstable. Her magic went out of control. And their father, in retaliation against those Muggle boys, used a spell to ensure his poor daughter wouldn't be confined to St. Mungo's hospital for magical maladies and injuries for life. He took all the blame himself. He was sent to Azkaban. After that, their mother moved with them. Upon hearing this, Marker immediately realized that the young wizard in the story was likely Dumbledore himself. Dumbledore's story continued, but unfortunately, the misfortunes didn't end there. Dumbledore looked up slightly, his glasses becoming bright with the changing angle of light, obscuring his slightly lost eyes. When the young wizard's sister was 14, her magic went out of control again. This accident abruptly ended their mother's life. At the time, the young wizard's younger brother, the only one who could stop his sister's magic from raging, was sent home. At that time, the young wizard was in great pain, excruciating pain, but what was done, irreversible, and life had to go on. He endured his brother's resentment, constantly comforted his guilt-ridden sister, and took on the burden of their already shattered family. At this point, Dumbledore was silent for a moment before continuing. But just then, another young wizard with the same aspirations as him appeared. They quickly formed a deep friendship, which made the young wizard pick up his ideals again. They set off together, searching for certain clues the young wizard had obtained during his time at Hogwarts. During this period, the young wizard lost his emotions in order to undergo a certain trial. Upon hearing this, Marker's heart suddenly pounded, and a flood of questions almost escaped his throat. But when he saw Dumbledore still immersed in his story, the words on the tip of his tongue were forcibly swallowed back down. Perhaps Dumbledore was once one of the candidates Perhaps Dumbledore already knew his little secrets, or perhaps this sudden conversation was born precisely because of this. Marker decided not to interrupt Dumbledore's story. If he wanted to tell him, he would eventually. And just then, the young wizard's brother pointed out that if he had his sister as a concern, the young wizard would never be able to become a heroic leader. The young wizard's best friend was very angry about this and cast a Cruciatus curse at the young wizard's brother. At his moment, the young wizard's sealed emotions loosened. He protected his brother. But precisely because of this, a messy duel broke out between the three. In the chaos, the young wizard's sister hoped to help her brothers, but she was killed by a spell cast by someone unknown. Dumbledore's long white beard trembled slightly, as if he still hadn't come to terms with it. The young wizard's emotions were thus restored, and the previously helpless trial was passed. But he abandoned the subsequent trials and his ideals. He didn't know what me. Anning his persistence had all this time. His sister was dead, his brother hated him forever, and even his best friend had fled far away. At this point, Dumbledore suddenly looked at Marker, his gaze sharp and serious. "If it were you, what would you do?" he asked. Marker pursed his lips, his face still calm. He thought and thought, truly considering the question, but he didn't know. After a long time, Marker finally spoke. "The answer to this question needs to be found by oneself. P class equals block 1. Dumbledore's face was taut. He looked at Marker, and after a while he actually smiled. "You are stronger than the young wizard in this story," Dumbledore said. "He ultimately gave up searching. But you perhaps won't." "That's probably because I'm a Hufflepuff," Marker said. It seemed Dumbledore had really only called Marker to tell this story. In the time that followed, the two wizards, one old and one young, sat opposite each other, both silently drinking lemonade, each contemplating their own thoughts, until they left one after another at the start of the dinner. Dumbledore might have known about the things Marker had done, or perhaps he didn't fully understand them, but he showed no intention of asking. This time, the entire feast lasted a whole evening. Harry and Ron both received some house points, which finally allowed Gryffindor to win this year's House Cup. Afterward, Professor McGonagall stood up and told them that the school had decided to cancel exams to treat everyone. All the students, except Hermione, were delighted by this, and Dumbledore announced that, unfortunately, Professor Lockhart would not be returning next semester. Upon hearing this news, everyone erupted in cheers. After all, no matter what miracles he had created, his lessons were simply too terrible. Additionally, it's worth mentioning that several teachers were also cheering for this. Aside from these surprises, the feast was indeed very lively, but Marker was never quite used to such bustling occasions. Especially recently, he always preferred to be alone in a quiet place thinking. Midway through the feast, he took a drink and walked out into the hall. "Professor Lockhart," Marker suddenly turned around. "Why are you out here too? Shouldn't you be the one enjoying this kind of feast the most? You're Hogwarts hero this semester." Lockhart, hearing this, actually smiled bitterly and shook his head. A rare sense of authenticity appeared on his face. "Many people have told me all sorts of grand principles, but I've never taken their words to heart," he said. "But this time, having experienced it firsthand, I understand how boring it is to be an incompetent bystander in an exciting adventure." Marker glanced at him and said calmly, "It seems I can look forward to your next book." Lockhart's yes widened immediately upon hearing this. "Oh," he couldn't help but exclaim, "I really can't believe you're truly a child who hasn't even finished second year. How did you know? When a writer feels bored with their own story, they will most likely tear up their manuscript and create a new one." Evidently, Marker had already concluded that Lockhart would definitely not write this incident into another fictional novel. "I believe you will become a formidable wizard in the future," Lockhart couldn't help but say. Marker forced a stiff smile at him. "Since that's the case, becoming friends with such a formidable wizard is the wisest choice," he said dryly. "Perhaps I'll have things to ask of you in the future, so remember to protect your reputation in the wizarding world." "Haha, of course." Lockhart gave an awkward laugh. That night, the sky was still as deep, and countless stars twinkled, as if telling the people on the ground, everything in the world, like the rotation of the stars and moon, would return to peace. Chapter/B. The remaining days of the summer term passed in a blaze of dazzling sunshine. Hogwarts returned to its former tranquility, and everyone no longer had to live in constant fear. More importantly, this year's exams were cancelled, which delighted the students. They had even more free time. However, Maka's life became even more hectic. During this period at the end of the semester, he buried himself lie in the room of requirement, conducting various studies on increasingly profound and mysterious subjects. For example, genetic modification of acromantulas, or casually pulling out Tom Riddle to torment him. Previously, Riddle's remarks about devouring fear and Dumbledore's tragic past had greatly inspired Maka. He had a feeling that if he continued his research in this direction, he would find the correct solution. What remained, perhaps, was only a matter of time. He flew by, and in the blink of an eye, it was time for the holidays again. To be honest, Maka always felt a sense of not knowing where to go every time the holidays arrived. When a person without a home faces the approaching date of going home, their lost sadness transforms into bewilderment. However, for this summer holiday, someone had already arranged a destination for him: London Heathrow International Airport. Miss Bloise, is there something you need? By suddenly inviting me to your flower planting. Maka glanced at her, noticing that Villy still maintained her expressionless demeanor, and he immediately gave up on pressing the matter. There was no other way. If she said flower planting, then it must be flower planting, with no hidden meaning whatsoever. Maka remembered that the butler had previously mentioned that Villy's home was Blois Castle in Paris. It was a famous royal castle, and although it had now become a tourist attraction, if wizarding family lived there, the significance would be vastly different. Moreover, the name of the castle was the same as Villy's surname. After a period of flight, the plane smoothly landed on the runway of Paris Charles de Gaulle Airport. Maka, carrying his suitcase, helped Villy retrieve her checked luggage, and then they took an airport bus together to the banks of the Loire River. As he stood at the main entrance of Blois Castle, he immediately felt a unique aura rushing towards him. Class equals Block 1 was a very peculiar castle architecture, with its main body forming a square enclosed by 4 wings. Perhaps due to the different construction eras of each wing, they each possessed different architectural styles from various periods, including Gothic, Renaissance, and French classical styles. Strolling slowly through, it often gave one the illusion of traveling through different eras. As they continued, Villy led Maka to a grand spiral staircase. "Here's a way," Elise said, taking out her wand and tapping the handrail of the staircase. Immediately, the entire staircase began to slowly dematerialize from top to bottom, transforming into a dreamlike, translucent staircase. However, the surrounding muggles seemed oblivious to this transformation, continuing their activities as usual, and no one was startled by the change. Once the staircase had finished transforming, Villy led the way onto the translucent steps. Her figure became increasingly faint, and eventually, her entire being vanished from Maka's sig. He quickly followed her up. After Maka had walked up the spiral staircase for a few turns, he arrived at a large doorway on the 2nd floor. The door was open, and the interior was fully visible. Villy was standing in the hall, and in front of her stood 2 maids who were speaking in French, and right at the doorway, the old butler from last time was smiling at Maka. "Esteemed guest, welcome to Blois Castle. I welcome your arrival on behalf of my master." The old butler said with a smile, "Thank you for taking care of my young lady." "It's my pleasure, Mr. Butler," Maka said politely. "Your English is still as excellent as ever. You know, it's one of the essential skills a butler must possess," the old butler said with a wink. The Blois family's servants were very efficient. They quickly arranged a guest room for Maka that was ready for immediate occupancy. The room was large and lavishly decorated to an astonishing degree. Throughout the castle, there were emblems highlighting the French royalty fleur-de-lis. Just from this, one could infer that the Blois family's connection to the French royalty was far from ordinary. Looking out from the room's window, one could vaguely see many translucent figures of muggles. Here, muggles and wizards were subtly separated by a peculiar magic. Maka watched from the window for a while, unconsciously sinking into thought. This had almost become a habit for him. Whenever he saw something magical, he would instinctively begin to ponder its mysteries. PCL. As equals Block 1 knock knock. Suddenly, a soft knock on the door interrupted Maka's thoughts. "Come in," he said loudly. The door was gently pushed open and Villy walked in. "Flower planting," she said directly. "All right." Maka had no choice but to nod. Yes, he understood. He very much understood that he was here to be the Blois family's gardener this time. Maka had expected Villy to take him to a flower bed or some other place. But Villy led him all the way to the top of a secluded tower. Here to plant flowers? Maka asked. Mother is allergic to flowers, Villy said calmly. If Villy said it was flower planting, then it must be flower planting. But the flowers to be planted this time were not flowers in the usual sense. This is Rafaela Dragon's Kiss. Rafaela Dragon's Kiss is a very peculiar plant that always prefers to grow at high altitudes. Its cultivation method is not complicated. However, getting it to bloom is extraordinarily difficult, or rather, it's extraordinarily expensive. When Rafaela Dragon's Kiss sprouts greenish-blue flower buds, it needs to be watered daily with dragon's blood. Different types of dragon's blood can make it bloom into different flowers, each resembling a dragon's mouth, and even capable of breathing dragon fire. However, dragon's blood has always been extremely expensive, with each small vial costing 12 galleons. If watered with dragon's blood, it would cost at least 100 gold galleons daily, and considering the time required for Rafaela Dragon's Kiss to bloom, without preparing tens of thousands of gold galleons, one would never see it bloom. Yes, Rafaela Dragon's Kiss, Villy remained as calm as ever. I want to see what it looks like. Precisely because the conditions for this plant to bloom are so harsh, its rarity is maddening. However, if one considers the pharmacological value contained in the plant's fruits, there are indeed potions masters willing to spend tens of thousands of galleons to cultivate it. It's just that its seeds are equally precious, and whether one can even acquire them is another matter entirely. It seems I was right to come along to plant flowers with you this time, Maka said, shaking his head. By the time Maka and Villy finished their tasks here, the sun had already begun to set. Bathed in the glow of the setting sun, the two walked slowly across the central square of the castle, their shadows stretching long behind them. By this time, the head of the Blois family had returned, and he met Maka quite formally. Welcome, Mr. McLean. Villy's father was named Eric Blois, a thin, middle-aged man with a perpetually serious expression. He wore a formal suit and always appeared very proper. Even when speaking to his daughter, his tone remained unchanged. Although Mr. Blois was very handsome and possessed an outstanding demeanor, like his daughter, he seemed to never show any emotion on his face. But at least, his hospitality did not carry the blatant arrogance of someone like Lucius Malfoy. Although he maintained a stern expression, there was no hint of neglect in his manners. It was evident that he was quite concerned about his daughter's studies in England. During the lavish dinner that evening, Eric and Maka discussed Villy, while Villy herself quietly watched them, creating a harmonious atmosphere. This dinner was truly the best Maka had eaten in years. Not to mention the utterly dreadful food of English muggles, even the Hogwarts feasts weren't quite to Maka's taste. But this meal at the Blois family's home truly satisfied Maka's palate. Although he had temporarily lost the joy of savoring delicious food, his sense of taste had not been lost with it. At night, Maka sat at the desk in the guest room, once again opening his notebook. The environment here is indeed good, very suitable for some theoretical research. He murmured casually, then immersed himself in the various experimental data in his notebook. A's life at the Blois family's home was very comfortable. Servants took care of his daily needs and meals, and he didn't have to worry about any trivial matters of life. However, during this period, probably on a certain day in August, an unprecedented event occurred in Britain. Sirius Black escaped from Azkaban. Almost all wizards knew the name of this British wizarding prison. It was located on an isolated island in the middle of the North Sea, and its original inhabitant was an evil wizard named Echrisdes. After his death, the Ministry of Magic discovered the building and converted it into an official wizarding prison. In this famous prison, all the guards were indigenous dark creatures called Dementors. They were considered the most foul things in the world, feeding on the happiness of other beings, thus causing those who approached them to feel gloom and despair. But in extreme circumstances, they would also suck the souls of living beings, turning them into a state of walking dead. It could be said that no one would want to spend even a moment in this prison, and this terrifying, famous wizarding prison was called Azkaban. Here to plant flowers? Maka asked. Mother is allergic to flowers, Villy said calmly. Chapter. Sirius Black. Maka sat by the window, flipping through the belated Daily Prophet, nodding thoughtfully. What he cared about wasn't the events of the next semester. Those weren't important to him. He was merely reminded of a magic that had always troubled him, thinking of Sirius Black, animagus. To be honest, Maka had always been researching the principles of animagus. But even though he had long understood it, he had to put the matter aside because his transfiguration skills hadn't met the requirements yet. According to the information at hand, the transfiguration practice for animagus cannot be precisely controlled, so not only is the result unpredictable, but it's also easy to go awry due to insufficient transfiguration ability. This was undoubtedly quite dangerous. Many wizards compare the practice of animagus to apparition, entirely because of the inherent dangers. But Maka, who had deeply researched both spells, didn't think so. Regardless of whether the coordinates for apparition are accurate, at least a sufficiently firm will can prevent splinching. However, animagus practice is completely different. Its danger lies in the uncontrollability during the practice process. And for Maka, who always prioritized caution, a sufficiently dangerous magic that is uncontrollable means failure, something he absolutely could not tolerate. Whether in the past or present, he had never changed in this regard. After Maka's long efforts in studying, his transfiguration level had actually met the standard, but it was still far from the standard he desired in his heart. In his opinion, the probability of failure still existed. No wonder all materials about animagus emphasize the importance of courage. He shook his head and said, "It's all because the required standard is too high if you want to start practicing early. You can only rely on luck." He casually tossed the newspaper onto the table, then picked up his red tea and took a small sip. "It's a bit cold," Maka was muttering when he heard a few knocks on the door. No need to ask, it must be Villy again, coming to find him to see the Rafaela Dragon's Kiss seedlings. In the nearly month-long period, Villy seemed to have nothing to do, coming to find him intermittently. With the increasing frequency, he gradually got used to it, as he and Villy, as usual, strolled to the top of the tower, leisurely watching the seedlings, gazing at the scenery and pondering things. He realized that summer vacation was actually drawing to a close. The growth cycle of the Rafaela Dragon's Kiss is very long. We won't be able to wait for it to bloom, Maka said, looking at the seedling that had just emerged about 5 inches from the soil, but Villy immediately shook her head. "I can see it. Summer vacation is almost over," Maka reminded her. Villy, hearing this, shook her head again. "PCL. S equals block 1, take a year off," Villy said lightly. Maka was stunned, looked at Villy and asked, "Take a year off? Why?" However, Villy said nothing more, only looking at the seedling in the huge flower pot on the ground, lost in thought. Since she didn't want to talk, Maka wasn't the type to press the issue, and he quickly put the matter out of his mind. To be frank, if it weren't for Hogwarts' vast collection of books and the Chamber of Rowena, Maka himself would have wanted to take a year off. Hogwarts wasn't such a great place, especially in the coming years. It would get more chaotic year by year, which was not conducive to learning and researching various magic, but it could serve as a good place for practical training. Maka leaned on the railing, gazing into the distance, muttering to himself. Soon, as the start of term approached day by day, Maka finally decided to leave. Before he left, he gave Villy another updated herbology notebook as a farewell gift. It was clear that, although Villy still showed no expression, her actions when taking the notebook revealed her fondness for the gift. PCL. S equals block 1 Mr. Blover, Villy's father, standing behind Villy, saw his daughter's appearance, and his gaze softened considerably. Perhaps for him, Villy's happy look was the scene he most wanted to see, even if it was just an extremely subtle expression. When Maka arrived in London, England, there were only a few days left until the start of school. He first went to Knockturn Alley and ordered a lot of potion ingredients. And as he was carrying his suitcase, preparing to go to Flourish and Blott's to buy his new third-year textbooks, he bumped into Harry at the entrance of Quality Quidditch Supplies. Maka reached out and patted Harry's shoulder. "Oh, Maka," Harry jumped, turning around, the surprised look still on his face. "What are you doing here? School's about to start and this is Diagon Alley. Why do you think I'm here?" Maka said calmly. "Oh, yes, you're here to buy books," Harry realized. "What about you?" Maka asked. "I'm just about to go. In fact, I'm currently staying at the Lee Kai Cauldron." Harry briefly recounted what happened during his summer vacation. including how he had never been so excited for his birthday and how he accidentally inflated his nasty aunt. "By the way, thank you for the birthday present, Marker," Harry said. "We're all very sorry about last term. We shouldn't have doubted you. Professor Dumbledore also told me I should trust you." Marker gently shook his head and said, "It's fine. It's normal for you to have doubts, of course. Don't ask me what happened. It's not that easy to explain." "Oh, all right," Harry shrugged. "Marker, when's your birthday?" This time it was Marker who shrugged. He didn't even know himself, so how could he tell others? "Probably in winter," he replied. The two chatted casually as they walked together towards Flourish and Blatz. When they arrived at the bookstore entrance, Harry looked at the bookstore's display window and was immediately startled. Normally, the bookstore's display window would feature spellbow arcs as large as flagstones with golden embossed designs. But now, these books were gone, replaced by a large iron cage containing about 100 copies of the Monster Book of Monsters. These books, caged together, were furiously wrestling, belligerently biting and fighting, with torn pages flying everywhere. "Good thing Hagrid gave it to me as a birthday present this year." Harry couldn't help but breathe a sigh of relief. He finally understood now why Hagrid had said in his letter that he might find this book useful. "This kind of book isn't really suitable as a textbook. You'd lose a few pages if you're not careful," Marker said calmly, looking at the books tearing at each other in the cage. As the two walked into the bookstore, the manager rushed forward to greet them. "Hogwarts?" he asked, looking depressed. "Are you here for new books?" "Yes," Harry said. Please step aside a bit," the manager said impatiently, pushing Harry aside. He put on a thick pair of gloves, picked up a thick gnarled staff, and walked towards the iron cage containing the Monster Book of Monsters. "No need, I'll do it myself," Marker said, directly opening the cage door and decisively reaching in. "Oh, be careful," the manager shouted, but Marker's actions immediately silenced him. Marker, with an extraordinarily nimble flick of his wrist, dodged a book that lunged at him, then with another flick, accurately grasped the book firmly in his hand. His index finger lightly scratched the book's spine, and the previously ferocious book immediately trembled and quieted down. "Just scratch their spines, and they'll calm down for a while. I suggest you can tie them up with belts," Marker told the bookstore manager. "That's a great idea." The manager's depressed expression vanished, and he thanked him. "Thank you so much. I've been bitten 5 times this morning." Just then, a loud tearing sound came from the cage. 2 monster books of monsters had grabbed a third and jointly torn it apart. "Oh, stop it, stop it," the manager yelled, poking his staff between the bars to pry the books apart. "I think I'd better get these sorted quickly. They've been absolutely unruly these past 2 days. We used to stock 200 copies of the Invisible Book of Invisibility, and I thought nothing could be worse than those. Those books were so expensive, and we never—" "Well, sir, do you want one too?" "I already have this book," Harry quickly said. "Thank goodness," the manager said. "Do you need any other books?" 10 minutes later, the two walked out of the bookstore, and behind them, the manager's helpless shouts could vaguely be heard. He had probably started dealing with those disobedient monster books. "Harry, I need to go now. I have another place to visit," Marker suddenly said. "See you at school." "Oh, all right. See you at school," Harry nodded. Before school started, Marker planned to visit the Lovegood family and perhaps snag a few meals. Going to school with Luna once it started. Arted was also a good option. At least time spent with Luna was always relaxing. The Lovegood house was naturally still the same, and Luna herself had hardly changed. No, she seemed to have grown a bit taller. Marker himself had also grown quite a bit, and his clothes were all new. Because of this, he noticed Luna's change. To be honest, he had spent a lot of time with Luna last semester, perhaps because she was always around. If he hadn't paid close attention, it would have been hard to notice. "Did you have a good summer?" Marker stood by the fireplace, looking at Luna, who had turned around, and asked. "Perhaps," Luna blinked, a faint smile playing on her lips. Chapter. For Marker, the last few days of vacation at the Lovegood home felt like a break from his busy schedule. He no longer clung to his notebooks, but instead accompanied Luna to catch fish and insects in the back mountains, and then dozed off under the shade of a tree. However, the start of the school year quickly arrived, and Marker had no choice but to end his true holiday. Xenophilius drove Marker and Luna to King's Cross Study. On watched them pass through the barrier and then hurried back to work. But perhaps they had arrived too early, as there were hardly any people on platform 9 3/4. Well, except for Hagrid's enormous figure, which could be seen from afar. Marker led Luna closer and then realized that another person was being blocked by Hagrid's wall-like body. "Good morning, Professor Hagrid," Marker said, patting Hagrid's arm. "Oh, and Professor Lupin. I'm really looking forward to your class." Luna beside Marker also nodded slightly to both of them as a sign of politeness. "Oh, Marker, how did you know?" Hagrid looked at Marker in surprise. "It's nothing. When I saw those monster book of monsters in Flourish and Blots, I was already prepared," Marker said calmly, shrugging. "Ha ha, I heard those books gave the bookstore manager a headache for quite a while." Professor Lupin, facing Hagrid, laughed, although Lupin should still be quite young. His face was already lined with many wrinkles. His hair was streaked with gray, and he was dressed in ragged, patched robes, looking utterly exhausted. Yet, the mischievousness in his voice hinted at an untamed and composed spirit within him. Lupin clearly already knew about Marker, this low-key yet talented student. He chatted enthusiastically with Marker, occasionally making a small joke, not treating him like a child at all. It's worth mentioning that Marker gave Hagrid quite a few suggestions for his class arrangements, though whether Hagrid would actually listen was truly uncertain. Luna stood quietly beside him, watching Marker's profile. Gradually, more and more students began to arrive. "All right, get on board, Marker and Miss Lovegood," Lupin said with a smile. As Marker followed Lupin onto the Hogwarts Express, intending to take Luna towards the back, she reached out and tugged at his sleeve. "I'm going to my friends. Are you coming too?" Luna said softly. Marker looked at Lupin's back walking ahead, then at Luna, and pondered for a moment. "Luna, I have something to do," Marker said. "Take this. If you encounter a Dementor, open the stopper." As he spoke, he slipped a milky white potion bottle into Luna's hand. "Here, keep these chocolates too. Eat some if you feel unwell. They're very effective." Marker watched Luna enter a compartment before continuing to walk towards the back, although he really wanted to keep Luna by his side. Perhaps it was best for her to be further away, as something unpleasant was likely to happen soon. A short while later, the train hissed with steam and began to move slowly. At this moment, Harry, Ron, and Hermione, who had been delayed for a bit by Mr. and Mrs. Weasley, also arrived. They walked along the corridor, searching for an empty compartment, but all the compartments were full. As they walked, they realized they had reached the last carriage. "Oh, Marker," Hermione exclaimed, pleasantly surprised. Harry was equally pleased, only Ron's expression was a bit off. Marker stood up and welcomed the three of them in. He naturally reached out and hooked his arm around Ron's shoulder, pulling him to his side. "Hey, don't worry about it so much," Marker said softly. "I know what you're thinking, but no matter what, it's all in the past." "Oh, I suppose so," Ron mumbled in response. It was clear that the expression on his face seemed to have eased a little. "Marker, who is that?" Harry asked, pointing to the man in the corner. Lupin was probably a bit tired from his hasty journey. After chatting with Marker for a while, he expressed a desire to rest for a bit. Now he was leaning against the window, gently asleep. "This term's new defense against the dark arts professor, Mr. Lupin," Marker said softly. "Believe me, he's a qualified professor." "Oh, I hope so. I mean, if he's as you say, I hope he stays for a while." Harry couldn't help but say, "But he looks very weak." At least Ron was willing to speak near Marker, though he still looked a bit cautious. "Oh, right, Harry. What were you trying to tell us in the corridor just now?" Harry told them about the Weasleys' argument and Mr. Weasley's warning to him. After he finished, Ron looked as if he had been struck by lightning, and Hermione covered her mouth with both hands. "Sirius Black escaped to come after you." "Oh, Harry, you must be extra careful, very careful. Don't go looking for trouble, Harry," Hermione incessantly warned. "I'm not looking for trouble," Harry said angrily. "Trouble usually finds me." "If you ask me, there's no need to worry so much," Marker said calmly. "Hogwarts is very safe. You just need to not wander off on your own." But trying to get the three little lions to be well-behaved was clearly a bit unrealistic. Soon after, Harry and his two friends began discussing some interesting shops in Hogsmeade Village. "Ron, do you know a lot about Hogsmeade?" Hermione asked keenly. "I read in a book that it's the only place in Britain without muggles." "Yeah, I guess so," Ron said casually. "But that's not why I want to go. I just want to go to Honeyjuke's." "What's that?" Hermione asked. "It's a sweet shop," Marker said offhandedly. "It's full of strange candies, but I have to say some of them are quite good." "But Hogsmeade is a very interesting place, isn't it?" Hermione eagerly pressed. The book Ancient Wizarding Sites says that the Little Inn was the headquarters of the Goblin Rebellion in 1612. And the Shrieking Shack might be the most haunted house in all of Britain. Shrieking Shack might be the most haunted house in all of Britain. Are you afraid of ghosts? Marker retorted. Didn't you attend nearly headless Nick's death day party? No, I'm not afraid. I'm just curious, Hermione said, turning her head away. It would be so nice to leave school for a little while and explore Hogsmeade, wouldn't it? I suppose so. Harry said gloomily. You must tell me when you get that feeling. What do you mean by that? Ron said. I can't go. The Dursleys didn't sign my permission slip and Fudge wouldn't either. They won't let you go, Ron exclaimed. But maybe Professor McGonagall or someone else will approve it. Harry gave a dry laugh. Professor McGonagall, the head of Gryffindor House, was a very strict person, or we could ask Fred and George. They know every secret passage out of the castle. Ron, Hermione said sharply. With Black on the loose, I don't think Harry should be sneaking out of school, and Marcus said so too. Yeah, I figured Professor McGonagall would say that when I asked for permission, Harry said painfully. Marcus should go too, right? Ron immediately turned his head, looking at Marcus expectantly. Then Black wouldn't dare. The resentment in his heart seemed to have been completely washed away by the thought of fun. P.O. Ron, stop talking nonsense, Hermione snapped. Black has already killed so many people on crowded streets. I don't want Marcus and Harry to get into trouble. As she spoke, she fumbled with the straps on Crookshank's basket. That was the pet cat Hermione had just bought in Diagon Alley. She found Crookshanks adorable, but Ron clearly didn't think so. Don't let that thing out, Ron yelled, but it was too late. Crookshanks easily jumped out of the basket, stretched, yawned, and then leaped onto Ron's lap. The bulge in Ron's pocket trembled, and Ron angrily shooed Crookshanks away. Get off, Ron, don't be like that, Hermione said angrily. Oh, right, Harry said, looking at Crookshanks, who had just jumped onto Marca's lap, and asked curiously, where's your owl? Why do I never see it? Marca shook his head at the question. You mean Martha? I don't always see her either. She likes to fly around and stayed in the Forbidden Forest all summer. The three little lions immediately looked at Marca in surprise, but Marca remained calm. As he stroked Crookshank's fur, he said indifferently, Martha is a very opinionated owl. Perhaps she was cooped up for too long before, and now she really enjoys the feeling of freedom. The Hogwarts Express steadily headed north. The scenery outside the window gradually turned into continuous forests, and the surroundings grew darker and darker. At the same time, the clouds overhead became heavier and heavier. Outside their compartment door, people kept walking back and forth. Crookshanks was now sprawled comfortably on Marca's lap, its flattened face turned towards Ron, its yellow eyes constantly watching Ron's pocket. At 1 o'clock, the trolley clattered to their compartment door. Do you think we should wake him up? Ron asked awkwardly, looking at Professor Lupin, who still looked tired in his sleep. He looks like he needs something to eat. Don't worry, I have plenty of food in my trunk. Let's wait until he wakes up. Marca stopped Hermione, who was about to go over and wake Lupin, and gestured for them to just take care of their own hunger first. The professor told me before he went to sleep that he was just a bit tired. In the afternoon, it started to rain, and the outlines of the continuous hills outside the window gradually blurred in the rain curtain. At this moment, they heard footsteps in the corridor outside again. Several people seemed to be slowly approaching. The footsteps in the corridor outside belonged to Malfoy, of course, along with his two burly cronies. Crabbe and Goyle seemed to be born to do Malfoy's bidding. Both were broad-shouldered and muscular. Crabbe was taller, with hair cut like a pudding basin and a long, thick neck. Goyle was shorter, with a lot of hair and arms like a gorilla. But they had one more thing in common. They were both incredibly stupid. Class equals block 1. Well, look who it is. Malfoy pulled open the compartment door and said in his usual lazy, drawling tone, Potter and Weasley. Goyle and Crabbe laughed boisterously. Then Malfoy's expression changed, because he immediately saw Marca, who was looking at him coldly with a gaze that could freeze a person to death. Oh, Malfoy turned around abruptly. Crabbe, Goyle, do you remember where I put my luggage? Both cronies stared at him blankly, not reacting for a moment. Follow me, you two idiots, Malfoy whispered, then strode away without looking back. It seems you really have quite a deterrent effect on that bad guy, Harry said happily. Malfoy didn't even dare to look at you for long, huh? That's not surprising as long as Marca hadn't finished speaking when he suddenly turned his head and glanced towards the rear of the train. Marca, what's wrong? Hermione asked. He shook his head, his gaze still fixed on the back wall of the compartment, as if trying to see through it. The rain outside grew heavier, and the train windows became a murky, dull gray, growing darker and darker until the lights in the corridor and on the luggage racks automatically came on. The train swayed as it moved, rain lashed against the windows, and the wind howled wildly, creating a sense of inexplicable unease. "We're probably almost there," Ron said, leaning forward to look at Professor Lupin, who was still leaning by the window. P-class equals block. No sooner had he spoken than the train slowed down. "Great," Ron said, standing up and carefully stepping around Professor Lupin to see what was happening outside. "I'm starving, I want to feast." "We can't be there yet," Hermione said, looking at her watch. "But why is it stopping?" Marka suddenly walked to the door, then waved at them. "Sit tight, don't get close to the doors and windows, try to stay in the middle," he whispered. The train moved slower and slower. The sound of the wheels diminished, and the sound of the wind and rain outside grew louder. At that moment, the carriage suddenly shuddered, then abruptly stopped. A distant thud, as if heavy objects had fallen, was likely the sound of everyone's luggage falling from the racks. Then all the lights suddenly went out, and they were plunged into complete darkness. "What happened?" Ron's voice came from the darkness behind Marka. "Ouch," Hermione gasped. "Ron, that's my foot." "Everyone sit still, don't move," Marka reminded them again. "There's something outside." Before he finished speaking, a short, sharp squeak, squeak, squeak sound suddenly came from outside, and the compartment fell silent. Marka's gadgets could be put to use again. He took out a bottle and shook it, and instantly the compartment lit up. "Here," Marka turned and handed the bottle containing the illuminating sand to Hermione. "Hold this. At least you won't have to worry about getting your foo." T stepped on again. Suddenly, the door was opened from the outside, and a figure quickly walked in, bumping into Marka. "Sorry, do you know what happened?" "Ouch, sorry, come in first." Marka grabbed Neville's robe and pulled him up, making him walk into the compartment. "Stay in the middle, don't move." "What exactly happened?" This was Ron's voice. Immediately, everyone heard the compartment door open again, followed by a dull thud, accompanied by 2 more squeaks. It seemed that Ron's dirty rat, which was Peter Pettigrew, had probably fallen out of Ron's pocket in the darkness just now, and had now been stepped on by 2 people in a row. That unlucky fellow, Marka thought. "Ginny, why are you here too?" Hermione said. "Come in, sit down." Professor Lupin was finally woken up by the commotion. He still looked very tired, but his eyes held a wary expression. "Stay where you are," he said, his voice still slightly hoarse. Lupin was about to stand up when a terrifying figure appeared in the doorway. Illuminated by the light from Marka's glowing bottle, everyone could clearly see the monster standing in the doorway. It was a human-shaped creature, covered entirely by a tattered cloak and tall enough to reach the ceiling. Its face was completely hidden beneath the hood of its hooded cloak, making it impossible to discern its features, and looking further down, one could see a hand extending from the cloak. This hand glowed faintly, gray, gaunt, and scabbed, as if something had died and rotted in water, looking a bit disgusting. The monster beneath the cloak seemed to sense their gaze, and the hand suddenly retracted into the black cloak. Then, whatever was beneath the hood took a long, slow, trembling breath, as if trying to suck something other than air from its surroundings. Everyone immediately felt a chill run through their bodies. "Finally, you're here," Marka muttered under his breath. "Dementor." It sounds complicated, but it only took a few seconds. Before Lupin could react, everyone was surprised to find that Marka, who was already standing at the door, had taken another step forward. "Step back," Lupin shouted. "P-class equals block." "It's all right, Professor." Marka waved his hand behind him, but his gaze remained fixed on the Dementor. He keenly noticed that the Dementor seemed unaware of his presence. It seems Dementors do indeed sense emotions to indirectly know if someone is approaching. Marka drew his wand. He didn't even utter a spell, merely conjured a silvery white mist with a flick of his hand, directly pushing the Dementor out forcefully. Then, he followed it out into the corridor. At this moment, Lupin finally squeezed out from inside, holding his wand, but he froze in place, looking astonished after seeing Marka's actions. He never imagined that Marka would actually lift the Dementor's hood. In Marka's left hand, a silvery white mist was swirling, which was undoubtedly a new use of the Patronus charm that Lupin had never seen before. Marka used his left hand, emitting a misty glow, to forcibly press the Dementor against the corridor window, frowning as he stared at the Dementor's terrifying face. After a long while, he shook his head. The Dementor seemed very uncomfortable with this mist, struggling constantly, but it couldn't escape its awkward situation. Maka didn't have time to consider the Dementor's feelings. He pulled up the nearby window, then grabbed the Dementor's neck and forcibly tried to shove it out of the not-so-large window. Although the Dementor looked tall, its body was surprisingly thin. This seemingly impossible act was accomplished by Maka. He turned around and found Lupin looking at him as if he were a monster. "Oh, sorry, Professor," Maka said calmly. "I just felt it wasn't quite appropriate for it to remain on the train." Lupin actually wanted to say, "I think your behavior also seems quite inappropriate, doesn't it?" When Maka returned to the compartment, Harry, Ron, and Hermione all looked at him strangely. It was clear that the scene of him pushing that terrifying monster out the window had been truly shocking. "Oh, Maka," Hermione couldn't help but say, "do you change your personality every semester?" "No, I don't think I have such a strange constitution," Maka said. "I just feel that the days of keeping a low profile are over. From now on, if you have any problems, you can always come to me. I won't ignore you like last semester." In fact, it was true. The Chamber of Secrets incident could be considered an isolated event, only related to Tom Riddle in the diary, so it could barely be maintained by keeping a low profile to ensure its normal progression. Although some minor problems still occurred at the time, Maka rectified them promptly. But in the series of events that followed, the changes were completely unpredictable. The flaw in the Philosopher's Stone incident led to Voldemort escaping while possessing Quirrell. What would happen after that, Maka had no idea. The possibilities were simply too numerous. Therefore, in the days to come, forcibly maintaining the development of events had become meaningless. It was better to actively prepare for Voldemort's return. Relying on one's own strength to guard against Voldemort was the most reliable choice. "Oh," Hermione pursed her lips when she heard this, not knowing what to say to cover up her embarrassment. "Maka, what exactly was that just now?" Harry suddenly asked. "It was terrifying. That was a Dementor." Professor Lupin also walked in. As he spoke, he pulled out a large bar of chocolate and broke it into small pieces. "Here, eat it. It's good for you." He distributed the chocolate to everyone, but when it came to Maka, he hesitated for a moment. "Oh, Maka, do you need a piece too?" "Why not?" Maka naturally took the half-offered chocolate bar from Lupin and put it in his mouth. Harry took the piece of chocolate but didn't eat it. "Dementor?" He repeated the word in confusion. "A Dementor from Azkaban." Everyone stared at him. Professor Lupin crumpled up the empty chocolate wrapper and put it in his pocket. "Eat it," he said again. "It's good for you. I need to have a word with the driver, sorry." He walked past Maka, patted him on the shoulder as he went, and then disappeared into the corridor. Chapter. "That was terrifying," Neville said, his voice noticeably higher than usual, still shaken. "Did you feel cold when that thing came in?" "I felt strange," Ron said, shifting his shoulders uncomfortably. "Like I'd never be happy again." Ginny huddled in a corner, trembling and hugging her knees, sobbing softly. Hermione walked over and put a comforting arm around her. "Ginny, if you don't like chocolate, try this. P class equals block 1. Maka pulled out another small bottle, containing a small amount of slightly whitish liquid, looking like milk diluted with water. But everyone felt a touch of warmth just by looking at it. Ginny felt it too. She looked up at Maka and timidly said, Can I? Of course, you'll feel much better after drinking it." Maka handed the bottle to Ginny. "Just a tiny bit is enough. A small sip the size of a fingernail. This must be very precious. Is it a new potion you invented?" Hermione asked curiously. "Oh yes," Maka said. "Well, I mean it is quite expensive, but it's not exactly a potion. It's not made by brewing." "Oh, I've always wanted to ask." Harry couldn't help but say, "Maka, what do you keep in your robes?" "It's like a cupboard full of all sorts of potions." Maka shrugged at that. "That's my secret." As they spoke, Ginny tremblingly pulled out the stopper and carefully took a small sip. Immediately, she clearly felt a warm current flow down her throat and then instantly spread through her stomach. Her mood miraculously improved. "Oh, I feel happy." Ginny smiled, but then her face fell. "But it tastes really bitter." She recorked the bottle, intending to return it to Maka. "But Maud," Carr waved his hand. "You can keep it yourself and use it for anyone who needs it," he said casually. "Oh, thank you," Ginny nodded gratefully. "But I think it's best not to drink it a second time." "Has she become a bit cheerier?" Ron said, looking at Ginny strangely. "That's only temporary. Once the effect wears off, she'll return to her normal state, for about 2 or 3 minutes. A moment later, Professor Lupin returned. He paused as he entered. Dee looked around and smiled slightly, saying, "I didn't poison the chocolate, you know." As he was speaking, his gaze was drawn to the potion bottle in Ginny's hand. "Oh, what is this?" "Just milk with cheerful flower juice added," Marka said casually. "That's quite good." Lupin's mouth twitched. Although it sounded simple, cheerful flower was not a cheap ingredient. Cheerful flower juice alone could have an effect similar to the advanced potion, wit-sharpening potion, without the side effects of singing and dancing. "All right, we'll be at Hogwarts in 10 minutes, Professor Lupin said. "Is everyone feeling better?" They didn't talk much for the rest of the journey. Finally, the train stopped at Hogsmeade Station, and getting off was a chaotic scramble. Owls hooted, cats occasionally joined the commotion, and even Neville's pet toad croaked from under his hat. The small platform was icy, and cold rain poured down. "First years over here." "What if?" Emily, a voice called out. Hagrid had already bent down and squeezed out of the train. He was now waving to the bewildered new students, ready to lead them on the traditional journey across the lake. "Are you three all right?" Hagrid shouted over the many heads. Harry and his friends waved back, but didn't get a chance to speak to him, as the people around them pushed them forward along the platform. Harry, Ron, and Hermione followed the other students from the school onto a rough, muddy path. There, at least 100 carriages awaited the remaining students, each pulled by an invisible horse. Harry could only assume this, because after they climbed into a carriage and closed the door, it began to move on its own. The carriage jolted and swayed along the way, and inside there was a faint smell of mildew and dry straw. The carriage rumbled forward, past a magnificent pair of wrought iron gates, flanked by many stone pillars topped with small sculptures of winged boars. They saw 2 more tall, hooded Dementors guarding the gates, and as they approached, another wave of cold seemed to sweep over them. All hidden under cloaks, it's really impossible to tell one from another, Marka thought to himself as he looked at them. The carriage picked up speed on the long, sloping driveway all the way to the castle. Hermione leaned out the window, watching the many turrets and towers gradually approach them. Finally, the carriage swayed to a halt, and everyone quickly disembarked. Then they saw someone standing on the stone steps leading to the castle. "Maclean, come here." It was Snape, his face as sour as ever. He didn't look at anyone else, just spoke to Marka and then turned to walk into the castle. Marka was stunned for a moment, greeted Harry and the others, and then quickly followed. In Snape's office, "Professor, did you need something?" Marka asked. "Wolfsbane potion, do you know it?" Snape asked directly. "Oh yes," Marka paused. "Professor R. Lupin needs it. Am I to prepare it?" This time it was Snape's turn to be surprised. "You know you can brew Wolfsbane potion?" he asked, looking at Marka hesitantly. "What's the success rate?" Snape was a little curious that Marka knew Lupin was a werewolf, but he was more concerned with the preparation of Wolfsbane potion, which was extremely difficult to brew. "It should be around 80%. I'd have to try it to know for sure," Marka said frankly. Snape frowned slightly in thought, then said, "Then you try it first. I'm sure you know the dosage schedule for Wolfsbane potion. It must be completed before then." Marka nodded in understanding. Giving this task to Marka was Dumbledore's idea, and Snape didn't object. He had originally planned to demonstrate it to Marka first, but who knew Marka's progress in potions was so fast? Last semester, Marka had been active discreetly at school, and his interactions with Snape in potions had significantly decreased. But he hadn't expected that even with Marka engrossed in his research alone, he would still make incredibly rapid progress that most people couldn't achieve. It could be said that Marka's talent and diligence in magic were truly beyond the reach of ordinary people. But Snape had no idea that there were even deeper underlying reasons hidden within, which Marka himself hadn't even realized. With the task assigned, Marka bid farewell and left, intending to see if he could still make it to the sorting ceremony in the Great Hall, when Snape called him back. "Is there anything else, Professor?" Snape looked at him impatiently, and after a short while he spoke. "If you have time, keep an eye on Potter," he said reluctantly, adding specifically, "That's Dumbledore's wish." "Understood, Professor." The two walked quickly towards the first floor, one after the other. The Great Hall was a sea of pointed black hats, with students filling every long dining table, their faces illuminated by thousands of candelas floating in midair above the tables. Professor McGonagall, holding an ancient hat and a 3-legged stool, was walking towards the center of the dais. I made it, but Marker shook his head faintly. I have to listen to the hat sing again. New students at Hogwarts School had to wear the sorting hat to decide which house they would join. The hat would loudly declare their most suitable house, but it always had a bad habit. It loved to sing out the characteristics of each house in a strange tone, interspersing a few messages it found amusing. When Marker and Snape walked in together, everyone's eyes turned to them. Marker politely inclined his upper body as a gesture of courtesy, but Snape never bothered with such things. He strode towards an empty seat at the teacher's table. "Hey, Marker, over here." At the Hufflepuff table, a beautiful blonde woman was waving at him. That was Charlotte Witt, an older student. "Good evening, senior." Marker walked over and sat in the empty seat next to her. "Congratulations on reaching 7th year. You'll be graduating soon." "Don't even mention it. I still don't know if I can pass the OWLS," Charlotte said with a worried expression. "They really are overwhelmingly exhausting. Is something difficult? Perhaps I can help you with something." As the two chatted casually, Professor Dumbledore stood up to speak, and the Great Hall immediately fell silent. Although Dumbledore was very old, he always gave the impression of being full of energy. His hair and beard were several feet long, he wore half-moon spectacles, and his nose was severely hooked. People often said he was the greatest wizard of his time, but everyone respected him for more than just that. Even Marker had to admit that this elderly wizard possessed an innate charisma. You couldn't help but feel a fondness for him. "Welcome," Professor Dumbledore said, the candlelight glinting off his silver beard. "Welcome to Hogwarts for a new year. I have a few words to say to you all. One of them is very serious, and I think it best to make it clear before you are all muddled by this magnificent feast. Chapter. I thought it best to clarify this matter before you all became muddled by this delicious meal." Dumbledore cleared his throat and continued. "After they searched the Hogwarts Express, as you all must know, our school will currently be hosting several Dementors from Azkaban who are here on official Ministry of Magic business." Dumbledore was displeased about the Dementors guarding the school, but it was the Ministry of Magic's directive, and as the headmaster of Hogwarts, he deeply understood that the ministry represented rules and constraints. Given Dumbledore's influence in the wizarding world, he had to set a good example for other wizards by adhering to the rules, which was beneficial for the stability and development of the wizarding world. "They are stationed at all entrances to the school grounds," Dumbledore continued, "and during their stay, I must make it clear, no one is to leave the school without permission. Dementors should not be fooled by tricks or disguises, not even invisibility cloaks." He added this last sentence without expression. "Dementors are inherently incapable of understanding requests or excuses. Therefore, I warn each and every one of you, do not give them any excuse to harm you. I expect the prefects and our newly appointed head boy and head girl to ensure that no student comes into conflict with the Dementors." Percy, who was sitting a few seats away from Harry, puffed out his chest and looked around impressively. Yes, that's right, Percy had become a Gryffindor prefect, and by the looks of him, he was clearly showing off. On a happier note, Dumbledore continued, "This year, I am delighted to welcome 2 new teachers to our staff. The first is Professor Lupin, who has graciously agreed to fill the vacancy for defense against the dark arts." A smattering of rather unenthusiastic applause rippled through the Great Hall. Only those students who had been in the same compartment as him on the train clapped vigorously, and Marker was, of course, among them. To be honest, Marker had a good impression of this werewolf professor. Well, perhaps it was just because he was curious about werewolves. Lupin looked particularly shabby among all the elegantly dressed teachers. Snape, sitting on the other side of the staff table, watched Professor Lupin with an intense gaze. At Hogwarts, everyone knew that Snape had always wanted to teach defense against the dark arts, so some anger about this was normal. But what puzzled everyone was that the expression on Snape's face went beyond annoyance. It was loathing. It was the exact same feeling Snape had whenever his gaze fell on Harry's face. As for our second teacher appointment, after the rather unenthusiastic applause for Professor Lupin died down, Dumbledore continued, "Well, I regret to inform you that our care of magical creatures teacher, Professor Kettleburn, retired at the end of last year to spend more time with his remaining limbs. However, I am delighted to say that none other than Rubeus Hagrid will be filling his shoes. Hagrid has agreed to take on the role of teacher in addition to his duties as gamekeeper. As soon as Dumbledore finished speaking, Marker was the first to applaud. He knew he had to give Hagrid some encouragement, lest he constantly forget what a teacher should and should not do. Though I doubt it will do much good, Marker thought to himself, clapping his hands dryly and vigorously. He could hear that the applause from the Gryffindor table was particularly enthusiastic. The young lions had always had a good impression of Hagrid. Harry especially leaned forward to look at Hagrid, a happy smile on his face. Hagrid was beaming, his face flushed with excitement, and he stared at his large hands. His smile was hidden in his messy black beard. Gradually, the applause subsided, and when Professor Dumbledore began to speak again, everyone saw Hagrid wiping his eyes with the tablecloth. "Well, I think the important matters have been addressed," Dumbledore said. "Let the feast begin." The new term had begun, and everyone was once again immersed in their studies. From third year onwards, elective courses were available. One was Ancient Runes, another was Muggle Studies, and there were 2 courses related to divination and arithmancy. And of course, let's not forget Hagrid's care of magical creatures. Speaking of which, Marker wasn't particularly good at divination, just as he wasn't good at astronomy. But he still chose both divination and arithmancy. P class equals BL. Arc 1, additionally, Ancient Runes seemed to suit Marker well, but he didn't even have the slightest interest in looking at it. As for Hagrid's care of magical creatures, Marker thought about it and decided to take it. After all, his relationship with Hagrid was quite good, and he had to give him that much respect. However, he only planned to try a few classes of the 2 divination courses, and the specifics would be decided later. But even so, this semester, Marker was clearly going to be much busier than in previous years. Oh, that's right. There's one more thing that must be mentioned. This semester, a major event occurred in Hufflepuff House. The house's Quidditch team suddenly went into a semi-paralyzed state. The reason for its paralysis was simple. All the original team members had quit. First to leave were Captain Darren Criss and Chaser Charles Brown, who had gloriously graduated this year. Immediately following them were 2 7th-year players who, due to pressure from their families, had to withdraw from the team to focus on preparing for their newt. Thus, the Seeker, the beautiful Charlotte, also in her 7th year, followed suit and quit. Only a 6th-year beater, Mark Baker, remained. He was helpless in this dire situation and eventually quit as well. And so, the Hufflepuff House team dramatically found itself completely without players. At this point, Cedric Diggory must be mentioned. He had become a Hufflepuff prefect last year. Since he took office, it must be said, his popularity was quite good. P class equals blow. CK1, who wouldn't like a boy who was rational, handsome, and possessed elegant manners. During a semester of Marker's low-key life, Cedric's reputation in Hufflepuff House rapidly rose, and the young Badgers often compared him to Marker. And it was precisely this rapidly rising handsome prefect who, when such a serious problem arose with the Hufflepuff team, unhesitatingly took the matter upon himself. He personally took on the role of captain, recruited new members, and quickly brought the completely stalled team back to norm. While training, he even came to Marker multiple times, hoping he would rejoin the team. Although Marker did not agree, Cedric always maintained a humble and elegant tone, never becoming impatient or even resentful despite Marker's repeated refusals. It was simply that Marker truly didn't have the time to fly around on a broom. He had too many things to do and simply couldn't manage it all. Just now, he had finished divination class and had to rush to the arithmancy classroom. To be honest, Professor Trelawney's divination class had really left him scratching his head, and this was even after he had already pondered the content of divination in advance. Why can the patterns of tea leaves predict the future? What is the underlying principle? Marker was completely baffled by this. What was worse, none of the books on divination explained the principles, as if it were entirely an empirical subject, which made one suspicious. Relatively speaking, arithmancy was much easier to understand. Whether it was the magical properties of numbers or the magical analysis of shapes, these were all subjects with discernible traces, which genuinely piqued Marker's interest. However, arithmancy, usually required a large amount of complex calculations, piles of formulas nested within formulas, making Marker feel as if he were taking an advanced mathematics class that had gone astray academically. But in any case, arithmancy class was clearly more to Marker's liking than divination class. But just as Marker was about to give up on divination class, he inadvertently recalled a sentence Professor Trelawney had said at the beginning of the class. "You have chosen divination, the most difficult of all magical arts. I must warn you from the outset, if you do not possess the sight, then there is very little I can teach you, and in this regard, books can only take you so far." Yes, divination was undoubtedly a subject that placed extreme importance on talent, and this talent stemmed from an extension of bloodline. But this had no connection to the pureblood theory of wizarding families. The sight, in divination, originated from an awakening similar to atavism, which had no relation to the purity of one's bloodline. It was this conjecture that made Marker decide to continue taking this incomprehensible course and try to find some clues from Professor Trelawney that could be used as reference. Besides that, next up was Hagrid's Care of Magical Creatures class. Just yesterday, Malfoy was injured in Hagrid's class, and this incident quickly spread throughout Slytherin House. Malfoy and his two idiotic cronies worked hard to spread the word, trying to tarnish Hagrid's reputation. "Hagrid, are you all right?" by Hagrid's hut. Some Hufflepuff and Ravenclaw students gathered in the clearing waiting for others who hadn't arrived yet. Marker approached Hagrid and spoke to him. "Oh, I suppose so, all right." Hagrid looked visibly downcast. After all, something went wrong in the very first class, which was not a good thing. "Don't worry, it's not a big deal," Marker said. "But seriously, hippogriffs are classified as 3X, and I think they're not suitable for a first-year class in third year, are they? But they are interesting," Hagrid weakly argued. "And beautiful, don't you think?" Chapter. It was evident that Hagrid was not in good spirits today, clearly affected by the incident involving Malfoy. Once all the students had arrived, he led them along the edge of the forest. 5 minutes later, they found themselves outside an enclosure-like area. "Everyone, come over to this fence," he called out. "Stand where you can see. Now, the first thing you need to do is open your books." Seeing that most of his CL's mates looked glum, Marker decided to demonstrate. "Everyone, you just need to stroke the spine of the book," he said, showing them the correct way to open these monster books of monsters with his actions. Immediately, everyone followed suit. It was clear that some students still found it somewhat amusing, but the trauma these books had inflicted on them wouldn't disappear anytime soon. A book that bites, that was truly a bit unsettling. "Oh, yes," Marker did very well. 5 points to Hufflepuff. Hagrid seemed a little happier. "Oh, I mean, Mr. McLaggen." He paused, then continued, "So next, it was time to call out the hippogriffs, but at this moment, Hagrid hesitated. Marker knew he was still worried that someone might get hurt again. Actually, Professor Hagrid just invited me to be his assistant for a class." Marker suddenly stepped forward, facing everyone, and said calmly, "I think, for some strange reason, everyone must already have a certain understanding of the curse." Content. Marker's teasing tone made the Hufflepuff and Ravenclaw students chuckle quietly. Indeed, apart from Slytherin, few people liked a clown like Malfoy. They all had a poor impression of him, although some would always worry about getting hurt, as this seemed to be a fact. But I want to tell everyone," Marker cleared his throat. "Professor Hagrid's course content is still very interesting. Yes, he has prepared some rare materials for me, which allows me to tell things you won't find in books," Marker said, then turned to signal Hagrid to bring out the hippogriffs. "Oh, all right." Seeing him speak with such composure, Hagrid instinctively turned to act. "That's right, everyone has heard. Today's lesson is on hippogriffs," Marker continued. "This is a creature born from the mating of a male griffin and a mare. And we know that griffins inherently despise horses, so the birth of a hippogriff, one must say, is an incredible thing." P class equals block. K1 Marker saw some intelligent Ravenclaw students nodding. Clearly, the studious little eagles also had some knowledge of this. "And precisely because of this," he continued, "the hippogriff has always been regarded as a symbol of miracles and love. It's very romantic, isn't it?" Marker spread his hands. "Oh yes, this creature sounds amazing," several young girls suddenly exclaimed, their eyes sparkling with light. Evidently, Marker's argument was very popular with the young girls. P class equals blow. CK1, hey, assistant. While that's interesting, The book says this creature's natural enemy is the griffin. A bespectacled Ravenclaw boy couldn't help but ask, but Marker wasn't worried at all. He calmly explained. This precisely demonstrates the cruelty of survival. Everyone must understand that everything has its different sides. It's like us wizards. While hunting magical creatures and using their materials to make various potions for healing, saving lives, and convenience, we also have to take responsibility to protect them so they can continue to exist, rather than becoming extinct one by one over time, disappearing into the dust of history. This is also one of the important meanings of the Care of Magical Creatures course. Listening to Marker's words, the students unconsciously became serious, all pondering the meaning contained within. Of course, Marker added, it is also precisely because this cruel side exists that we can appreciate how precious its beautiful side is, isn't it? At this moment, Hagrid had already brought 6 hippogriffs to the clearing. It seemed that, due to yesterday's lesson, he had finally decided it would be more appropriate to reduce the number. After all, yesterday, when he taught Gryffindor and Slytherin, he had brought a full 12. Although everyone already had some understanding of these creatures, they were seeing their true forms for the first time, and their attention was immediately drawn to them. Hippogriffs have the body, hind legs, and tail of a horse, but their front legs, wings, and head are still those of an eagle. Class equals Block 1, they have steel-colored beaks and bright orange eyes. The claws on their front legs are about half a foot long, and they certainly look dangerous. Each hippogriff had a thick feathered ruff around its neck, to which a long chain was attached. The ends of these chains were held in Hagrid's large hand as he trotted slowly behind the animals into the enclosure's clearing. Over there, he roared, rattling the chains and urging the creatures to come to the fence where all the students stood. As Hagrid walked forward and tethered them to the fence, most students couldn't help but step back a little. Hippogriffs, Hagrid shouted, waving to everyone, then cautiously added, they're beautiful, aren't they? Indeed, these half-bird, half-horse creatures looked quite good. They had glossy fur with colors gradually changing from head to tail, making one want to touch them. Of course, you'd have to ignore their sharp beaks and keen claws first. All right. The first thing you must know about hippogriffs is they are proud, Hagrid said, his voice lowering as he spoke. You see, it's very easy to offend them during the first encounter. You need to. Marker couldn't help but shake his head inwardly. If this continued, the lesson wouldn't happen. Although Hagrid was a half-giant, his heart seemed to have inherited human traits, a bit too delicate. He was always worried that he would leave a bad impression on the children. As Professor Hagrid said, seeing Hagrid's voice getting lower and lower, Marker had to speak again. Hippogriffs are proud creatures, which they inherit from their paternal bloodline, that is, griffins. But for the same reason, like griffins, they can be tamed by wizards. They don't have preconceived hostility towards humans. As long as you know the correct way to communicate, they can become your friends and even protect you when you face danger. Oh, yes, that's right, Mr. McLaggen explained it perfectly, Hagrid said happily, and the way to communicate with them is to wait for them to make the first move. T's polite, understand. Walk up to it and bow. Pay attention, you must always maintain eye contact with it, then you wait. If it bows back to you, you can touch it. If it doesn't bow, then get away from it quickly because that means it's not in a good mood right now. Or that you did something wrong, Marker added. Then Marker said loudly, next I'll give you a demonstration. I hope everyone can watch each step carefully. Wait, I'll untie it first. But before Hagrid could finish, Marker had already walked in front of a hippogriff. He stared at it unblinkingly, then bowed slightly. Opposite him, the hippogriff, which had been somewhat annoyed by the restraint of its leather collar, tilted its head to look at Marker, then immediately calmed down. It could be seen that the hippogriff was staring into Marker's eyes, and its expression seemed a little strange. Oh, what's wrong? Hagrid hurried over, only to find that this hippogriff seemed a bit uneasy. All the feathers on its neck had bristled. Class equals blow. CK1 forgot about this, Marker muttered, frowning slightly at the sight. Hippogriffs are creatures very sensitive to gaze. They can judge goodwill or malice, timidity or ferocity from it, and use this to avoid danger. However, this hippogriff couldn't sense any discernible emotion in Marker's eyes, which made it feel uneasy. Professor Hagrid, do you have any food? You know the kind hippogriffs like? Marker asked, maintaining eye contact with the hippogriff. Oh, of course. Hagrid took a ferret from the large pocket behind him and placed it in Marker's outstretched hand. Marker dangled the ferret in front of him, and the hippogriff was immediately attracted by its favorite food. Marker took 2 steps forward and tossed the ferret to it. The hippogriff quickly flapped its wings a few times, raised its neck, caught the ferret Marker had thrown, and then swallowed it whole. Seizing the opportunity, Marker bowed again. It proved that for hippogriffs, creatures with slightly lower intelligence, feeding them was actually a more suitable way to make friends. This time, after a few moments of hesitation, it also bent its scaly front knees and lowered its head. Well done, you succeeded. Hagrid was as excited as if he had succeeded himself, waving his hand, urging Marker to go up and stroke it. And the students outside the fence also seemed to breathe a sigh of relief, chattering and exchanging whispers. Chapter. The night in the Forbidden Forest remained as dim and lightless as ever, with the occasional gust of wind causing the leaves to rustle loudly. In the hollow deep within the Forbidden Forest, everything was still in disarray. Countless Aragog-sized acromantulas surrounded Marker, who had returned, silently staring at him with their 8 glowing eyes. This was Marker's 3rd visit to the acromantula territory since the beginning of the school year. He had spent almost the entire summer vacation working on bloodline transformation. It was worth noting that while at Beauxbatons, aside from helping Victoire care for the Raphael dragon, Marker had mostly dedicated his free time to research in this area. And thankfully, the research on bloodline transformation had progressed smoothly. The first attempt could begin tonight. Aragog, are you ready? Marker asked calmly. When Marker returned from France and first visited the Forbidden Forest, Aragog and his wife Marceg had met with him together. Originally, Marceg had vehemently disagreed. To give up her children was akin to taking her life. But when Marceg learned that if Aragog underwent bloodline transformation, their offspring would be stronger and more likely to survive, she quickly agreed. Even within the acromantula colony in the Forbidden Forest, the survival rate of their young was not very high. Marceg would often throw tantrums when her children suddenly disappeared or died. For her, it was incredibly important are her children to grow up healthy. Yet despite this, the idea of accepting a wizard's transformation still made Aragog somewhat hesitant. When Marker asked Aragog if he was ready, Aragog clicked and scuttled around, clearly still a bit worried. Don't worry, as I've said, even if the transformation fails, there won't be any problems, Marker reassured him. At most, you'll just feel very tired and need a few days of rest. Marker's chosen transformation method was based on his strongest subject, Podio. He had extracted some of Aragog's bodily fluids and specifically blended them with basilisk blood. If successful, Aragog might not undergo too drastic a change, but his offspring would integrate some magical properties of the basilisk into the characteristics of the acromantula. However, the difficulty of this bloodline transformation was indeed significant, and even with the smooth research process, Marker didn't expect immediate success. When Aragog indicated he was ready, Marker decisively injected the prepared potion into his body. Time passed slowly, and Aragog's condition didn't seem to change much. He just gradually became listless. From standing initially, he slowly transitioned to lying on the ground. I feel weak, Aragog clicked. I think the first attempt has failed, Marker said, patting Aragog's leg, then took out a potion and held it to his mouth. Drink this, then rest for a few days, and you'll recover quickly. The failure of the first attempt didn't bring Marker much surprise. It was normal. All he needed to do was adjust the transformation formula based on the data collected from this attempt, and that was all. The next morning, the sun rose as usual, casting the first ray of dawn upon Hogwarts, dispelling the tranquility brought by the night. Marker got out of bed, quickly washed up, and then hurried to the greenhouse. Although Victoire had taken a leave of absence, the task of tending to the plants continued. Many of the potion ingredients Marker himself had planted were there, and a careless mistake would lead to a great loss. Normally no one would be there so early, but today an uninvited guest was in the greenhouse. Professor, as soon as Marker opened the greenhouse door, he saw Snape examining the herbs inside. Snape nodded to Marker expressionlessly. Just as Marker was about to go about his own business, Snape unexpectedly spoke first. Wolfsbane potion, how is it progressing? Snape asked. Good progress, Professor. Marker turned around at the question and replied, although the preparation process is complex, there aren't many difficulties on the pharmacological side. Snape nodded, then lowered his head and continued to examine the herbs. Seeing this, Marker initially intended to go back to his own work, but then he paused, a thought occurring to him. Professor Snape, there's a type of flower I was wondering if you could take a look at for me, Marker asked. He was referring to the flower seeds Victoire had asked him to try planting last semester. After that, Marker had continued to research many sources, but he still hadn't resolved the original questions. He thought that perhaps Snape, as a potions master, might know. You should ask Professor Sprout about such questions, Snape said, looking up impatiently. But even as he said this, he still walked towards Marker. The flower seeds Marker had planted earlier had already grown some stems and leaves. They looked very ordinary, not moving like other magical plants, nor suddenly spurting out gas or anything similar. They were like some muggle plants, simply emerging from the soil and standing there quietly. However, if one observed closely, they would notice a subtle, mesmerizing glow on their branches and leaves, making people unconsciously stare at them for a long time. Even Snape fell victim to this. Marker had to tap Snape's arm to remind him. Don't stare at those lights. It's easy to get lost in them, Marker said. Snape shifted his gaze, stood in place, and pondered for a moment before speaking. I haven't seen it either, nor do I recall any texts mentioning this plant, but it should have a strong hallucinogenic effect, Snape said seriously. When they bloom, preparations must be made. Marker nodded immediately. You can ask Professor Sprout again, Snape suggested. In fact, I've already asked her, and she doesn't know what species this flower is either, Marker said. These are flower seeds provided by Mr. Lacquer. Although I don't know where she got them, it's possible they are a new, artificially cultivated species. Snape grunted, glanced at the plants again, and then walked away. He had come to the greenhouse this time to select some herbs for his lessons. Although he always wore a stern face and disliked students asking questions in class, he was always thoroughly prepared for teaching. Snape was a competent potions professor, as Dumbledore himself had acknowledged, and his judgment was rarely wrong. The time before breakfast quickly passed. After Marker finished tidying his tools, he hurried away again. Snape had already returned to his office halfway through Marker's work. After breakfast, today's first class was Professor Lupin's defense against the dark arts. Lupin entered the classroom just as the bell rang. He smiled slightly at everyone and placed his tattered briefcase on the desk. His attire was as shabby as when he arrived, but he looked healthier than he had on the train, as if he had eaten several hearty meals. Good morning, everyone, he said. Please put your books back in your bags. Today is a practical lesson. You only need your wands. The entire class immediately put their books back in their bags. Everyone looked excited, as they had never had a practical defense against the dark arts lesson before. This indeed sounded fresh. Well, Lupin said, seeing that everyone was ready, follow me. Everyone stood up and followed Lupin out of the classroom. He led them down an empty corridor, turned a corner, and entered another corridor. Soon he stopped right outside the staff room. Please come in, Professor Lupin said, opening the door and stepping back. The staff room was a long room filled with mismatched old chairs. It looked spacious, and the large windows made it always bright inside. At the far end of the room, against the wall, stood a large wardrobe, which occasionally shook and banged against the wall, seemingly containing something. Could I forget about this? I should have skipped this class. Marker shook his head, thinking, unless everyone wants to see what a Boggart truly looks like. Don't worry, Professor Lupin said calmly, as several students looked a bit nervous. There's only a Boggart inside. Boggarts like dark, enclosed spaces, Professor Lupin said. Wardrobes, the gaps under beds, the cupboard under the sink. Once I encountered a Boggart hiding in an old clock in an ancestral home. And this one was moved in yesterday afternoon. I asked the headmaster if the teachers could avoid disturbing it, so my third-year students could have some practical experience. So, I think everyone should know in advance, what exactly is a Boggart? Lupin asked, looking at the students. It's a shape-shifting creature that looks into your mind and turns into your greatest fear, a Ravenclaw boy answered. Yes, exactly, very correct. Lupin smiled and nodded. He paused, then glanced at Marker, who was standing at the back, and suddenly added, Mr. McLean, I often hear other professors say that you usually have a deeper understanding of certain knowledge. Do you have anything to add? Marker looked at Lupin and said, "It's not an addition. It's just a guess. The reason Boggarts shapeshift to scare people might be because they feed on human fear rather than for self-defense, as is generally believed in the wizarding world. Of course, this is just a speculation by some wizarding scholars, but I personally think there's merit to this theory. Yes, it's just a speculation. McLean is right," Lupin nodded, "but it's a good research topic involving a lot of very profound knowledge, and I hope you can figure it out in the future. All right, next, I think. Chapter. So what I want to tell you next is that the Boggart in the wardrobe sitting in the darkness has not yet taken on any form. It doesn't know what frightens the person outside the door. No one knows what a Boggart looks like when it's alone, but when I let it out, it will immediately transform into each of our greatest fears. This means, Professor Lupin said, that before the practical session officially begins, we have a huge advantage over the Boggart. Does anyone know what that advantage is? I think it's because there are too many people here, a student said. Yes, exactly, Lupin laughed. The best way to deal with a Boggart is to have a crowd so it gets confused, because it doesn't know what to turn into. The spell to repel a Boggart is very simple, but it requires willpower. You know, what truly scares a Boggart away is laughter. All you have to do is force it to take on a form you find ridiculous. Let's try the incantation. Without wands first, please repeat after me. Ridiculous. Marker was clearly not impressed by this. In fact, Boggarts are almost harmless. Even if they transform into your greatest fear, they won't cause you corresponding harm. They only make a lot of noise to scare you. Good, Professor Lupin said. Very good. But that's just the easiest part. You know, just saying the spell isn't enough. Lupin had everyone line up and take turns confronting the Boggart in the wardrobe. At this point, Lupin's choice of course material was undoubtedly much better than Hagrid's. Although Boggarts seemed terrifying, they had no potential to harm anyone, making them very suitable for a first lesson. Everyone seemed happy after all. Such an interesting class was truly rare. Of course, occasionally a student would faint from fright, but at least so far no one had experienced that. Soon it was Marker's turn. "Oh, good, excellent," Lupin praised loudly. Then continued, "Next, P class equals BL. Arc 1 Marker stepped forward, facing the Boggart that had previously turned into a Yeti in a Christmas outfit, and waited quietly. He was also curious about how the Boggart would react when it faced him. The next moment, the Yeti twisted and spun, emitting a series of crackling sounds, a sign that the Boggart was about to transform. But the crackling continued, and it spun rapidly, yet it never completed its transformation. Looks of confusion appeared on everyone's faces, and Professor Lupin also looked at the Boggart in bewilderment, not knowing what it was doing. It's important to know that everyone has fears, no matter how small, and a Boggart will detect them and transform itself into the object of that fear. So Lupin didn't think of anything else. He just assumed there was something wrong with this particular Boggart. But Marker knew exactly what was happening. He watched the Boggart twisting and spinning in midair, and seeing that it showed no sign of stopping, he couldn't help but extend his wand. P class equals. Block 1 originally, Marker had intended to use a freezing charm, but after a moment's consideration, he gave up on the idea. Ridiculous. Marker transformed the continuously spinning Boggart into a large ball of yarn, which bounced a few times on the ground with thumping sounds and rolled to the side. Perhaps it's because I'm prone to dizziness, and it wanted to make me dizzy by spinning non-stop, Marker explained dryly. Lupin shrugged and said, "Oh, well, maybe that's right. P class equals block 1. The other students were puzzled, but when they heard Marker's reason, they couldn't help but laugh. Overall, the class was a great success. If possible, everyone hoped that Professor Lupin could break the curse that defense against the dark arts professors can only serve for 1 year and stay on permanently. The students all loved his defense against the dark arts classes. Perhaps only Draco Malfoy and his Slytherin cronies spoke ill of Professor Lupin. Look at his robes, Malfoy. Why would say loudly when Professor Lupin walked by, he dresses like our house elf. But apart from them, no one cared that Professor Lupin's robes were patched and frayed. His subsequent classes were as lively and interesting as the first. After Boggarts, they studied red caps, unpleasant goblin-like creatures that lurked wherever someone had bled, in the castle's main tower, in the craters of deserted battlefields, waiting to violently attack lost travelers. Then, the class content shifted from red caps to kappas. These were crawling aquatic creatures that looked like scaly monkeys with webbed hands, busy trying to strangle waders who carelessly stepped into their ponds. Everyone looked forward to each class. Defense against the dark arts had not given them this feeling in a long time. However, compared to defense against the dark arts, Hagrid's care of magical creatures class seemed terrible. After the action-packed first lesson, this class became very dull. Although Marker had given Hagrid a good start, the rumors spread by Malfoy had made Hagrid lose confidence. Now, class after class, they learned how to care for flabberworms, often stuffing finely chopped lettuce into the flabberworms' slimy throats during class. In the students' eyes, they must have been the most annoying creatures in existence. Marker couldn't do much about it, although he didn't mind being an unofficial teaching assistant. On the side, since Hagrid had lost confidence, he wasn't the type to force himself to help. P class equals block. K1 besides, he had plenty of things to be busy with. For example, tonight, he still had to make time to go to Hogsmeade Village to pick up something from his partner, Tyrande. Hogsmeade Village was always covered in white because it was located above the snow line year-round. Marker had long been accustomed to this. But recently, Hogsmeade was a bit different from usual. Dementors were searching everywhere, and most wizards rarely left their homes. Sirius Black's escape from Azkaban had indeed caused a huge stir. After all, since Azkaban began operating as a wizard prison, there had never been an instance of a prisoner escaping. Marker walked alone through Hogsmeade Village in the dark, occasionally brushing past one or two Dementors, but without exception, they all ignored Marker's presence. It proved that they indeed couldn't detect Marker. Marker also had no time to deal with those monsters. He hurriedly bypassed the tall, thin creatures and quickly arrived at the back door of an inconspicuous shop in an alley. PC. Las equals block 1 knock knock. Marker gently knocked on the wooden door, the sound particularly abrupt in the silent night. Soon the door was opened a crack from the inside, and a face covered in bandages appeared behind it. "Oh, it's you. Come in quickly." Tyrande pulled the wooden door halfway open, beckoning him in hastily. Marker squeezed sideways through the door, which quickly creaked shut again. "This is terrible, those damn, cough cough, damn Dementors," Tyrande said angrily. "Business has been, cough cough, driven away by them, so I've brought you something good." Under Marker's disguise, the raspy voice still made one want to clear their ears. He pulled out a small bottle and placed it on the table in front of Tyrande. "This is a little gadget with a similar effect to the Patronus charm. Although its effect is far inferior to the Patronus charm, anyone can use it after all." How? Cough cough. "How do you use it?" Tyrande picked up the small bottle and looked at it. Inside, there seemed to be a milky white flocculent substance, emitting a faint glow. "You just need to pull out the stopper," Marker explained. "It will erupt in a burst of white light, keeping Dementors at bay. The effective duration is about 1 minute. "Oh, this is really a cough cough good thing." Tyrande looked pleased. "How many of these do you have?" "Unfortunately, not many," Marker shrugged. "At least don't expect it to be mass-produced." "But we price it higher, can't we?" Cough cough. "Yes, I think." Cough cough. "Yes." Tyrande nodded continuously. "Oh, by the way, cough cough, your item is ready." He stood up, took a flat box from the shelf behind him and placed it in front of Marker. Marker gently opened the box and lifted out its contents. It was a set of dark clothing, from a shirt to trousers to a long hooded cloak, and even a pair of boots and gloves. They all looked exquisite. At first, ants they seemed black, but upon closer inspection, one would notice a subtle hint of dark green, and on their surface, there seemed to be fine scales, making one think of snake skin. That's right. This was a good item, custom-made by Tyrande from a craftsman, using the basilisk skin Marker had painstakingly peeled off as raw material. Besides this, there were still many materials left from the basilisk, enough for Marker to gradually arm himself. Especially the basilisk horn. Marker intended to process it himself. If nothing unexpected happened, a powerful self-made wand would become one of his strong aids in the future. Having completed what he intended to do, Marker sat with Tyrande for a while longer, learned about the various rumors circulating recently, and then got up and left. But what he hadn't expected was that in Hogsmeade Village, which was crawling with Dementors, Sirius Black was boldly roaming around in his animagus form. he's really got a lot of nerve. Just as Marker walked out of the back door of Tyr Anne's shop, he caught a glimpse of a black dog darting through the depths of the alley. Chapter. It was still the dead of night, and the residents of Hogsmeade Village were all fast asleep. Occasionally, Dementors would drift through the village, searching for targets they could never find. Just outside Hogsmeade Village, in a not-so-dense forest, two figures were in hot pursuit. Both were agile, moving swiftly even through the snow-covered woods. Occasionally, moonlight filtered through the gaps in the branches, briefly illuminating the dark figures as they ran past. Leading the chase was a large black dog, stout and imposing in its movements, yet it was the one fleeing. Not far behind the black dog was a small figure wrapped in a gray cloak, seemingly no taller than the dog itself, but relentlessly driving the large black dog forward. Naturally, these were Sirius Black and Marker, still in his disguised attire. A short while ago, Marker had inadvertently caught sight of Black prowling through Hogsmeade Village. At first, Marker had intended to ignore him, but after a moment's thought, he changed his mind. As Marker pursued Black into a narrower alley, Black, still in his animagus form, suddenly turned and lunged at him. Black had expected to quickly dispatch his pursuer, but the outcome was not what he had imagined. Under Marker's two incredibly swift, stunning spells, the black dog Black had become let out a whimper and was thrown backward. It was evident that Black's physical condition was not good. He had indeed managed to dodge in time, but his actions were clearly disconnected from his conscious reactions. Immediately, Black and Marker began a chase across the snow. Neither of them attracted the attention of the Dementors. They pursued each other until they reached the forest on the outskirts of Hogsmeade. Initially, Marker was almost shaken off by several consecutive bursts of speed from Black, but after he muttered something under his breath, his movements became much swifter. As time passed, the distance between them grew shorter and shorter. Impedimenta, Marker finally seized an opportunity, casting the spell he had prepared just as Black leaped forward, using a tree trunk as a springboard. Suddenly, Black's movements slowed. In the light of the moonbeams, Marker could even see his dog fur swaying in the wind. But just as Marker was about to cast his next spell, Black's body began to ripple and distort, transforming back into his human form in an instant. Protego. Black's dueling skills, are still formidable, especially his ability to make accurate snap judgments. He didn't try to resolve his predicament first, but instead, with a strained wave of his wand, cast a shield charm on himself. When Marker's subsequent stunning spell struck, the red magical energy from Marker's wand was blocked in time. Immediately after, Black shouted, "Finite incantatum." Marker instantly realized that Black was using a counter-curse to dispel his impediment jinx. This was a good opportunity. Expelliarmus. Marker immediately cast. But the next moment, when he saw Black still suspended in midair, he understood he had been tricked. Black had cast a disarming charm almost the very second after Marker cast his own. The timing of the opponent was incredibly precise. Even though Marker realized something was wrong and immediately interrupted his spell to dive aside, it was already too late. Both disarming charms hit their targets with an extremely short time difference. But Black was protected by the lingering shield charm. Although Marker's disarming charm hit Black's body directly, it only knocked his wand away. Conversely, Black's disarming charm merely struck Marker's lower leg, but his wand had already flown into Black's hand. Petrificus totalis. Marker tried to get up, but Black's movements were a step faster than his. He was almost ready to accept the effects of the full body-bind curse, but the anticipated situation did not occur. He could still move. Regardless of why, he immediately pulled out a small bottle and flung it into a bush not far from Black. Instantly, a cloud of smoke quickly spread through the forest, and in a blink of an eye, the surrounding area became a hazy white. Both their visions were obscured. Concentrate. Marker simply closed his eyes and activated his sensory abilities. All at once, the howling wind, the rustling of branches and leaves, and Black's footsteps. All these sounds intertwined in Marker's perception, forming a crude yet clear world. After a long period of practice, this ability, originally learned from that assassin, had matured significantly. He could even see Black walking in the direction his wand had flown, relying on memory. After making his assessment, Marker immediately threw another bottle. It arced through the air and landed in a nearby bush, making a sound. And it was this small sound that made Black decisively transform back into his animagus form and bolt in the opposite direction. Class equals block 1 this time. Marker did not pursue him. Instead, he leaned against a nearby tree trunk, lost in thought. What made me think I could easily deal with Sirius Black? Ever since he started at Hogwarts, his magical proficiency had indeed surpassed his peers by far, even outshining many adult wizards. This was indeed something to be proud of, so much so that Dumbledore had praised him multiple times. Although he constantly reminded himself that the path of exploring magic was incredible. Why long, and at his current progress, he had only just taken the first step. But when the vast majority of people around him couldn't compare to him, his judgment of his own strength inevitably became skewed. He wasn't arrogant, nor did he underestimate his opponent. Without emotions, he wouldn't even have the opportunity to be arrogant. But precisely because he had lost his accustomed way of thinking, his purely rational actions became a kind of judgment impediment. The lack of emotion made rationale difficult to sustain alone, and Marker's judgment ability had unknowingly declined significantly. Even if I can deceive others with feigned emotions, I can never truly deceive myself. Can I? Marker murmured to himself. The white smoke gradually dissipated, revealing a small figure leaning against a tree trunk. In the cold wind of the snowy ground, he couldn't help but tighten the old felt cloak around him. The already summer night grew even deeper. After that night, Marker's actions became much more cautious. After all, anyone who had their wand taken away due to a misjudgment would probably feel the same, wouldn't they? Although Marker had retrieved Sirius Black's wand, using it didn't really make much difference. Any wand was more or less the same to him, but it wasn't his own. If I can make my own wand someday, I'll definitely add a wrist strap or something. Marker, who was in the room of requirement readjusting the bloodline modification formula, couldn't help but mutter under his breath. Recently, he had made another attempt with Aragog, and although it still wasn't a successful modification, there was a significant breakthrough in the collection of experimental data. At this point, success was already within sight, but just as Marker finished adjusting the formula and was about to head to the Great Hall for dinner, Luna suddenly walked up to him. "Hey, did you know? Halloween is coming soon," Luna said, tilting her head dreamily. Marker looked up and said, "Oh yes, Hogsmeade, that's right, want to go together?" Luna asked. Marker thought for a moment, then nodded in agreement. To be honest, Hogsmeade wasn't safe right now, and it would be better if he went along. Even if he currently had an inaccurate assessment of his own strength, Luna seemed very happy. She smiled slightly, indicating her interest in the outing. Which made Marker shake his head involuntarily. There was still more than half a month until Halloween. After dinner, Marker bid farewell to Luna and walked directly to Snape's office. "Knock, knock, Professor, it's me, Marker McLean. Come in." When Snape's cold response came from the office, Marker reached out and opened the office door. "Professor, this is this month's portion." Marker placed a potion bottle on Snape's desk and said softly. This was the second bottle of Wolfsbane potion he had brewed, and in terms of preparation speed, it was clearly a bit faster than last month. Snape inspected it, then nodded. "Then I'll be leaving now." Marker politely bowed slightly and turned to leave the office, but Snape called out to him. "I still have something to do. You take it to Lupin," Snape said indifferently, placing the Wolfsbane potion back on the table. Although he appeared red calm, his eyes clearly flickered with impatience, evidently not wanting to see Lupin, his old classmate. Marker stopped, turned to look at the potion bottle on the table, then picked it up again. "All right, Professor," he said calmly. "If possible, I'll deliver it directly every month from now on." Do that," Snape immediately agreed. "Then good night, Professor." Marker bowed again, then left with the Wolfsbane potion tucked away in the office. Snape watched tea. He closed door, a thoughtful expression on his face. A clemency. After a long while, Snape murmured to himself, "Chapter." Knock, knock. Lupin was in his office, preparing lessons for his upcoming classes. His desk was piled high with all sorts of books, most of them three-finger-thick reference volumes. Suddenly, 2 light taps on the door came from outside. "Who is it?" he asked, looking up. "Good evening, Professor Lupin. It's Marker McLean." Lupin froze at the sound. P-class equals block 1. To be honest, he was a little unsure how to deal with this particular student. Ever since Dumbledore invited him to teach at Hogwarts, he had a general understanding of the students he would be interacting with. After all, this was a rare, legitimate job. It was incredibly difficult for a werewolf to find suitable employment, and because of this, despite not lacking talent, he had always lived in poverty, constantly on the run. Lupin cherished this job greatly. But this child, Marker, left him feely, somewhat helpless. If Marker were just an ordinary genius, Lupin wouldn't have any worries. On the contrary, he would have been delighted. However, what this student displayed was more than could be explained by the word genius. Lupin was already starting to worry if he could conceal his werewolf identity from this child. If it were discovered, oh, that would be unimaginably terrible. He genuinely didn't want to see the terrified faces of those lovely children when they learned his true identity. Why that look as if they were staring at a monster really didn't suit the innocent faces of children. He absolutely never wanted to see it a second time. And if it were Marker, that child might not hesitate to pull out his wand and hit me hard in the face. That's what he did to the Dementors. Lupin couldn't help but force a bitter smile. Come in. He hesitated for a moment, but finally spoke. The door opened, and the child's face still held that calm expression, as if nothing could surprise him too much. It was hard to imagine it was still a childish face. Good evening, Professor Lupin. Marker forced a smile, but he didn't know that his smile looked rather eerie, and it would have been better not to smile at all. Good evening. Is there something you need, coming to see me so late? Lupin also smiled and asked. Oh yes, I'm here to deliver something to you, Marker said, pulling out the potion bottle containing the wolfsbane potion and gently placing it on top of the pile of books on Lupin's desk. There was no extra space on the table, so he could only do that. But Lupin looked at the small potion bottle, and the smile on his face stiffened. Oh, did Professor Snape send you to deliver this to me? Lupin said dryly. Thank you, I appreciate it. Yes, that's right, Marker nodded. From now on, I'll be delivering your monthly potions. That damned Snivelus. Lupin couldn't help but curse inwardly, but he had to maintain an awkward smile on his face. /PO, thank you, but I don't think this is quite appropriate. I'll speak with Professor Snape. I'll have him deliver it himself. You don't need to bother. No bother, Marker said, shrugging. In fact, Professor, I prepare the wolfsbane potion every month, so delivering it won't take much time. Marker hadn't even finished speaking when Lupin's face completely froze. Oh, last month, was it also you? Lupin asked awkwardly, with a complicated expression. Yes. Marker nodded. Don't worry, Professor, I'll keep your secret, no need to worry. Lupin subconsciously nodded, then immediately shook his head. Thank you, but what about you? He couldn't help but ask, don't you have any other thoughts about this? Other thoughts? Marker repeated his words, then immediately understood his meaning. Oh, it's nothing, he said, shrugging. In my opinion, a change in bloodline can even be a manifestation of advantage. Take Merlin. For example, he once researched the modification of wizard bloodlines. It's a very interesting magical study. But Lupin opened his mouth but didn't know what to say. Well, thank you. Relax, Professor, Marker said. Your lessons are excellent and everyone enjoys them. I believe that even if the truth comes out, at least among most students, their impression of you won't change much. I hope so, Lupin sighed, then decisively shook his head. No, it's better if it doesn't come out. Well then, I'll head back to the common room. Good night, Professor. Good night, Mr. McLean. Lupin watched Marker calmly leave his office. When the door closed, he couldn't help but add, and thank you. Recently, Harry had been training for Quidditch 3 times a week without fail. The weather grew colder and wetter, and the nights became darker. But no amount of mud, wind, or rain could shake Harry's wonderful prediction. Their team would eventually win the huge Quidditch Silver Cup. This is our last chance to win the Quidditch Cup, my last chance. Oliver Wood, the Gryffindor team captain, told his teammates, pacing back and forth in front of them. I'll be leaving school at the end of this year. I won't be able to play here anymore. Gryffindor hasn't won in 7 years. Well, we've had extremely bad luck in the past, injuries, and then the tournament was cancelled last year. Wood swallowed, as if the memory still stuck in his throat. But we also know that we have the title of the best team in this school, he said, clenching one fist and hitting it into the other hand, his eyes once again flashing with that old fervent glow. We have 3 of the best chasers. Wood pointed to Alicia Spinnet, Angelina Johnson, and Katie Bell in turn. We have 2 unbeatable beaters. Don't say it, Oliver, you're making us blush. Fred and George, the mischievous Weasley brothers, said together, pretending to blush. And we have a seeker who always wins the game, Wood said in a low voice, staring at Harry with a furious and proud look. And me, he added as an afterthought. We think you're pretty good too, Oliver, George said. An excellent keeper, Fred said. The point is, Wood continued, pacing again, there's still no Marker McLean this year. Yes, no, Marker McLean. Oh, don't mention that scoring maniac, don't mention him, Fred and George said in unison. The other team members also looked like they had a lingering fear. It could be said that in the semester before last, Marker's dominating performance on the field truly made the players of the other three house teams lose confidence. It was as if as long as that guy was there, the Quidditch Silver Cup simply couldn't move. The title scoring maniac began to circulate among the various house teams from that time. Oliver, this is our year, no McLean, Fred said. We'll win, Oliver, no McLean, Angelina said. Definitely. Harry also weakly added, No Ma, I mean no McLean, P class equals block. One evening, as night had quietly fallen, Harry had just finished his strenuous training for the day. He was walking towards the Gryffindor common room, feeling cold and stiff, but he was still very satisfied with how the practice went. When Harry squeezed through the hole behind the portrait of the fat lady, he found the common room buzzing with excited chatter. What's going on? He asked Ron and Hermione. The two of them were sitting in the best seats by the fireplace, comparing star charts from their astronomy class. The first Hogsmeade weekend, Ron said, pointing to a notice on the old bulletin board. End of October, eve of Halloween. Brilliant, Fred said, who had followed Harry through the portrait hole. I need to go to Zonko's, I'm running low on dung bombs. Harry plopped down on a chair next to Ron, his excited mood gradually fading. Hermione seemed to read his mind. Harry, I'm sure you'll be able to go next time, she said. They're bound to catch Black soon, someone already. I saw him somewhere. Black wouldn't be that stupid. He wouldn't dream of doing anything in Hogsmeade, Ron said. Ask Professor McGonagall if you can go this time, Harry. Who knows when the next one will be? Ron, Hermione said with raised eyebrows. Harry should stay at school. He can't be the only third year left behind, Ron argued. Go ask McGonagall. Go on, Harry. Yes, I think I will ask. Harry seemed to make up his mind. Hermione opened her mouth to say yes. Thing, but at that moment her cat Crookshanks nimbly jumped onto her lap, a large dead spider in its mouth. Does it have to eat in front of us? Ron roared. Clever Crookshanks, did you catch it yourself? Hermione completely ignored the shouting Ron. She lowered her head, looking at Crookshanks with a gentle expression, as if she found even its spider reading adorable. Crookshanks slowly chewed the spider, its yellow eyes fixed on Ron. Just let it stay there. Please, Ron said huffily, going back to his star chart. Scabbers is sleeping in my bag. Chapter. Next to Ron, Harry yawned. The recent training had been quite tiring, and he really wanted to go straight to sleep, but his star chart wasn't finished yet. He pulled his bag over, took out parchment, ink, and a quill, and started on his homework. You can copy mine if you want, Ron said, marking the last star on his chart with a flourish, then pushing it towards Harry. Hermione, who disapproved copying, couldn't help but purse her lips, but she didn't say anything. Crookshanks was still staring intently at Ron, its furry tail twitching slightly. Then it pounced in a silent ambush. Oh, Ron cried out, snatching his bag away. He saw Crookshanks' forepaws firmly gripping the bag, and it had started to bite fiercely. Let go, you stupid beast. Ron struggled to retrieve his bag from Crookshanks' claws, but it held on tight, foaming at the mouth from its biting. Don't hurt him, Hermione shrieked, as the entire common room watched the spectacle. Ron spun around quickly with his bag, Crookshanks still clinging on. Suddenly, Scabbers leaped out from the top of the bag. Get that cat, Ron yelled. At this, Crookshanks released the bag, jumped onto the table, and chased the terrified rat Scabbers. George Weasley lunged to grab Crookshanks but missed. Scabbers scurried around the common room, darting under a large cabinet. Class equals, block 1. Crookshanks stopped abruptly, crouched low, and furiously pawed under the cabinet with its front paws. Ron and Hermione rushed over. Hermione grabbed Crookshanks around the waist and struggled to lift it away. Ron, meanwhile, lay on the floor and with great effort grabbed Scabbers' tail and pulled it out. Look, he roared at Hermione, dangling Scabbers in front of her, its skin and bones. Don't let that cat near it. Crookshanks doesn't know it's doing anything wrong. Hermione's voice trembled. Idly all cats catch rats, Ron. This beast is weird. Ron shouted, struggling to get the frantically squirming Scabbers back into his bag. It heard me say Scabbers was in my bag. Oh, that's nonsense, Hermione retorted. Crookshanks would have smelled it, Ron. Do you think it would? The people around them couldn't help but start to laugh. That cat is obsessed with Scabbers. Ron ignored the laughter and interrupted Hermione again. Scabbers was here first, and it's sick. P class equals BL. Oc 1. After saying that, Ron strode across the common room and went upstairs to the boys' dormitory. The next morning, it was a joint herbology class for Gryffindor and Hufflepuff, But in class, Ron was still angry with Hermione. They were currently shelling pods and putting the shiny beans into a wooden barrel. "How's Scabbers?" Hermione asked cautiously. For whatever reason, Crookshanks wanting to catch Scabbers had indeed happened. And that filthy rat, after all, was Ron's pet. P-class equals. Lock 1. Hermione felt very sorry about it. "It's hiding under my bed, still trembling," Ron said angrily. His hand shook, missing the barrel and scattering the beans on the greenhouse floor. "Careful, Weasley, careful," Professor Sprout exclaimed. In a blink of an eye, bluish-green vines spread across the floor. Soon, the greenhouse floor was covered with sparkling lavender flowers, with wisps of cold air drifting out from their stamens. Not far away, Marker bent down and artfully examined the flowers on the ground. "Professor Sprout, are these iceclaw vines a new variety?" After a moment, he straightened up and asked Professor Sprout. "Oh yes, I improved them, aren't they lovely?" Professor Sprout, who was holding her wand and tidying up the greenhouse, turned her head and smiled when she heard this. "They are indeed lovely," Marker nodded. While Marker was looking at the flowers, Harry suddenly came closer. "Wood keeps wanting me to ask you, oh, he's our team captain, he wants to know, are you really not playing in the Quidditch Cup this year?" Harry asked in a low voice. Yes, I'm not," Marker shook his head. "Too many things, too busy, but what?" Harry quickly asked. "I was going to say I'll be there to cheer you on," Marker patted Harry's shoulder. "You fly wonderfully, no worse than Cedric from our house, of course. Cedric is also very strong, I'm being honest." "Oh, since you say so," Harry smiled, "I'll do my best." The Hufflepuff's next class was divination. Speaking of which, Professor Trelawney, who was always mystical and fond of predicting bad things, seemed to have paid no attention to Marker since the first class. But in this class, Marker inexplicably became the main subject of her prophecies. "Oh, Mr. McLean, I must say," Professor Trelawney's large eyes stared intently at the crystal ball in front of her, watching the swirling white mist inside. "In the near future, darkness will descend and ill omens will return." She suddenly shivered, as if afraid of something. She cried out, "Oh, it's terrible. Someone will die, Eon." Trelawney suddenly gripped the table, her eyes widening even further, and her hands began to tremble uncontrollably. Marker was completely confused by what she said, to be honest. He didn't know whether to believe Trelawney, but just in case, he still asked a question. "Who will return?" he said calmly. "Voldemort." Seeing Marker blurt out the name without hesitation, many pureblood young wizards instinctively covered their mouths. But Trelawney shook her head vigorously. Her curly long hair swinging back and forth. "No, believe me, it's better not to say it, not to say it." She propped herself up by the edge of the table and shuffled away to another spot. Marker sat there frowning and pondering for a while, finally shaking his head. "Anyway, being well prepared is never a bad thing," he murmured softly. "Anytime, anywhere." Soon, class time was over. Everyone was discussing the frightening prophecy Trelawney had made to Marker, and were about to add to the great hall for lunch, when Professor Sprout suddenly opened the classroom door and walked in. "I was busy dealing with the iceclaw vines on the floor just now, and I forgot to mention something," she said, slightly out of breath. "Remember to hand in your permission slips to me before Halloween. No slip, no Hogsmeade, so hurry up, everyone." "Oh, right. You need a slip to go to Hogsmeade." Marker blinked. "I'm so used to going that I actually forgot about this." This thought stayed in Marker's mind for at most 2 seconds before he dismissed it again. Where was he supposed to get a signature? Ask Dumbledore to sign it. However, at this moment, in the Transfiguration classroom, Harry, who was in the same predicament as Marker, was not as carefree. Although Harry had long decided to ask Professor McGonagall, he had thought about it for an entire class and still hadn't made up his mind. It wasn't until just now, when Professor McGonagall reminded everyone to hand in their forms quickly, that he mustered up the courage at Ron's urging. "Go ask," Ron whispered to Harry. Oh, but Hermione clearly disagreed. "Go on, Harry," Ron insisted stubbornly. Harry waited until everyone had left before slowly shuffling to Professor McGonagall's desk. "Well, Potter," Harry took a deep breath. "Professor, my aunt and uncle, oh, they forgot to sign my permission slip," he said nervously. Professor McGonagall looked at him over the top of her spectacles, saying nothing. "So, oh, do you think it would be all rig? I mean, could I, if I went to Hogsmeade, would that be all right?" Professor McGonagall withdrew her gaze and shuffled through the papers on her desk. "I'm afraid not, Potter," she said. "You heard what I just said. No slip, no going, it's the rule. But Professor, my aunt and uncle, you know they're muggles. They don't really understand Hogwarts forms and activities." Harry struggled to find the right words. If you said I could go. Ron nodded vigorously in encouragement from the side, but I won't say that, Professor McGonagall said. She stood up and neatly placed her papers in a drawer. The permission slip clearly states that parental or guardian consent is required. She turned to look at him, with a strange expression on her face. I'm very sorry, Potter, but that is my final decision. You'd better hurry or you'll miss lunch. This was clearly beyond salvation. Ron cursed Professor McGonagall with many unpleasant words, which annoyed Hermione. She deliberately put on a finally, it's all over expression, making Ron even more furious. Meanwhile, the classmates in the room happily chatted loudly about what they would do first when they went to Hogsmeade. Harry silently endured this with a chest full of frustration. There'll always be a feast. Ron tried to cheer Harry up, patting him. You know, the Halloween Eve dinner is always very grand. Yeah, Harry said gloomily. That'll be just great. Lie class equals block. 2 ID equals talk ID 88. Value equals 88 chapter. On the morning of Halloween Eve, Harry woke up with everyone else and went downstairs for breakfast. He was in a terrible mood, but he tried his best to act normal. We'll bring you back lots of sweets from Honeydukes, Hermione said, feeling very sorry for him. After all, for most young wizards, Hogsmeade Village was a magical and charming place. Yes, lots, Ron echoed. Due to Harry's low spirits, he and Hermione finally forgot their argument about Crookshanks. Don't worry about me, Harry said, hoping to appear casual, though he had to bottle up his anger. See you at the feast and have a great time. He accompanied them to the entrance hall, where the caretaker, Filch, stood by the main door, checking everyone against a long list. He scrutinized each person's face suspiciously, wary of anyone trying to sneak out who shouldn't be going. Left behind, Potter. Malfoy looked around, and seeing that Marker was indeed not there, shouted at Harry. He, Crabbe, and Goyle were all standing in line. Oh, poor thing, poor Potter. Crabbe and Goyle also burst into laughter, all three of them acting the same. Harry ignored Malfoy and his cronies, walking alone up the marble staircase through the deserted corridors and back to Gryffindor Tower. Password. At the common room entrance, the fat lady. The portrait yawned and asked. She had just woken from a nap. Fortuna Major, Harry said listlessly. Meanwhile, Marker was being dragged by Luna by his sleeve towards the Ravenclaw Tower. That's what the Grey Lady told me, she whispered, pulling Marker forward. She said it's the best secret passage to Hogsmeade Village. That's really good, Marker nodded, letting Luna pull his sleeve. The bronze knocker on the Ravenclaw common room door still didn't react to him. Just whoa. Arcing as usual. After Luna answered the knocker's question, the two of them walked past the bookshelves and tables in the common room, arriving behind the Ravenclaw marble statue. Here was a small marble platform, looking as if it protruded from the statue's base. On the smooth surface of the marble platform, there were a dozen rows of slightly recessed dots, barely noticeable if not looked at closely. Luna drew out her wand and carefully tapped on a few specific dots. Immediately several straight lines appeared between those dots, connecting to form a peculiar pattern. This must also be some kind of riddle, truly Ravenclaw style, Marker thought. As the pattern formed, Marker immediately felt a slight tremor beneath his feet. The marble platform automatically slid open, revealing an old trapdoor underneath. Just as Luna had said, this secret passage was not as narrow and cramped as others. It was very spacious. People walking inside didn't need to hunch over. In fact, Marker and Luna could even walk side by side. After they had walked a short distance, Marker heard another slight tremor behind him. The marble platform had automatically slid back into place. The exit of the secret passage was in Hogsmeade Village, inside an abandoned underground warehouse. Perhaps because this secret passage was almost unknown, the underground warehouse outside the exit was very dirty and messy. The crooked shelves around were all covered in thick dust, making one want to cover their mouth and nose to avoid choking on the stirred-up dust. The two avoided the dirty shelves, stepping onto the creaky wooden stairs that led to a residential house above the underground warehouse. Like the area below, it was not only dark, but also equally dirty. It was evident that no one had lived here for a very long time. This house was at the very end of the main street in Hogsmeade Village, next to the back door of Dervish and Bange's magical equipment store. A few more steps back would lead to tea. He hogs head in. Hogsmeade Village looked wonderful today. Although it was still covered in snow and the streets were still biting cold, the giant pumpkin lanterns scattered everywhere in the snow dispelled the gloomy feeling brought by the Dementors recently. Occasionally, one could also see enchanted snowmen waving the bare branches stuck in their middle snowball, greeting passing wizards. "Oh, that's my nose. Please give it back to me." As Marka and Luna walked past a snow man, a carrot rolled to Marka's feet. Marka bent down and picked up the carrot. It had just fallen in the snow and looked perfectly clean. "Thank you." Marka took a bite. Crunch. Chewing, he mumbled to the exasperated snowman, "Oh, it's very fresh. Happy Halloween, Mr. Snowman." "Goodness, my nose." The snowman vigorously waved its slender arms, indignantly saying, "Yes, happy Halloween, Mr. Bandit. Here's a better one for you." Marka held a carrot in his mouth, reached out, and grabbed a handful of snow from the nearby wooden fence, pointing his wand at it. Suddenly, the snowball rapidly transformed, instantly becoming a translucent, pumpkin-colored carrot. Once transformed, Marka casually inserted it into the snowman's nose position, but then immediately pulled it out. Sorry, it was upside down. He tossed the translucent carrot up, flipped its direction so the pointed end faced him, and then reinserted it. P-class equals block 1. Let it sparkle a bit more, Marka suddenly thought, tapping the snowman's new nose with his wand. By night, you will become the most eye-catching snowman. With Marka's final touch, the snowman was surprised to find that its nose, like a light bulb, began to flicker with a pumpkin-colored glow. The alternating light and dark, like Muggle-invented neon lights, was dazzling and colorful. "How beautiful," Luna said, looking at the snowman's nose and gently clapping her hands. The snowman tilted its head, then happily said, "Oh, thank you. This is much better than a carrot, thank you." With the snowman waving madly, Marka and Luna continued towards Honeyjuke's sweet shop. The sweets there were indeed quite good, at least the ones that looked relatively normal. Ding-a-ling, with a pleasant chime of the doorbell, the lively atmosphere inside the shop immediately enveloped them. Honeyjuke's had always been one of the most popular Hogsmeade shops among young wizards, and every Halloween Eve, it was always packed with excited young wizards. Marka and Luna's arrival barely disturbed anyone. It was simply too bustling. Most young wizards, having just bought their desired sweets, couldn't resist eating them right in the shop. Every now and then, one would see a young wizard munching on ice cream balls, accidentally floating up. Another young wizard, perhaps having eaten some pepper-flavored candy, was continuously spewing thick black smoke. There was even a freckled little girl spewing fire at her friend, and when the flames finally died down, her friend's face was entirely blackened. "Ha ha ha." They laughed happily with each other, as if it were no big deal. Here, everyone's feelings were clearly written on their faces. Those seemingly childish jokes inexplicably touched Marka. "Marka, what's wrong?" Luna nudged Marka's hand and leaned in to ask. "Oh, nothing." Marka emerged from that feeling of being touched, shaking his head slightly. Perhaps that subtle feeling was not an illusion, but an opportunity. It truly told Marka that his emotions still existed. On this basis, using Dumbledore's story as a reference, breaking this trial seemed to only leave passive waiting. "Marka?" Suddenly, a voice emerged from the crowd. It was Hermione. She was with Ron, holding a large pile of various sweets. Hermione. Marka nodded, to her looking at the sweets in her arms. "For Harry." "Oh yes," Hermione said, subconsciously glancing at Luna beside Marka. "Harry couldn't come today, so Ron and I are bringing him extra." "Who is she?" "Luna Lovegood from Ravenclaw House," Ron suddenly interjected. Marka looked at Ron and nodded again. "Yes, this is Luna, my friend," he said. "We met before the start of first year." "Oh, that's nice." "Hello, I'm Hermione." "Hermione Granger." "Hello." Luna, in a daze, looked at Hermione and responded. For some reason, the scene felt a bit awkward. Could you introduce me to the sweets here?" "Ron, I remember you're very good at this." Marka patted Ron's arm. Ron seemed to perk up at this, saying, "Then you definitely can't miss these. Follow me." Led by Ron, the four rushed into the crowd. Not long after, Marka and Luna also had many sweets in their arms, and after bidding farewell to Hermione and Ron, they left. Behind them, Hermione and Ron stood at the entrance of Honeyjuke's, watching Marka and Luna's retreating figures, seeing them off. Fred and George said that Lovegood is often called Loony by others, but since she and Marka often walk together, they never call her that to her face, Ron whispered. "But apparently, she's quite popular in Ravenclaw." "Loony?" Hermione showed a puzzled expression. "You saw it. She always wears strange clothes and often preaches her strange ideas to others. Plus, in some ways, she seems a bit detached from reality, and her ideas about behavior are also very peculiar. It's not nice to talk about people like that," Hermione chastised. "Oh yes, but everyone else is secretly saying it," Ron argued in a low voice. Chapter It had been a long time since Marka had spent an entire day doing nothing but playing. He took Luna wandering around Hogsmeade Village, buying her many interesting little trinkets. Most of them were cheap, but one could feel the almost overflowing creativity of their makers. "Are you hungry? It's almost lunchtime," Marka suddenly asked, turning his head as they walked. Luna tilted her head, thought for a moment, then said, "All right, then I'll take you somewhere special." Marka led Luna around a few bends, and the two walked down a narrow, flagstoned alley. At first, the alley seemed to get narrower and narrower, but after a few more steps, they found that the surroundings gradually widened considerably. Before long, the two turned another corner from the very end of the alley, and their view suddenly opened up. In front of them, a not too large domed cottage sat in the middle of a wooden fence, surrounded by various fruit trees, tall and short, looking lush and green. Under the eaves of the domed cottage, a tall pole stood, from which a sign hung diagonally with the words "Snowy Witch" written in elegant script. "Very few people know about this place, and it's not open very often. I only found out about it through a recommendation," Marka said, looking at the cottage. "It's said that everything here is delicious, but they don't accept galleons, only various magical ingredients. It's very special." Luna's eyes sparkled, seemingly very interested in the shop. "Let's go, let's take a look inside." The two walked along the path between the fence towards the main door. It was quiet all around, with no one in sight, a stark contrast to the lively scene on Hogsmeade Village's main street. Ding-a-ling, Marka reached out and flicked the small bell hanging by the door. "Is anyone there?" A light female voice came from inside. "If it's not an owl or something playing tricks, then please come in." Marka glanced at Luna, then turned the doorknob and pushed open the tightly shut wooden door, which let out a creaking sound. The inside of the cottage was peculiar. It looked surprisingly spacious, making it clear at a glance that the interior space had been magically extended. The walls all around were adorned with all sorts of strange portraits, animal bones, and even huge bottles filled with unidentified mists. They glowed with different colors, and occasionally, interesting landscapes from all over the world could be seen within them. In the open space in the middle, there were only a few round wooden tables, each spaced far apart, making the area feel exceptionally roomy. If you looked up, you could see a magical ceiling similar to that of the Great Hall at Hogwarts, but here it didn't display stars, but a clear blue sky and large, marshmallow-like white clouds. Class equals block 1, and at the very back, there was a long bar, with the entire wall behind it filled with shelves of wine bottles and wooden barrels, leaving only a doorway in the middle. Looking inside, one could vaguely see what appeared to be the kitchen. Just as Marka and Luna were looking around, someone suddenly emerged from the doorway behind the bar. "Welcome, two young wizards, to the Snowy Witch." It was a young witch wearing a light-colored wizard robe and a pointed wizard hat. She smiled and welcomed Marka and Lun. He then gestured for them to sit down. "You only need to pay with magical ingredients. Anything at all can be exchanged for delicious food," the young witch said. "The ingredients for the food can be provided by me, or of course, you can use your own. So, what would you like?" she asked softly, giving a polite bow at the end. I'll use this then," Marka thought for a moment, then gradually pulled out a large pile of ingredients from his waist. There was meat, as well as various plants and fungi, all well preserved in containers and looking very fresh. "As for the magical ingredients for payment, what do you need?" Marka asked. "If I have it, that would be even better." Because he usually needed to conduct all sorts of miscellaneous research, Marka always had an ample supply of magical ingredients, which indirectly proved that his money was indeed growing more and more. The young witch's eyes were very sharp. She immediately spotted the large, pinkish piece of meat Marka had taken out. Class equals block 1, this is basilisk belly meat, from a basilisk that must have been around 1,000 years old, Marka explained. Perhaps the meat is a bit tough, I don't know." "It can, of course. It can." The young witch immediately showed a look of pleasant surprise. She said happily, "I knew it. I felt it. There's a powerful magical residue within it. It must be the meat of a powerful creature. If there's another piece, it would be enough to pay for this meal." She suddenly looked at Marka, her eyes filled with anticipation as she asked, "Ked, do you have more?" "Yes, of course. Marka pulled out another piece and placed it next to the pile of ingredients. As you probably know, among all the materials from its body, there was the most meat. I couldn't even fit it all at the time. Oh, the young witch immediately showed a look of regret. That's such a waste. She drew her wand from her waist and tapped it. All the ingredients floated up into the air, swaying as they followed her into the kitchen. It should be a good lunch. The person who recommended this place to me said that the best meal he ever had was here. The one who recommended this place to Marka was his partner, the bandage-wearing wizard Tyrant. Then it should be good. Luna tilted her head back, looking at the clouds above, and said dreamily, "The right friends always bring you the right surprises." That guy, he's actually not bad, Marka thought for a moment and nodded in agreement. At least as a business partner. Tyrant had a good sense of contractual integrity. His accounts with Tyrant had always been detailed and complete, and the payments due to Marka had never been short by a single nut. The food preparation seemed to take a lot of effort. After a long time, when Marka even started to feel a bit hungry, the young witch finally controlled various sizes of serving plates with magic and walked towards them. You can start with any of the dishes, but I recommend beginning with the appetizers and the rich, creamy soup, she said, bowing slightly, then retreated again. I've included some drinks. Children aren't allowed alcohol, though. Sorry, Marka shrugged, pulled a large wine bottle from his waist and placed it on the table. I brought my own. Is that wine? Luna asked curiously. Dad never lets me drink alcohol. In fact, he doesn't drink much either because it's too expensive. Just kidding, this is my own blend of ice flame fruit juice. It's a special concoction, the only bottle in the world. As he spoke, he tapped the bottleneck with his wand, and the cork immediately popped out on its own. Instantly, a light blue flame shot out from the bottle's mouth, followed by wisps of cold air. The surrounding temperature seemed to drop a bit, making them feel as if they were back in the icy, snowy weather outside. Marka took 2 stemmed glasses and poured 2 full glasses of juice. It was a deep blue juice with snowflakes floating in it, and wisps of blue-white flames flickered above the rim of the glass, looking exceptionally beautiful. Ice flame fruits are very rare. Now I only found them on a small island in the center of the Mediterranean, Marka said. I've saved the seeds, and there will be more and more of them in the future. But ice flame fruits have a very long growth cycle, so it will be at least 2 years before the next batch. Do they have any special effects? Luna asked, blinking. Before Marka could speak, the young witch, who had been standing not far away, interjected, They only make you more resistant to cold, but the key is their taste. Their taste? She looked, excited as if she had no resistance to delicious things. Would you like a glass too? Marka invited. Oh really? She said excitedly. I mean really. This ice flame fruit juice was personally blended by Marka after studying the ingredient, with some other ingredients added to make the refreshing coolness and sweet-sour taste of the juice even milder. Over the course of this delicious meal, the relationship between the three improved significantly. They ate and chatted, enjoying the food and each their stories, creating a harmonious atmosphere. During their conversation, Marka also learned some specific information about the young witch. Her name was Serene, and she reportedly had no last name, an orphan taken in by the owner of this snowy witch restaurant. When she was young, she often traveled with the owner to various places around the world, searching for all sorts of delicious foods and ingredients. Then she would return a few times each year, staying for a period during which Awi Witch would open for business. Undoubtedly, such a life was truly wonderful, and Luna seemed very interested. She asked Serene many questions, and of course, most of them were about the magical creatures she cared about, their news and rumors. Finally, as Marka and Luna were about to leave, Serene suggested an interesting idea. If you ever have any good ingredients or want to eat something delicious, remember to contact me, she said. I'll probably be living here for several years now. Some things I have to do must be completed properly. Of course, if there are suitable ingredients, I'll come over. Marka turned back and said, Your cooking is indeed excellent. The food is delicious. I think so too, Luna nodded seriously. They left the place and soon returned to the main street of Hogsmeade Village. By then, it was already past 2 in the afternoon. One last place, and then it's time to head back to school, Marka said. B class equals Carly. Bree 1 chapter. In the last period before returning to Hogwarts, Marka didn't go anywhere. He just took Luna to the 3 Broomsticks pub for a while. Most wizards, whenever they visited Hogsmeade Village, would choose to stop by this popular pub. Madame Rosmera, the pub's owner, was a well-connected and well-liked woman. She always knew what to say, and many wizards enjoyed chatting with her. Yes, especially the male wizards, even most. The Hogwarts professors knew her. Speaking of which, this pub has an interesting little anecdote, Marka said to Luna, sitting at the table. Before Madame Rosmera took over, it was called the Two Broomsticks. Is that interesting? A somewhat disheveled male wizard from another table leaned over and asked Marka. The interesting part isn't there, Marka shrugged. Do you know what it was before that? The wizard thought for a moment and naturally guessed. The One Broomstick. No, even earlier, it was a privately owned broomstick workshop, Marka said. The waning moon of the late 19th century was created here, and it was the inspiration for Grady Boothby's design of the waxing moon in the early 20th century. I never would have guessed. That really is an interesting anecdote. The wizard chuckled. You know a lot. Are you young wizards from Hogwarts? Yes, you know Hogsmeade Village is full of Hogwarts students today. That's right, it is. The wizard smiled. But not many are as calm as you two. Just then Madame Rosmera walked over with a tray, chatting and laughing with the wizard as she placed a glass in front of him. Shall I buy you a drink? The wizard suddenly put his arm around Marka. As a reward for that interesting little anecdote you told, how about it? Hey, Talion, don't corrupt the children. Madame Rosmera lightly slapped him on the back, warning him. Don't be like that, Rosmera. I won't buy it, I won't. /P. The disheveled wizard, whom Madame Rosmera called Talion, dodged playfully, a mischievous grin on his face, completely slick and seemingly always behaving this way. Don't mind him. He's just a scruffy old man. Rosmera smiled at Marka, then went straight behind the bar. Look at that figure. Madame Rosmera is a charming witch, perhaps finally realizing Marka's age. And with Luna curiously watching him, he managed to control his mouth and didn't continue with any more inappropriate comments. But Marka, deep in thought, stared at Talion for a while, seemingly pondering something. After a pause, he suddenly spoke. Mr. Talion, I think it would be more appropriate for me to treat you, Marka said, then suddenly turned his head and called towards the bar. Madame Rosmera, a Johnny Blue for Mr. Talion, it's on me. Oh, certainly, but Madame Rosmera hesitated. Don't worry, it's fine. Talion's smile faded, and he looked at Marka in surprise. How can this be? He said. I was just joking. Marka gave him a slight smile and said calmly, however, I am not. Enjoy your drink, sir. I just have a few questions to ask. Talion paused, then shrugged. Oh, all right, Johnny Blue, what reason could I have to refuse? The drink arrived quickly, but Marka wasn't interested in touching it. He was only interested in obtaining useful information. Mr. Talion, I presume you are quite familiar with the darker side of the wizarding world. Would you care to chat with me about it? I suppose so, but there aren't any interesting stories there. Are you sure you want to hear them? Talion shrugged, confirming. Of course, otherwise, why would I buy you a drink for no reason? Marka said naturally. This is a pub. Besides drinks, there are stories. Now that we have drinks, we certainly need some stories. Hey, I wouldn't have guessed. You're quite knowledgeable about the ins and outs of this. All right, then let us tell some stories. Talion carefully sipped his drink, then continued. Speaking of which, things haven't been very stable recently. Well, truthfully, they've never been stable. Through Talion's disjointed narration, Marka learned for the first time about the chaotic things hidden in the shadows of the wizarding world. To be honest, it was somewhat fragmented, as the UK had the greatest white wizard of our time, Albus Dumbledore, in charge, and not much major had happened in recent years. But while there were no major events, minor troubles were always endless and impossible to stamp out. The Ministry of Magic's auras were very dedicated to their duties, and there were also dark wizard catchers and strikers specifically for dangerous criminals. But no matter how strict the precautions, there were always times when they were spread too thin. Moreover, with creatures like werewolves and vampires, who were naturally prone to crime, there were countless minor disturbances. Of course, the most talked-about event recently was still Sir Sirius Black's escape from Azkaban. Criminals who could escape from Azkaban were the truly troublesome kind. So, someone has seen him recently? Marka pressed. Yes, I heard he's lurking in Hogsmeade, Talion whispered, but it seems he has a leg injury. If that's true, the danger would be significantly reduced. You know, even notorious dark wizards don't want to provoke a madman like Black. Indeed. although, for me, there were quite a few suspicious points in that incident back then. Blah. CK didn't even go through a trial before entering Azkaban. Maka nodded. Who knows? Talion immediately pursed his lips upon hearing this. No one can clearly explain what tricks were involved now. Afterward, Maka continued the conversation on other topics, and after learning about some petty thievery, he and Luna left. It was getting late. It was time to return to school. Let's take the other secret passage on the way back. The Ravenclaw common room is probably already full of people by now. Maka led Luna towards the shrieking shack nearby. The secret passage to the Whomping Willow was still as narrow as ever. They had to bend over the entire way, finally reaching the other end with some difficulty. But as soon as Maka poked his head out, he found a black dog staring intently at him with its big, round eyes. Good evening, Maka blinked. He truly hadn't expected such a coincidence to run into Sirius Black here. Because of the suddenness of the encounter, he didn't quite know what to say for a moment. But the next moment, Black, transformed into his animagus form, made a lunge. Maka, just as Maka was hesitating whether to draw his wand, Luna, still bent over in the secret passage, spoke up. Immediately, Maka stopped his movement, and so did Black. The other party looked at Maka, then decisively turned around and ran towards the forbidden forest not far away, quickly disappearing into the bushes at the edge of the woods. /P. It was worth noting that the wand Maka was currently using was the one he had knocked out of Black's hand. That day, Maka was still disguised, so the other party didn't discover his identity today. But if he were to pull out his wand, the other party would surely recognize it at a glance. He couldn't reveal his identity so quickly. After all, since he couldn't subdue Black last time, he would just have to take a detour. There were some things he could only get from Black. It was crucial, their relate. Ironship couldn't become too strained right now. It's all right, come on up, the feast is about to begin. Maka climbed to the ground, then reached out and pulled Luna up. Afterward, the two hurried towards the Great Hall. In the shadows at the edge of the forbidden forest, Black watched Maka and Luna's retreating figures, a glimmer of doubt in his eyes. Just as Ron had told Harry, tonight's feast was indeed magnificent. Hundreds of pumpkin lanterns hung in the Great Hall, along with a swarm of bats flying up and down and many orange streamers spitting flames. They floated lazily beneath the ceiling, like a group of brilliant water snakes. The food was exceptionally exquisite, and even Hermione and Ron, who had eaten so many Honeyjuke sweets that their stomachs felt like they would burst, asked for second helpings of everything. At the staff table not far away, Lupin looked very happy and was as witty and natural as usual. He was animatedly chatting with Professor Flitwick, the charms teacher. Looking down the tab, the one could see Snape's seat. He was still his usual cold self, still so out of place in the festive atmosphere of the Great Hall. The feast concluded with entertainment provided by the Hogwarts ghosts. The ghosts suddenly appeared from the walls and tables for a parade-like slide. Nearly headless Nick of Gryffindor House successfully reenacted his own beheading. Everyone had a very enjoyable evening. Many students were discussing their various experiences in Hogsmeade Villa. Today, the excitement and joy still lingering in their bodies, as if they wouldn't be able to sleep tonight unless they completely let it all out. When the feast ended, Maka followed his fellow Hufflepuff students back to their common room. But Harry, Ron, and Hermione found that in front of the Gryffindor common room, that is, in front of the fat lady's portrait, many people were crowded together. Why isn't everyone going in? Ron asked curiously. There were too many people in front, and they couldn't see what was happening. Harry strained to stand on his tiptoes, looking over the heads of the crowd. The portrait seemed to be closed. Let me through, Percy said, emerging regally from the crowd. Why are you all blocking the way? Surely you haven't forgotten the password. Excuse me, I'm the head boy, please make way. The crowd quieted down, starting from the front, so it spread through the corridor like a cold wave. Then they heard Percy's voice suddenly sharpen. Someone go get Professor Dumbledore, quick. Everyone turned around, and those at the back stood on tiptoe. What's happened? Ginny asked, having just arrived, presumably after lingering a bit longer in the Great Hall. A moment late, Professor Dumbledore arrived, walking briskly towards the portrait of the fat lady. The Gryffindor students squeezed together to let him pass, and Harry, Ron, and Hermione huddled closer, trying to see what the trouble was. Oh my goodness, Hermione gasped, seemingly having seen it, clutching her sleeve. The fat lady had vanished from her portrait, which had been maliciously vandalized. Canvas fragments were scattered everywhere on the floor, and large sections of the painting had been completely torn from the frame. Dumbledore cast a swift glance at the damaged painting. "Professor McGonagall, please go to Filch immediately and tell him to search every portrait in the castle for the fat lady. You'll be lucky," a hoarse voice suddenly declared. It was Peeves the poltergeist, bouncing above the heads of the crowd, looking delighted, as he always did at the sight of destruction and distress. "What do you mean, Peeves?" Dumbledore asked calmly, Peeves mocking Grin F. Dared slightly, he dared not mock Dumbledore, so he adopted a wheedling tone which sounded a little better than his usual hoarse voice. "Begging your pardon, headmaster. She didn't want to be seen. She was a right mess. I saw her run past the landscape painting on the 5th floor, sir, hiding among the trees, crying about something terrible," Peeves said with a gleeful tone. "Poor thing," he added at the end, though there was no real pity in his voice. "Did she say who did it, Edor asked calmly. "Oh yes, Professor Head," Peeves said. "She wouldn't let him in. He got very angry, you see." Peeves did a somersault in the air, grinning at Dumbledore from between his own legs. "He's got a nasty temper, that Sirius Black." Soon, Professor Dumbledore instructed all the Gryffindor students to return to the Great Hall. 10 minutes later, students from Hufflepuff, Ravenclaw, and Slytherin also arrived, all looking bewildered. "The teachers and I will conduct a thorough search of the castle," Professor Dumbledore announced loudly. At this, Professor McGonagall and Professor Flitwick closed all the doors to the Great Hall. "For your own safety, I think you may have to spend the night here. I asked the prefects to stand guard at the entrance to the Great Hall, and the head boy and head girl to remain inside to maintain order. Report anything immediately to me." Dumbledore added this to Percy. Upon hearing this, Percy immediately adopted a proud, "I am important" expression. "Send a ghost to me with any messages," Dumbledore added. And as Dumbledore passed Marker, he softly said, "Marker, please come out with me for a moment." He was about to leave the Great Hall with Marker, but then paused as if he'd remembered something. "Oh, right, I think you'll need." Dumbledore waved his wand casually, and the long tables flew to the sides of the Great Hall, lining up neatly. With another wave, hundreds of purple sleeping bags covered the floor. P-class equals Block 1, sleep well, Professor Dumbledore said, opening the main doors and stepping out, with Marker following closely, pulling the doors shut behind him. Outside the door, Dumbledore was standing by. "Waiting for him. Professor, is something wrong?" Marker asked. "Someone broke into the school this time and damaged the fat lady's portrait, which is very dangerous for the students," Dumbledore said. "I believe you are quite familiar with the acromantulas in the forest. Could you help me search that area?" P-class equals blow. CK1 Marker was taken aback by this. He collected his thoughts before replying, "Professor, you truly know everything." "Of course, why not?" "I don't know everything," Dumbledore winked at him. "I only know what I know. Professor Hagrid will go with you." Leaving aside Hagrid's astonishment when he learned of Marker's friendship with Aragog, it was only natural that everyone's search that night yielded no results. With Black's decisive style, he had already left through the secret passage under the Whomping Willow Low. NG after Marker and Luna had returned. Dumbledore, however, felt no disappointment about this. It was already quite good that he had merely ensured the intruder was no longer in the school. Eliminating any hidden dangers within the school, that was the most important thing at hand. In the following days, all anyone talked about at school were rumors about Black. The stories about how he entered the castle grew increasingly fantastical. A Hufflepuff student named Hannah Abbott heard that Black could transform into a flowering boo. In their next potions class, she spent a lot of time telling this to anyone who would listen. The damaged portrait of the fat lady had been removed from the wall, replaced by a portrait of Sir Cadogan and his fat grey pony. In fact, no one was happy about this. Sir Cadogan spent half his day challenging people or demanding duels, and the other half devising comically complex passwords, changing them at least twice a day. "He's mad," Seamus Finnegan said angrily to Percy. "Can't we get someone else?" "The other portraits don't want the job," Percy said. "They're all terrified by what happened to the fat lady." And Sir Cadogan was the only one brave enough to step forward. However, Harry's worries were not about Sir Cadogan. He was now under strict surveillance. Teachers found various excuses to walk with him in the corridors, and Percy Weasley followed him everywhere, like an extremely self-important guard dog. Most likely at Mrs. Weasley's behest. Worst of all, Professor McGonagall called Harry to her office, her anxious expression making Harry think someone must have lost their life. "There's no need to keep it from you any longer, Potter," she said gravely. "I know this will come as a shock to you, but Black. I know he's after me," Harry said tiredly. "I heard Ron's dad telling his mum. Mr. Weasley works at the Ministry of Magic." McGonagall seemed very surprised. She stared at Harry and after a moment said, "I see. Well then, Potter, now you understand why I don't think it's a good idea for you to practice Quidditch in the evenings, don't you? On the pitch with only your teammates around, you're very exposed, Potter. Our first match is on Saturday." Harry was furious inwardly, but he had to force himself to remain calm. "I have to train, Professor." Professor McGonagall gazed steadily at him. Harry knew she was extremely concerned about the Gryffindor team's future. After all, she was the one who first suggested Harry become Seeker. He waited, holding his breath nervously. Professor McGonagall stood up, staring out at the Quidditch pitch, which was dimly visible in the rain. "All right. Heaven knows, I'd like to see our team finally bring home the cup. But in any case, Potter, I'd be happier if a teacher were present. I'll ask Madam Hooch to supervise your training." The first Quidditch match gradually approached, but the weather grew worse and worse. Under Madam Hooch's supervision, the Gryffindor team trained bravely, working harder than ever before. Then, at their last training session before the Saturday match, Captain Wood brought his team some not-so-good news. "We're not playing Slytherin," he told them angrily. "Flint just came to see me. We're playing Hufflepuff instead." "Why?" the other team members asked in unison. "Flint's excuse is that their Seeker's injured arm hasn't healed yet," Wood said, grinding his teeth in frustration. "But their motive is obvious. They don't want to play in this kind of weather. They think it will ruin their chances." It had been raining and storming all day, and as Wood spoke, they heard distant thunder rumbling. "Malfoy's arm is perfectly fine," Harry said furiously. "He's faking it." "I know, but we can't prove it," Wood said painfully. "We've been practicing against Slytherin, and now we're playing Hufflepuff, and their style is quite different. They have a new captain and Seeker, Cedric Diggory." Angelina, Alicia, and Katie suddenly giggled. "What's so funny?" Wood asked. He was annoyed by such carefree behavior. Claw. SS equals block 1. He's the tall, handsome one, isn't he? Angelina said. "The strong, silent type," Katie added. After saying that, they started giggling again. "Go on, laugh," Wood suddenly shouted. "Want to hear even worse news?" "What else could make this worse?" Harry groaned. Of course. Wood had just roared when he adopted a dejected expression again. "McLean is playing, don't you think that's bad?" Immediately, the three girls' silly grins vanish. Ed replaced by expressions of disbelief. "Oh no," they said almost in unison. Chapter. The day before the Gryffindor team's mournful cries, the Hufflepuff new house team was training when Diggory. Through the pouring rain, a clear voice came from off the field. "Wait, everyone stop," Cedric shouted. "I'll go down and check. You all continue training." The little Badgers' Quidditch robes were soaked, but they didn't seem to notice, still diligently practicing for the upcoming match. Class equals block 1. Cedric controlled his broom and descended. At first, he only vaguely saw a figure, but as he got closer, he clearly saw who it was. It was Marker. He was standing in the rain, but the torrential downpour seemed to be blocked by an invisible barrier around him, sliding off his body. At this moment, he was still dry, a stark contrast to Cedric's wet, clinging, and disheveled appearance. "Oh, McLean, your waterproofing charm looks really good," Cedric asked, looking at him strangely. "Is there something you need today?" In the time since school started, he had invited Marker to join the house team multiple times, but Marker had always politely refused, without exception. As the match day drew closer, he had given up on the idea of inviting him again. He was a little confused. What exactly had brought Marker here today in such heavy rain? "I'm here to apply for a spot in the first match," Marker said calmly. "Why, I've been thinking that I need to contribute something to the honor of Hufflepuff House, so I came." "Oh, really?" Cedric said happily. "That's wonderful. I'll ask around for you. I'm sure someone will be willing to make a spot for you." Sure enough, when Cedric called everyone down to gather, the new team members were all very welcoming of Marker's arrival. In Hufflepuff House, where a strong sense of collective honor prevailed, individual glory was not that important. Everyone was willing to give up their spot for the sake of Hufflepuff House's performance. Of course, Marker still chose the chaser position. Although for his plan, replacing Cedric would have been most suitable, suddenly showing up and taking over the captain's position seemed a bit inappropriate no matter how you looked at it. Afterward, Maka also removed his waterproofing charm and began a rather rushed integration training with the other team members. It must be said that Maka's talent in flying was indeed very formidable. As soon as he joined the team, the entire rhythm gradually began to revolve around him. Before long, Cedric repeatedly adjusted the tactical arrangements to accommodate Maka's inclusion. In the end, the Hufflepuff team once again returned to its original tactical mode, focusing on obtaining basic points and emphasizing the Chasers' offensive and defensive scoring strategy. To be honest, everyone was a bit impatient for the upcoming match, because Hufflepuff's scoring machine had returned. But the first match came faster than they expected. The next day, just as the Hufflepuff team members had finished training, the Slytherin team captain, Marcus Flint, suddenly appeared at the entrance of the Quidditch changing room. "Hey, Diggory," Flint, with a thuggish look, leaned against the doorframe and said, "I need to talk to you about something." Cedric looked at him suspiciously and asked, "What is it?" The Hufflepuff team members, all soaked, walked in. When they saw Flint, they all showed a hint of disgust. "PC. Las equals block 1." Flint was a guy who would stop at nothing to win. He was the one who led the other Slytherin team members to constantly make fouls on the field, and no other house team liked him. "Actually, our seeker was injured earlier by that giant professor's hippogriff. I think you all know," Flint chuckled, "so we have to swap our preliminary match schedule with you." "That's not quite according to the rules, is it?" Cedric frowned. "It's just swapping match times. How is that not according to the rules?" Flint smiled, revealing a set of crooked teeth which looked a bit disgusting. "Flint, aren't you graduated yet?" Suddenly, Maka walked out from behind, looking calmly at the other party and saying, "If I remember correctly, you were already in your 7th year last year, weren't you?" Flint's mischievous smile immediately froze. That's right, this guy should have graduated last year, but because he failed many courses, he was held back. This was undoubtedly a disgrace in a pure-blood far. Miley, his father, was so angry that he beat him, believing he had disgraced the Flint family. HMPH, yes, I was held back, so what? He glared fiercely at Maka, gritting his teeth. "We already know about the match." Maka calmly walked up to him step by step, looking at him coldly and saying, "Is there anything else you want to say?" Maka drew his wand, and an emerald green glow appeared at the tip of the wand. Flint was immediately startled and took a few steps back. "And no, nothing else," he stammered. Red then bolted out of the changing room and disappeared in a flash. Several older Hufflepuffs looked at Maka's wand, also a bit shaken. They had learned about the horror of the unforgivable curses and knew that the killing curse's magical glow was green. "That was?" Cedric asked cautiously. "Oh," Maka turned around, waved his wand casually, extinguishing the green light at the tip. "Just a variation of the Lumos charm, no need to be nervous." They all exhaled heavily. Only a few of the younger team members still looked bewildered. "Slytherin simply doesn't want to play in this weather, but no matter what, their strength is only so-so. And even a change in the playing environment won't give them any chance," Maka analyzed calmly. "They might not even be able to beat Gryffindor." On the eve of the match, the wind and rain continued unabated, even stronger than before. The corridors and classrooms were dark, and the professors had to light more torches and lamps for illumination. The Slytherin team did indeed look smug, and no one could surpass Malfoy in this regard. "Ah, if only my arm were better," he said loudly, sighing intentionally from time to time. At this moment, the strong wind outside was hitting the windows, making constant clanging sounds. Harry, having escaped from Wood, his chattering captor, in behind him, stopped outside the Defense Against the Dark Arts classroom. He pushed open the door and rushed in. "Sorry I'm late, Professor Lupin, he said as he walked in. However, it wasn't Professor Lupin who was looking at him from the podium, but Snape. "This class started 10 minutes ago, Potter. I believe Gryffindor should lose 10 points. Sit down." "Where's Professor Lupin?" Lupin was naturally not here, because at this moment, he still had to huddle in the corner of his office, waiting for the werewolf transformation to pass. The wolfsbane potion brewed by Maka was very effective, although Lupin had transformed into a werewolf last night during the full moon. His human rationality remained. It was precisely at such times that he felt even more pain and unease. Remus Lupin was a lonely man, and this was inseparable from his painful experiences. When he was 4 years old, his father offended the werewolf Fenrir Greyback. In retaliation, one night, Greyback invaded Lupin's hoe through the window and bit young Remus Lupin. From then on, Lupin's life became obscure and lonely. As time quietly passed, his parents tried every method, but none could cure him. He and his parents thought it was impossible for him to attend Hogwarts. Other parents wouldn't want their children near a werewolf. But Dumbledore gave him a chance, and he made many friends at school, including Sirius Black and Harry's father, James Potter, and of course, Peter Pettigrew. Those were once the happiest days of his life, but after graduation, Lupin, immersed in friendship, had to face reality. Given his condition, it was difficult to find a suitable job, and his life consequently became hard. But no matter how hard it was, it didn't matter, he could endure it. What saddened him most was that he had once frightened a child during a full moon night. Although he tried his best to suppress his wolfish nature and quickly left the scene, he could never forget those panicked and fearful innocent eyes. P. Lupin was a person who loved children very much, but he himself had frightened an innocent child, which made him feel self-loathing for the first time. In the past, even if he knew he was abnormal, he mostly saw himself as a victim, which was indeed the case. But from that day on, he suddenly understood a conclusion that made him feel sad. Sometimes, victims can also become perpetrators, and in his own case, this was probably an unavoidable outcome. McLean, are you really not afraid? PCL. S=Block 1 Lupin, in his werewolf form, looked ugly, but because the wolfsbane potion was continuously taking effect, he appeared very calm. Why? Maka calmly retorted. At Dumbledore's request, Maka was responsible for guarding Lupin during his transformation to avoid any misunderstandings during this critical period. He sat behind Lupin's desk, writing something, while Lupin huddled in the corner between the bookshelf and the desk. Werewolves are always unsettling. They are cruel, bloodthirsty, eager to attack humans, and very dangerous. The transformed Lupin said in a muffled voice, aren't they? Professor, are you doubting the effectiveness of the wolfsbane potion I prepared? Maka shifted his gaze from his notebook to Lupin's furry face. He reached out and patted Lupin's shoulder, forcing a dry smile. Don't worry, at least I think the potion is very good, he joked stiffly. Chapter, BR class equals caliber 2 ID equals caliber B93//B/Li/ul/body. The next morning, Maka woke up from his dorm bed. To be honest, he hadn't slept much, having stayed in Lupin's office until dawn the previous night. Now, yawning, he got dressed again and quietly left. There was still a lot to do today, such as the Quidditch match that was about to begin. Outside, the thunder continued to rumble, and violent winds battered the castle walls, and the windows were no exception. P-Cla. SS=Block 1. Fortunately, all of Hufflepuff's dormitories were located underground, so there were no windows there, only many tiny vents arranged in the corners to ensure adequate air circulation. But as soon as Maka reached the corridor on the first floor, he immediately noticed the roaring winds and rain outside. They were clearly much stronger than yesterday. Maka cast a waterproof charm on himself and walked towards the greenhouses, undeterred by the wind and rain. By the time Maka had finished tending to the plants and arrived at the Great Hall to get something to eat, most students were just waking up. Hey Maka, I heard you're playing today too. Hermione spotted Maka heading towards the Hufflepuff table. She walked over and asked curiously. Harry and Ron followed, but both of them looked rather grim. Maka wasn't sure what Ron was thinking, but Harry's mood was easy to guess. Lately, he was probably fed up with the Sirius Black situation, as if everyone was telling him to be careful of attacks. In fact, though, it was also the matter of Snape substituting for the defense against the dark arts class yesterday. During the class, he vehemently disparaged Lupin's teaching abilities and even called Hermione Miss Know-It-All again because she kept raising her hand, which made Hermione tear up. Of course, Ron was the unluckiest. He couldn't help but retort to Snape and was punished by having to clean bedpans in the hospital wing without using magic. In comparison, Hermione's mood recovered the fastest. Yes, Maka looked at Hermione and nodded. After all, I'm a member of Hufflepuff, so I have to contribute something, don't I? Although this was just Maka's excuse, at least it was a very reasonable explanation, and no one would find it strange. Oh, I suppose so. Hermione smiled and encouraged him. I hope you and Harry can both perform at your best, even though the weather isn't great. Thanks, Maka said, walking over and putting his arm around Harry's neck. Don't worry about all that nonsense, Harry. Cheer up. If you be any trouble, come find me, and if I can, I'll help you solve it. It would be best if Snape would stop bad-mouthing Professor Lupin. Ron suddenly interjected. I scrubbed bedpans for nearly 2 hours last night because of that. Marker shrugged at this. I'm afraid I can't do that. Probably no one's words will work except Dumbledore. As for Professor Lupin, he'll be back for defense against the dark arts class tomorrow. Oh, really? Harry finally showed a hint of surprise, which was probably the only good news he had heard in the past 2 days. Yes, that's right, Marker said. You can finally cheer up now, right? Be in good form for the match later. I won't go easy on you. Although Slytherin avoided the bad weather, if you think about it from another perspective, at least we don't have to deal with Slytherin's dirty tricks in the storm, which is also good, don't you think? Harry felt that Marker made a lot of sense and couldn't help but nod. Quidditch had always been extremely popular, and all the teachers and students came out as usual to watch the match at the stadium. They ran across the lawn towards the Quidditch pitch, heads down against the strong wind, but not everyone could cover themselves entirely with a waterproof charm like Marker. Most people were holding umbrellas against the storm. Along the way, several people's umbrellas were blown out of their hands by the strong wind and carried high into the air. Yet, even so, it couldn't extinguish everyone's enthusiasm. In the Hufflepuff changing room, Cedric was giving a pre-match pep talk. Speaking of which, Marker knew many spells that could HDLY improve a team's performance in heavy rain. In official matches, that might be considered fouling, but it was relatively easy to bend the rules in the Hogwarts Quidditch Cup. However, he had no such intention. Simply put, he wasn't there to win. After Cedric finished speaking, everyone left the changing room and entered the entrance tunnel. Marker and the others mounted their brooms and flew one by one into the dense curtain of rain outside. The wind was indeed very strong, affecting almost everyone to varying degrees, Marker included, but he quickly stabilized himself and flew to the center of the field, stopping amidst the cheers of the crowd. Below, the 2 team captains flew to the center of the field and shook hands. Diggory smiled at Wood, but Wood looked as if he had lockjaw. He just nodded, occasionally glancing up at Marker. Everyone could see that Marker's sudden participation had put a great deal of pressure on him. Harry also flew from the opposite side of the field, and Marker nodded to him. Harry smiled, but his smile was stiff. The wind and rain on the field were too strong and very cold. He felt like he was about to freeze. Madame Hooch put the whistle to her mouth and blew it sharply, producing a shrill sound. The whistle was covered by the violent rain, making it sound more like it came from a distance. The quaffle flew high into the misty rain, and the match began. Marker was the first to move. His Nimbus 2000 instantly accelerated, carrying him through straight towards the quaffle. He accurately caught the quaffle, and then, like a sharp dagger, charged directly towards the Gryffindor half of the field without any fancy moves. The heavy rain continued to fall, severely limiting everyone's visibility, and Marker's speed was exceptionally swift. For a moment, the Gryffindor team couldn't even make out where Marker had darted to. Soon, Marker charged directly in front of George Weasley. George saw Marker, but Marker's speed was so fast that the two were almost about to collide. Just then, Marker's body instantly tilted to the left, and he slid completely under his broom, as if hanging upside down from it. He and George narrowly brushed past each other, startling George into a daze. After breaking past George, Marker immediately adjusted his posture, and before anyone else could arrive, he sprinted directly towards the captain and keeper, Wood. Wood was under immense pressure, very immense. But he was an experienced player, and he barely managed to control his mindset, defending diligently, determined to intercept Marker at least once, then if it cost him his life. At least once, just once, Wood muttered repeatedly, his eyes fixed on Marker's approaching direction. Closer, even closer. He was already in the scoring area. He was about to shoot. Wood lunged towards the left hoop, as that was the direction Marker had chosen. At such speed, it would be impossible for him to change direction. But Marker, in this almost impossible situation, suddenly pushed the broom handle to the right and back. To amplify the small arc deflection caused by the high-speed turn, he leaned his entire body to the right, almost maintaining a horizontal angle with the ground. The Nimbus 2000 swiftly cut an arc through the air, even drawing a circle of rainwater. The quaffle was forcefully thrown by Marker into the right hoop. The first 10 points were scored less than 2 minutes into the match. The commentator roared excitedly. Such a difficult goal was rare in semi-professional matches. But 5 minutes later, all the players were soaked through and through. The weather was cold, many people were freezing, and it was hard to see other teammates, let alone the bludgers flying erratically. Everyone was flying across the pitch, only able to see blurry red and yellow figures, completely unaware of the progress of the match. In the strong winds, the spectators, hidden beneath cloaks and umbrellas that had long been torn apart by the wind, could only faintly hear cheers and applause. Several players almost got knocked off their brooms by bludgers, and the heavy rain made it almost impossible for everyone to keep their eyes open. They simply couldn't see the balls coming at them from the other side. In fact, Maka was also significantly affected. Apart from scoring one goal early on, while in good form, he hadn't found many opportunities to get the ball. Of course, this also had a lot to do with his mind not being entirely on the game. But even so, when he saw Gryffindor chaser Katie Bell tossing the quaffle to another teammate, Maka, who happened to be flying by, casually intercepted the ball. Time passed bit by bit, and before they knew it, the score had risen to 60-10, with Hufflepuff already leading by a full 50 points. Just then, Madam Hooch's whistle blew, accompanied by the first lightning strike since the match began. On the Gryffindor side, Harry could vaguely make out Wood's silhouette through the dense curtain of rain. The latter was signaling him to come down to the ground. The entire team splashed down onto the muddy pit. I called a timeout. Wood shouted to his players, "Come on, get under there." They huddled under a large umbrella at the edge of the pitch, while Hufflepuff also ducked under another, both teams holding emergency meetings during the timeout. Harry took off his glasses and quickly wiped them on his robes. "What's the score?" he asked. "We're 50 points down," Wood said. "I think we need to catch the golden snitch as soon as possible. Otherwise, the score will just keep widening, but I can't see anything. I'm useless with my glasses on," Harry said, waving his glasses in frustration. Just then, Hermione appeared beside Harry. Chapter. "I have an idea, Harry. Give me your glasses, quick." Hermione came over in a cloak, and she was actually all smiles. Harry was stunned for a moment, and with a puzzled look, he handed her his glasses. The entire team watched in surprise. Under everyone's curious gaze, Hermione gently tapped Harry's glasses with her wand. "Waterproof and anti-fog." "There," she said, handing the glasses back to Harry. "The water won't bother your glasses anymore." Wood watched excitedly from the side, as if he couldn't wait to kiss her. "Brilliant," he croaked behind Hermione. By then, Hermione, having completed her task, had already disappeared into the crowd. "All right, everyone, give it your all." Wood turned around and shouted at his teammates again, seemingly re-energized by Hermione's small action. Hermione's spell worked. P-class equals block 1. Harry's hands and feet were still numb with cold, and he was still wetter than ever, but at least he could see. He renewed his determination, urging his broom through the turbulent air, flying and darting in all directions, carefully searching for the inconspicuous golden snitch. In the process, he dodged a bludger, swooped under Diggory, who was flying in the opposite direction. Another clap of thunder sounded, followed by a fork of lightning, and the situation seemed to be getting more and more dangerous. Harry fell. He had to catch the golden snitch as soon as possible. Maka had scored another goal. Almost no one could stop him. Harry turned around again, wanting to return to the center of the pitch. But just then, another flash of lightning illuminated the stands, and Harry inadvertently saw the thing that could distract him the most. It was the silhouette of a huge, shaggy black dog, clearly outlined against the sky, sitting in a row of empty seats at the highest level of the stands. Ever since Harry had seen that black dog before school started, the image had lingered in his mind. And in divination class, Professor Trelawney had terrifyingly called it an omen, causing some students to try and distance themselves from him. And now, damn it, he saw it again. Harry's already frozen hands slipped on his broomstick, and he involuntarily dropped several feet. He brushed the soaking wet tips of his hair from his eyes and squinted at the stands, but the dog was gone. "Harry!" Wood's yell came from the Gryffindor goal. "Harry, behind you!" Harry looked around in a panic, only to find Diggory continuing to plummet towards the pitch, a tiny golden speck flashing between them in the rain-streaked air, its golden gleam impossible to ignore. In his panic, Harry fully prostrated himself on his broomstick, spinning towards the golden snitch. "Go!" He yelled at his broom, the raindrops lashing his cheeks, but he paid no heed. Faster, even faster. However, something strange happened. P-class equals block 1. A timid silence fell over the terraced stands around the pitch. The wind, though still as strong as before, seemed to have forgotten to howl, as if someone had pressed the volume button and turned off the sound of the wind. Harry felt as if he had suddenly gone deaf. What was happening? Then a familiar, terrifying cold rushed over him again, raging within his body. At that moment, he had just felt something moving on the pitch below. Without thinking, Harry took his eyes off the golden snitch and looked down. It was Dementors, an appalling number of them. There at least 100 Dementors stood below, their hooded faces all turned towards him. Immediately, Harry felt as if icy water was rising from his chest, constantly cutting at his insides. Then he heard a familiar yet strange voice. Someone was groaning in his mind. It was a woman. No, there seemed to be something else. "Don't touch Harry. Don't touch Harry. Please don't touch Harry. Get away, you stupid woman. Get away, now. Don't touch Harry. Please don't come for me. Just kill me." Harry's mind was numb, filled with a white mist. What was he doing? Why was he flying? He had to help her. She was dying. She was being murdered. But Harry only felt himself falling in that cold mist. "Don't move, Harry. Please don't move him. I beg you. Have mercy, have mercy." A shrill voice laughed and the woman screamed. But just then a sudden force caught his falling body. "Expecto patronum." A calm voice sounded in Harry's ear, and he felt his body enveloped by a gentle and warm aura. At the same time, a cheer and gah. A of surprise seemed to come from afar. "That's the audience, the sound of the audience in the stands. Am I still in the game?" "Yes, the game." Harry suddenly woke up, and when he realized he was tightly closing his eyes, he struggled to open his eyelids, which felt as heavy as lead. Immediately, the first thing he saw was a giant eagle radiating a silver-white mist. The eagle's body was even larger than a human's, and its wings, spread wide, were so enormous that it instantly invigorated him. The giant eagle soared rapidly ahead, the silver-white mist swirling and intertwining around its body. Suddenly, it folded its wings and swooped down with a magnificent momentum towards the Dementors floating on the ground. The mist stretched out behind the giant eagle, trailing a striking silver-white band of light in the air, which surprisingly held a reassuring beauty. The silver-white giant eagle abruptly plunged into the cluster of Dementors, and with a single impact, it knocked away nearly 10 Dementors. For a moment, the scene became somewhat chaotic. This kind of giant eagle seemed to be the natural enemy of Dementors, coming and going freely, as if completely unafraid of the threat posed by those terrifying Dementors. The Dementors, on the other hand, scattered and fled, escaping from the pitch as if to avoid being clawed, torn, or pecked by the giant eagle. The giant eagle pursued them relentlessly for a while before mysteriously disappearing into thin air. Only then did Harry drop his dumbfounded expression and look around. "Marker," he said in surprise. The person beside him at that moment was Marker, who was holding Harry's waistband with one hand and his wand with the other, hanging upside down from Harry's Nimbus 2000, hooked onto the broomstick with only his 2 legs. "Don't look," Marker said with a deep frown, struggling. "Do you still have any strength? If you do, climb onto the broom. Hurry if you don't want to fall." The Nimbus 2000 was slowly descending, but Marker seemed to lack the strength to control it properly, so Harry had to help now, however. "Oh, sorry." Harry felt his limbs go weak, completely unresponsive. All right, Marker sighed. "Remember, you owe me one." He glanced casually at the corner beneath the stands, just catching sight of a black dog turning and quickly running towards the forbidden forest. P-class equals blow. CK1, and in the stands, students, professors, and even Dumbledore were all watching him. He even saw a smile in Dumbledore's pale blue eyes. "At least everything is going according to plan," Marker mumbled in a low voice, then decisively released his bent legs, and amidst the screams of all the teachers and students, fell downwards with Harry. Leviaso, under the effect of the levitation charm, their descent immediately slowed down. As they neared the ground, Marker and Harry, almost like 2 leaves in the wind and rain, gently floated down onto the ground. Fortunately, at the moment Marker chose to freefall, they weren't that high above the ground. Otherwise, Marker wouldn't have been so confident in landing without injury. Phew, Marker lay on his back on the muddy grass, letting the large raindrops hit his face and body, too lazy to even move. That was quite a workout. At his feet, Harry, on the other hand, had face planted in the mud, backside up. A completely different situation. To prevent Harry from suffocating, Marker laboriously lifted his leg and kicked him in the backside, causing him to barely roll over and lie on his side on the lawn. Cough, 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 phew, phew. Harry choked a few times, then panted heavily twice. Oh, thank you. I almost, cough, cough. I almost thought I was going to suffocate in the mud. Marker didn't have time to bother with him. He was busy calculating other things at the moment. Soon after, the other students gathered around, and everyone with many hands got them to the hospital wing. Oh, the golden snitch, is the game over? Harry seemed to suddenly perk up, struggling to shout. What snitch? Lie still and don't move, don't cause trouble for others, otherwise I'll have them throw you out and let you find the snitch yourself, Marker said indifferently. Sorry. Harry immediately deflated. In fact, probably due to the influence of the Dementors. Harry had long since run out of energy. After he was brought to a bed in the hospital wing by everyone, he quickly fell into a deep sleep. It was Marker, who had exerted the most effort, who remained awake. At first, many people crowded around him, chattering, but then they were all unceremoniously chased out by Madame Pomfrey, the matron. He needs rest. They all need rest. All of you get out. Marker turned his head to look out the tightly closed window. The storm was still raging fiercely, showing no sign of stopping. Then, I'll sleep for a little while. I still have to go to the Forbidden Forest tonight, Marker said, slowly closing his eyes. When Harry awoke from the hospital bed, Marker had already left. In fact, Madame Pomfrey wasn't really willing to let Marker go first, but after she was overwhelmed by Marker's heap of theories, she had to admit that Marker was indeed fine, probably. So, Madame Pomfrey turned her attention to poor Harry. Under Madame Pomfrey's unyielding insistence, it wasn't long before Harry understood. It seemed he had to stay in the hospital until the weekend. By evening, many people came to see him, all eager to cheer him up. Hagrid gave him a bouquet of ground centipede flowers, which looked like large yellow cabbages. Ginny arrived flushed, giving him a homemade get-well card that would incessantly sing an unknown song unless Harry closed it and placed it under a dish or fruit bowl. Afterward, the Gryffindor team also came, with Wood trailing at the back, his voice hollow and his appearance lifeless. But he told Harry that he didn't blame him at all. It wasn't Harry's fault. Ron and Hermione, of course, had arrived early and stayed by his bedside, only leaving late in the evening. Everyone could see that Harry was not in good spirits. However, no matter what others said or did, it couldn't make Harry feel better, because what people knew was only half of his troubles. He hadn't told anyone about the ominous things he had seen, not even Ron and Hermione, because he knew Ron would panic and Hermione would scoff at him. But the only one he wasn't sure about was Marker. Perhaps Marker already knows something. Harry recalled the warm and gentle silvery white mist that had pulled him back then. He pondered for a moment, but only shook his head. Oh, and that black dog, it had appeared twice already. Each time he saw the black dog, a nearly fatal incident occurred. Last time, he was almost run over by the night bus. And this time, he fell 50 feet from a flying broomstick. Was it truly an omen, as Prof. Trelawney had said? If so, then would the omen haunt him until he actually died? Would he have to be wary of this beast for the rest of his life? If you have any trouble, come to me, and I will help you solve it. Harry inexplicably recalled these words Marker had once said to him, but Harry always felt that he couldn't just rely on Marker like that. It wasn't what he should do. The pride of the little lion always ignited on its own at such times. Oh, and those damned Dementors. Every time he thought of them, Harry felt sick and humiliated. Everyone said they were terrifying, but no one else fainted when they approached like he did they? No one else repeatedly heard their parents' dying words in their heads, and Marker could even drive them away with such a powerful spell. Late at night, Harry lay in the hospital, unable to sleep, whether it was because he had slept too much during the day or for some other reason. He stared at the ceiling, at the streaks of moonlight filtering through the gaps in the curtains. Oh, have the rain clouds left, Harry murmured. Then he seemed to hear her words, hearing them repeated over and over again. When the Dementors approached him, he heard his mother's dying voice. She tried to protect him, to keep him from Voldemort's harm. He also heard Voldemort's laughter before he killed his mother. All night, Harry drifted in and out of sleep, dreaming fitfully. He dreamt of wet, slimy, rotting hands everywhere and chilling pleas. He woke up with a start, but his mother's voice continued to echo in his mind, lingering as Harry tossed and turned in a hollow deep within the Forbidden Forest. Aragog, has there been a black dog scurrying around the forest lately? Marker asked casually while preparing the potions for modification. Black dog. Aragog clicked and clacked, then asked his children nearby a few questions before saying, it seems there is one, but that little thing only moves in the peripheral areas and rarely runs inside. That's good. Maka wasn't planning on making contact with Sirius Black yet, at least not for now. After saying that, he shook the test tube and then walked towards Aragog. The experiment had been conducted several times, and Aragog had gotten used to it. At least it wasn't as nervous as the first time. As the liquid was injected into its body, Maka sat directly on a nearby dead tree trunk, quietly waiting for any changes that might occur next. Although the data showed that the compatibility of the modification potion with Aragog had significantly increased, probabilistic events are always probabilistic, and they won't become a certainty just because you expect them to. Watching Aragog's abdomen and feet gradually turn a bluish green, and its 8 eyeballs faintly showing a grayish white, this was a state that had appeared in the experiment before last, and Maka calmly recorded the time and degree of the changes and continued to focus his attention. Just then, Aragog showed a further reaction. Its 8 long legs trembled slightly, and not only its chest, abdomen, and feet, but even its back, covered with striped patterns, turned a dull green. Some scale-like things were spreading from its forehead. Hiss! Maka subconsciously glanced at its eyes, but immediately covered his eyes and looked away. He felt his skin seem to tighten. Realizing this, Maka immediately took out a potion bottle, pulled out the stopper, and poured a small mouthful of the liquid into his mouth. It was a mandrake restorative draft he had prepared long ago, specifically to deal with this kind of situation, although he had still been affected by accident. The bloodline modification experiment W. A successful. Aragog, how do you feel? Maka looked at the experimental record in his hand, not forgetting to ask about Aragog's condition immediately. He had to fully record this valuable experimental data. Yes, I feel very good. Aragog's clicking and clacking sound was gone, indicating that his changes were indeed not small. I think I have indeed acquired the ability of that thing, it said, although most of it is not quite complete. At least I can also enter hibernation. This will allow me to live longer. Your children will acquire more complete abilities, that much is certain. Maka nodded and said, however, I suggest you close your eyes, otherwise your children won't be able to bear it, and neither will your wife. I think you're right, Aragog said, closing all 8 of its eyes. Only then was Maka able to take in all of Aragog's changes. Undoubtedly, its transformation was significant. At this moment, almost half of Aragog's body was covered with armor. You're of fine snake scales like armor, and its size had also become somewhat larger as a result. On its back, where there were originally striped patterns, the color was slightly darkened, and the rest of its body had all turned a dark green. Its chelicerae seemed to have become sharper, with a faint glow shimmering on them, seemingly harboring deadly toxins. But what interested Maka the most was a circular red spot on Aragog's forehead. Perhaps its descendants might also grow horns like a basilisk. Who knows? P-class equals. Block 1, Aragog, we succeeded. Maka stepped forward and casually patted its long leg, but his other hand was already gripping the handle of his wand in his sleeve. Yes, I didn't expect it. It really succeeded. Aragog seemed very excited. Thank you very much. This will give my species more chances to survive. That's right, my friend. Maka placed his hand on its leg and continued. Your species will be as enduring as our friendship. Oh, of course, my friend, Aragog said naturally. After my next brood of children are born, I will move my species to live deeper in the forest. You are welcome to come find us anytime. We welcome no one but you and Hagrid. Well then, after becoming stronger, it became even more cowardly. However, this is probably one of the reasons why Aragog was able to develop such a large community. This is also a kind of survival wisdom, and Maka felt that he could indeed understand this way of thinking. Perhaps what Aragog gained was not just strength. Maka couldn't help but have such a guess in his heart. P-class equals block 1. Only then did Maka release the hand that had secretly gripped his wand. After repeatedly admonishing Aragog not to open its eyes casually, Maka left the hollow and went back to the dormitory to sleep. Today's events were really tiring, and he indeed felt somewhat exhausted. Although the integrity of his soul had been confirmed back then, and the concern about permanent emotional loss had been negated, and even his successful casting of the Patronus charm today indirectly proved this point. However, the fact that his emotions were suppressed by some unknown force was undeniable. Casting the Patronus charm in this state was not only strenuous, but always gave him an unreal feeling, like seeing flowers through a mist. Should I be grateful, or should I feel helpless? Maka thought as he lay on his bed, staring at the ceiling. Well, in fact, I feel nothing. Maka suddenly wanted to experience that feeling of being touched again, which he had felt in Hanajuks that day. He thought that should be the key to breaking the test. P class equals B. Lock 1 between consciousness and unconsciousness. Maka's thoughts drifted further and further, and his awareness gradually became hazy. Soon, he was completely immersed in sleep. The night sky after the heavy rain seemed exceptionally clear, with countless stars twinkling with an enchanting glow. Chapter. Many things had happened recently. For instance, Lupin was back teaching, though it seemed he truly had been ill. His old robes hung even more loosely on him, and there were new shadows under his eyes. But at least he looked reasonably spirited. Another example was Maka's withdrawal from the Hufflepuff Quidditch team once again. This news puzzled everyone, but incredibly, apart from a few Badger Cubs who were a bit disappointed, other students found Maka's actions very cool. Perhaps everyone believed that Maka's sudden participation was simply because he was a Hufflepuff, but his sudden withdrawal showed the demeanor of a strong individual. It had to be said, Maka was almost universally regarded as the king of Hogwarts Quidditch. As long as he was on the field, no one could win. Wood, the captain of the Gryffindor team, was one of the students who thought so. When he learned that Maka would no longer be playing, his previously dejected face immediately brightened. "Oh yes, this is only the first game," he muttered to himself. "We still have a chance." Of course, no matter what Wood thought, believe me, it didn't matter at all. After all, some things were far more important than that. One day the bell rang for the end of class. Everyone packed up and headed for the door, Harry among them. "But wait, Harry," Lupin called out to him. "I have something to tell you." Harry stopped, puzzled, and turned back. He watched Professor Lupin cover the box containing the Hinkipunk, which had been used for the lesson, with a cloth. "I heard about the match," Lupin said, turning to the podium to put books into his briefcase. "It was a terrible incident. Did you hear about the Dementors too?" Lupin turned his head and glanced at him. "Yes, I did. Professor Dumbledore was very angry about it. We haven't seen him angry like that in a long time these days. Those creatures have become increasingly restless. They're furious about not being allowed into the school. I imagine they're what caused you to fall, aren't they?" "Yes, thankfully Maka helped me," Harry said distractedly. Harry hesitated a little, and the question that had been weighing on his mind unconsciously slipped out. It was too late to stop himself. "Why? Why do they affect me so severely? It has nothing to do with weakness." Professor Lupin's gaze was sharp, as if he could see right through Harry's thoughts. "The Dementors affect you more profoundly than others because they haven't experienced the same terror you have." A ray of sunlight streamed through the window into the classroom, illuminating Lupin's gray hair and the lines on his youthful face. Dementors are among the foulest creatures on Earth. They infest the darkest, filthiest places, reveling in decay and despair, sucking the peace, hope, and happiness from the air around them. Too close to a Dementor, and all your positive emotions will be drained away. If it wishes, it can feed on you for a long time, eventually leaving you like itself, soulless and evil. All that will remain are your worst memories. The worst thing that ever happened to you, Harry, that's enough to make anyone fall off a broomstick. You have nothing to be ashamed of. When they got close to me, Harry listened to Lupin's explanation, as if grasping at a glimmer of hope. He stared at Lupin's desk, his throat tight. "I could hear Voldemort killing my mother." He spoke, trembling slightly, revealing a secret he had never told anyone. Lupin's arm suddenly moved, as if to grab Harry's shoulder, but he ultimately didn't move. The air around them seemed to grow heavy. "Why did they come to the match?" Harry asked painfully. "They were hungry." Lupin frowned, snapping his briefcase shut. "Dumbledore ate them into the school, so their supply of human sacrifices ran out. I think the large crowd around the Quidditch pitch was a powerful temptation for them. All the excitement and heightened passions of the spectators gathered there. To them, it was a feast." "Azkaban must be terrible," Harry mumbled, and Lupin nodded grimly. "The castle is situated on an island, out at sea, But there's no need for walls and water to imprison the inmates, because the inmates are in their grasp. The inmates lose even the simplest thoughts, and most go completely mad within a few weeks. But Black escaped from them, Harry said, as if a floodgate had opened, feeling he could pour out everything to Lupin. He escaped. Lupin's hand twitched, and his briefcase slid off the table. He had to quickly bend down to pick it up. Yes, he said, straightening up. Black might have found a way to deal with them, but I still don't believe he could. You see, if wizards stay with Dementors for too long, they will cause the wizards to lose their magic. Marker made that all group of Dementors flee such a large group. Harry suddenly exclaimed, "Indeed, there is a way to defend against Dementors." Although Lupin had been recovering in his office, he had heard about the situation. However, the more of them there are, the harder it is to defend against them. McLean certainly did an excellent job, an unbelievably excellent job, but that's not something everyone can do. Is it a spell? But I've never learned it, Harry immediately asked. Can you teach it to me? I wouldn't want to pretend to be an expert on Dementor defense, Harry, Lupin said with difficulty. But if they come again during another Quidditch match, I need to have a way to deal with them. Lupin looked at Harry's determined face, hesitated for a moment, then said, "If you truly want to learn, why not go to Mr. McLean? I think he might even use it better than I do." Then, Harry said, surprised, "That's impossible, isn't it? Marker is better than you, at least from what I've heard. McLean uses this spell better than I do," Lupin said with a complex expression. Who would have thought that a third-year student could not only conjure a Patronus, but also achieve a level of almost perfect manifestation? This was what Professor McGonagall herself had told him. But Harry hesitated. Well, maybe I really should go ask Marker. After saying goodbye to Lupin, Harry thought about it from all angles and finally felt relieved. Indeed, Marker's strength was obvious to everyone, and Harry was very sure of it. Marker's help also made him very grateful. To be honest, he was a bit reluctant to owe Marker any more favors. It made him feel like he'd never be able to repay them fully. But if he kept thinking like that, would they still be friends? No, Harry shook his head. Don't think about these things. Friends shouldn't have such considerations. Considering what? Ron, beside him, suddenly asked, and Hermione also cast him a questio. Ning look, oh, I was thinking. Harry explained his plan to ask Marker for help and invited Ron and Hermione to come along. In his opinion, this spell was indeed very useful. It could defend against sudden attacks from those terrifying monsters. Did Professor Lupin really say that? Hermione said excitedly. That's so cool, of course I'll go too. But Ron twisted his neck, showing an uncomfortable expression. Oh, you're not still bothered by what happened last year? Or why? Ooh, Hermione couldn't help but say, you've been acting so awkward this semester and that's not good. Aren't you and Marker good friends? But Ron's face turned red from Hermione's words. He said with a conflicted expression, I think you're right. To be honest, despite Ron's usual scatterbrain nature, once certain matters touched his fragile pride, the nature of things became completely different. Ron genuinely felt guilty about misunderstanding Marker last semester. Afterward, Ron vaguely understood why he had acted so almost berserk. It was due to inferiority and jealousy. On the surface, he seemed to have done nothing wrong. It was just anger that erupted because Hermione was attacked. But only he knew that half of his reason was to vent. So, when he learned the truth of the matter, he felt even more guilty. But he couldn't tell anyone about it. From this perspective, there was indeed a part of Gryffindor in Ron's character, but his other part, that of inferiority and cowardice, invisibly weak. And his little lion traits. Now the longer time passed, the harder it became for him to speak up. This matter had almost become a thorn in his heart, however. When the Golden Trio decided to go find Marker for guidance, they discovered that Marker was once again nowhere to be found. They were all pretty much used to Marker's elusive nature. Just wait, Hermione shrugged. Maybe he'll just show up in a few days. In fact, until the end of November. Marker had been holed up in the room of requirement X, except for class time. Recently, the Aragog situation had more or less concluded, so he shifted his research focus to wand lore. It was time to deal with the basilisk horn. But when Marker began his research, he immediately encountered a very tricky problem. According to the limited wand lore materials available in the library, existing wand-making techniques were all closely guarded family secrets. This alone made it almost impossible for him, an outsider. To even begin, I should have taken a few books on wand lore from the Ravenclaw secret room when I had the chance. He sat in the room of requirement, staring at the blank notebook in front of him, and couldn't help but shake his head. Chapter. It seems like every school year passes by so busily. Everyone feels this way. Yet time always flows so quickly, leaving people feeling a bit lonely. While Maka never cared much about grades, other students had no choice but to focus on their studies. This was especially true for the 7th-year students, who faced not only graduation, adulthood, and finding jobs, but also the NEWT exams awaiting them before all that. And Charlotte Witt, who had been a great beauty for a full 7 years, was one of those in the graduating class. Graduation is always a time for reflection, most people think so. But when you are directly involved, you realize that you absolutely have no time or inclination to embrace classmates, feel sentimental, or shed sweat and tears. Because you still have to take exams. You still have to desperately take exams. Charlotte's grades weren't bad, but they weren't as outstanding as her beauty. For this, she had to cast aside all other thoughts and fully immerse herself in the hell of studying, reviewing, and studying again. Christmas was almost here again, but what did that have to do with her? Holidays. No, don't be ridiculous. They simply didn't exist in the lives of 7th-year students. Sometimes, textbooks are like a pile of crap, and when you're driven mad by hunger, there's only one option left. Should I be more ladylike? Charlotte, with disheveled hair, suddenly looked up from a pile of Chinese letter, her bloodshot eyes looking quite frightening. No, it's not too late to be ladylike after the exams. She plunged back into the pile of materials. Oh crap, I got it wrong again. In fact, there were only 2 weeks left until the end of the term. Recently, the sky had suddenly cleared, displaying a dazzling eggshell white. The grounds, previously muddy from heavy rain, were now covered in a glistening layer of white frost one morning. Inside the castle, a festive Christmas atmosphere was already in full swing. Professor Flitwick, the charms teacher, was decorating his classroom with shimmering light sources. These light sources were actually a group of constantly vibrating pixies. Almost all students, except for the 7th years, were happily discussing their holiday plans. But this year, Ron and Hermione both decided to stay at Hogwarts. Ron said he couldn't stand spending 2 weeks with Percy, while Hermione insisted she needed to go to the library. But Harry knew in his heart they were doing it to keep him company, and he was very grateful for it. Of course, in the last week of the term, everyone could go to Hogsmeade Village again. Everyone was happy. Except for Harry. However, the 3 little lions who had been waiting for Maka to appear still hadn't seen him. It was dinner time, and everyone was filling their stomachs. But just then, a large flock of owls suddenly flew in from outside, and the students looked over in surprise. Is it McLean again? But Christmas isn't here yet, Professor McGonagall said, surprised. The owls' targets were clearly scattered. They flapped their wings, flying above the 4 long tables, each dropping a white envelope. For a moment, it was as if it were raining envelopes in the Great Hall. Soon, everyone noticed. The recipients of these letters were all the graduating 7th-year students. Oh, McLean. Yes, mine too. Same. Everyone. Kept around, then one after another, they opened their envelopes and began to read. Graduation party. The first voice rang out. Immediately after, most of the 7th-year students discussed amongst themselves, and the scene became a bit chaotic. Yes, that's right. Who knows what Maka was thinking, but he was indeed holding an outdoor farewell party for the graduates in Hogsmeade Village. Even the Slytherins, who were often disliked by the other 3 houses, were included, which was a rare sight. The invitation letter also specifically noted, if you didn't want to go, you didn't have to, everything was voluntary. Are you going? Why not? But the exams. To hell with them. Do you think an extra day or half a day will guarantee you pass safely? Oh yes, just like the letter said, you'll regret not going crazy once you graduate. Right, exactly. Similar conversati. Ons were taking place at the long tables of each house. Although some graduates didn't quite agree, most people thought it was a great idea. Soon, the news from the letter spread through the dining hall. Younger students could also attend, but drinks and food would not be free. This time, Maka inexplicably splurged. He was actually hosting an outdoor party at his own expense. You know, the entire 7th year had over 150 students, and the cost of this party for a single student was simply an astronomical figure. PC. Las equals block 1. Just as everyone was getting a little excited, Maka's owl, Malfurion, also rushed in through the main door. It didn't stop, but instead dropped a letter to Dumbledore, who was sitting in the middle of the faculty table. then immediately spread its wings and flew out of the hall. It seems I'm included too, Dumbledore smiled. Picking up the envelope that had fallen in front of him, he opened it and looked, then continued, "Oh, not just that, everyone is included." Dumbledore handed the letter to McGonagall. W.H.O. was sitting next to him, then stood up and cleared his throat, saying, "Seventh-year students, please pay attention." Dumbledore's prestige was as high as ever, and the hall immediately fell silent. "I regret to inform everyone that this party is Mr. McLean's personal initiative. He did not inform me or Professor McGonagall beforehand. I think this is not in accordance with the rules," he said slowly. Looking at everyone, at the long tables of each house, many students showed expressions of disappointment. P class equals block 1, but at this moment, everyone's hearts leaped. If you're going to Hogsmeade for the party is also a personal action, then the school seems to have no reason to stop everyone. Dumbledore blinked, looking a bit mischievous. Although Mr. McLean also invited me, I still have some things I must complete. As he spoke, he turned to look at the faculty at the teachers' table. If other professors have time to attend, that is also their personal freedom. After speaking, Dumbledore calmly sat back down and began to eat the food on his plate as if nothing had happened. Immediately, the students below cheered happily. "An outdoor farewell party for the graduates," Hermione said, puzzled. "What is Marka doing?" "Who knows?" Harry, however, was a bit depressed because he couldn't go, at least not openly. Ron, on the other hand, made a wry face and exclaimed, "Oh, Marka is really rich." Indeed, this was certainly an interesting event, but everyone was either wondering what was Marka's reason for hosting this event, or they simply didn't think about it and were just preparing to go crazy at the outdoor party. But no matter what, just by looking at everyone's excitement, this party should be quite lively. The next morning, on the day everyone went to Hogsmeade Village, Harry, Ron, and Hermione said their goodbyes, and Harry climbed the marble staircase alone back to Gryffindor Tower. He planned to use his invisibility cloak to sneak out of school. Snowflakes drifted outside the window, and the castle was ver. "Why quiet? Hey, Harry." Harry turned around in the middle of the fourth-floor corridor. He saw Fred and George secretly peeking out from behind a statue of a one-eyed, humpbacked witch. "What are you doing?" Harry asked curiously. "Why aren't you in Hogsmeade?" "We came to bring you some holiday cheer before we leave," Fred said, winking mysteriously. "Come here." He nodded towards an empty classroom to the left of the one-eyed statue, and Harry followed Fred and George eyed. George quietly closed the door, then turned around, looking at Harry with a wide smile. "An early Christmas present for you, Harry," he said, smiling. Fred, standing nearby, waved his hand and pulled something out from under his cloak, placing it on an empty table. It was a large, square, very old piece of parchment with nothing written on it. Harry thought this was another one of Fred and George's jokes, and he stared at it with wide eyes. Lest he be pranked by the twins again. P class equals B. Lock 1, I say, what is this? "Well, Harry, it's the secret of our success," George said, gently patting the parchment with affection. "It's a bit hard to give it to you," Fred said, "but last night we decided you needed it more than we did. Anyway, we've already memorized its contents," George continued. "We're giving it to you, we don't need it anymore." "What do I need such a worn-out piece of parchment for?" Harry asked, puzzled. "A worn-out piece of parchment? Red repeated Harry's words, then closed his eyes and made a face, as if Harry had underestimated him. "Explain, George." "All right, in our first year, Harry, we were so young, carefree, and innocent," Harry snorted. He doubted whether Fred and George had ever been innocent. "Well, at least more innocent than we are now," George said. "We had a little incident with Filch back then. We set off a dung bomb in the corridor, and for some reason, it made him very upset. So he dragged us into his office and started to deal with us in his usual way." "Detention," Harry interjected. "Gutting us," George chuckled, and Harry immediately grimaced. "Then what?" Harry urged. "What then?" Harry asked curiously. "What did you guys do next?" Yes, then we accidentally noticed Filch's filing cabinet, and one of the drawers was labeled, 'Confiscated goods highly dangerous.'" "Don't tell me you," Harry started, unable to suppress a laugh. What did you do?" Fred winked at Harry and said, "George threw another dung bomb to distract him, and I quickly pulled open the drawer and grabbed is." As he spoke, he pointed to the old parchment on the table. "It's not as bad as it sounds, you know," George said. "We don't think Filch ever figured out how to use this parchment, but he probably guessed what it was, or he wouldn't have confiscated it." Do you know how to use it? Oh yeah, Fred chuckled. This little thing has taught us more than all the teachers in the school combined. You're pulling my leg, aren't you? Harry looked at the tattered parchment, a look of disbelief on his face. Oh, you think we're lying? George dramatically spread his hands, then pulled out his wand and lightly tapped the parchment. I solemnly swear that I am up to no good. Instantly, thin lines of ink spread out like a spiderweb from where the wand had touched. These lines intertwined, extending to every corner of the parchment, and then some curving, dark green script began to appear above the parchment. Messrs. Mooney, Wormtail, Padfoot, and Pro. NGS, purveyors of aids for magical mischief makers, are proud to present the Marauders MAP. The map meticulously detailed everything within the Hogwarts grounds, but the truly remarkable things were the tiny ink dots moving along the map, each labeled with a minuscule name. Harry was greatly surprised and leaned in for a closer look. A small ink dot in the upper left corner showed Professor Dumbledore pacing in his study. Mrs. Norris Filch's cat was prowling on the third floor, and Peeves, the mischievous ghost, was bouncing around in the trophy room. Harry's gaze swept up and down the familiar corridors. Harry suddenly looked up at the Weasley twins. Do you see Marker? Oh, let me see him, maybe he's already left school. George shrugged. Don't worry about that. The main thing today is to show you. Following George's finger, Harry noticed something. The map revealed a series of passages he had never entered before, many of which seemed to lead to lead straight to Hogsmeade, Fred said, tracing a passage with his finger. There are 7 in total. Look, Filch knows these 4. He pointed them out one by one. But we're sure only we know these other ones. Don't bother with the one behind the mirror on the 5th floor. We used it until last winter, but it collapsed, completely blocked. This one, we think no one has ever used, because the Whomping Willow is planted at its entrance. But this one, yes, look at this one. It leads all the way to the cellar of Honeydukes, and we've used it many times. You might have noticed the entrance is right below this room, through the hump of this one-eyed old woman. Mooney, Wormtail, Padfoot, Prongs, George sighed, patting the map's title. We owe them so much. Noble men working tirelessly to help a new generation of rule-breakers. Fred said solemnly. Oh, and George said cheerfully, don't forget to wipe it clean when you're done, or someone else will see it, Fred warned. Just tap it again and say Miss Kai. F managed, and it will turn back into a blank piece of parchment. So, little Harry, Fred said, mimicking Percy's tone in a peculiar way, remember to behave yourself. See you at Honeydukes, George winked. Then both of them left, grinning contentedly. In fact, Marker was indeed not at school. He was currently visiting the caretaker family of Hogsmeade Village with Tyrande. Mr. Hoser, this event is also in memory of the founder, Hengist. Marker said calmly, sitting on the sofa. You must know, I am also a member of Hufflepuff House, and Mr. Hengist was too. This is the glory of our house. Across from him, a stout old man with a brown beard was half reclining on an even larger sofa. In terms of width alone, he looked like a long-lost brother of Hagrid. The stout old man, Hoser, lazily looked at Marker and said, Yes, that certainly sounds like a good proposal. My great ancestor founded Hogsmeade Village here, which is a major event worth recording in British magical history. In fact, it is indeed recorded in British magical history, Marker echoed. Yes, you're right. Hoser extended a plump finger pointing at Marker. Honestly, I'd really like to attend this outdoor evening party, but unfortunately my body, you know. I don't mind people commenting on my figure, it's not a big deal, but I have to say it makes me feel a bit tired, Hoser grumbled. Moving around is indeed inconvenient. Behind Hoser, a nurse-like woman gently patted his shoulder. Sir, it's time for your medicine, she said. P-class equals. Lock 1. Hoser squinted and slightly shook his fleshy head. All right, then I won't see you out, he said to Marker. Son, I agree to this event. I have no reason to refuse. I'll have my son attend in my place. Afterward, Marker nodded to Tyrande, who was sitting nearby, and then politely stood up to take his leave. I say ahem, Mr. McLean. Outside the house, Tyrande had been staring at Marker. I think. I still can't quite, accept this fact. Merchants primarily care about profit, Marker S. aid indifferently, but I'm glad that sometimes a more human-centered cooperation is more conducive to continuation and development. But I don't see you looking happy at all, Tyrande couldn't help but mutter to himself. After only a few steps, Tyrande couldn't hold back again. Mr. McLean, he asked again, I also wanted to ask, this event of yours, although it won't cost many galleons, it is still, a sum of money. Are you asking what its value is? Marker turned his head and said, Yes, Tyrant said. This is an emotional investment with an uncertain return, Marker said naturally. As I just said, I prefer more human-centered cooperation. With his hint, Tyrant, who often did business in the magical world, immediately understood. Indeed, building good relationships with graduating students was a low-cost and highly efficient choice. If handled properly, Marker could establish his own network of connections in just a few years. Regardless of the outcome, the value at sea would create would definitely be higher than the initial cost, and most importantly, this investment was not complicated, nor did it require frequent follow-up operations. Relationships between people are sometimes that simple. This is like, a miniature Hogwarts, Tyrant couldn't help but say, but Marker shook his head. That would require strong power to support it. The skills of a mere potions master are not enough. You want to be the next Dumbledore. Tyrant's eyes widened. In fact, Tyrant had originally wanted to say Grindelwald. After all, the latter was more direct and thorough. He left a dark legend in the magical world, but he failed, and Dumbledore defeated him with his personal strength in an epic duel. However, Marker still shook his head. I am me, not the next anyone, he said calmly. I don't have the love to protect the magical world, nor the ambition to conquer and change it. I am merely preparing for a rainy day, nothing more. P-class equals BL. Arc 1, the two chatted intermittently as they walked towards the main road of Hogsmeade Village. Meanwhile, Harry had already arrived in the cellar of Honeydukes via the secret passage. It was filled with wooden chairs, crates, and barrels, likely containing various kinds of stock. Harry climbed out of the trapdoor, carefully closing it. The door blended seamlessly with the dusty floor, making it impossible to tell there was a door there. He slowly crept towards the wooden staircase leading upstairs. P-class equals block 1. Now he was sure he could hear various voices, not to mention the ringing of bells and the opening and closing of doors. Harry didn't know what to do, and just then he suddenly heard a door open nearby, and someone was about to come downstairs. Get another box of jelly slugs, dear, they're almost buying out our stock. A woman's voice drifted down. Immediately, a pair of feet descended the stairs. Harry quickly dove behind a large wooden crate, waiting for the footsteps to recede. P-class equals B. Lock 1, he heard the man moving boxes against the opposite wall. He felt he might not get another chance. Harry quickly and silently emerged from his hiding place, ascending the stairs as fast as he could. He looked back and saw an incredibly broad back and a shiny head buried beneath a crate. He reached the door at the top of the stairs, then slipped out, finding himself behind the counter at Honeydukes. Honeydukes was as crowded as ever with Hogwarts students. No one paid Harry a second glance. RRY walked among them, looking around. Chapter. This was Harry's first time in Hogsmeade, and he felt a thrill of excitement. Honeydukes lived up to its reputation as a popular shop among young wizards. It was packed with people. Harry squeezed through the crowd, looking around. Then, Harry was pleased to see Ron and Hermione standing under a sign. They were carefully examining a plate of bloody-looking lollipops. Harry secretly walked up behind them. P-class equals B. Lock 1. No, Harry wouldn't want that. I think it's for vampires, Hermione was saying to Ron. How about this? Ron said, shoving a crumpled can of cockroaches under Hermione's nose. Definitely not, Harry couldn't help but say. When Ron heard Harry's voice, he nearly dropped the can in his hand. Harry, Hermione shrieked. What are you doing here? Oh, how did you get here? Wow, Ron's eyes lit up, and he exclaimed in surprise, you learned to apparate. Of course not. Harry lowered his voice so other students wouldn't hear. Then he told them all about the Marauders map in detail. Why didn't Fred and George ever give it to me? Ron fumed. I'm their own brother. But Harry won't keep it for long. Hermione said hesitantly, I think it would be better to give it to Professor McGonagall. P-class. S equals block 1. Hermione's stubbornness had clearly flared up again. No, I won't give it up, Harry said. Are you crazy? Ron said, glaring at Hermione. Give up something so good. If I give it up, I'll have to say where I got it. Filch will know it was Fred and George. But what about Black? Hermione said worriedly. He might use a secret passage to enter the castle. If Professor McGonagall had this map, he can't come through the passages. Harry immediately retorted. There are 7 secret passages on the map, right? Fred and George estimated that Filch probably knows 4 of them. Of the other 3, one has collapsed, and no one can get through it. The entrance to another is guarded by the Whomping Willow, so you can't get in and out. And the one I just came through, it's really hard to see its entrance in the cellar, so unless... he knows about this secret passage. As he spoke, Harry also began to hesitate. What if Black did know about this passage? However, Ron cleared his throat solemnly and pointed to a notice posted inside the candy store's main door. By order of the Ministry of Magic, customers please note, until further notice, Dementors will patrol the streets of Hogsmeade every day after sunset. This measure is purely for the safety of Hogsmeade residents and will be lifted once Sirius Black is recaptured. Customers are advised to complete their purchases before evening. Merry Christmas. See, Ron said, spreading his hands. There are Dementors everywhere here. I'd like to see how Black breaks into the candy store under these circumstances. Anyway, Hermione, the candy store owner will always hear someone breaking in, right? They live above the candy store. Yes, but, Hermione seemed to be trying to find another fault. Look, Harry still shouldn't be in Hogsmeade Village. He didn't hand in a signed permission slip. If anyone finds out Harry's here, Harry will be in big trouble, and it's still light out. What if Sirius Black shows up today, right now? Actually, I'm more concerned about Marca's outdoor party tonight. Look at what the notice says. Dementors will be patrolling at night. Ron's worry seemed to have eased a bit. At least he could bring up Marca on his own. Harry, Ron, and Hermione argued with each other, but they didn't realize that Marca was actually watching them from a nearby alley. Just then, a scruffy-looking wizard seemingly casually turned around and very naturally slipped from the crowd on the street into the alley where Marca was. "Tarino, how is it?" Marca said calmly. "He's definitely waiting. My old buddy is following him over there, don't worry." This scruffy wizard was Tarino, whom Marca had met last tea time at the Three Broomsticks. He still looked as slovenly and disheveled as ever. "You weren't discovered, were you?" Marca asked again. "Impossible. Without that skill, how could I survive in the underground world?" Tarino chuckled. "That's good." Marca nodded. "It's almost time. I'll take over there. Tomorrow you go to Tyland's shop to collect the other half of the payment, and this transaction will be complete. Thank you for your business. If you need anything next time, you can always find me. You already know the place." Marca waved his hand and turned to go deeper into the alley. Although Tarino also walked in the same direction, after turning a corner, he found that Marca was already gone. Really? Tarino couldn't help but curl his lip. Good thing he doesn't compete with us for a living. Marca had, of course, gone invisible. After several turns, he returned to the main road from another alley entrance. Immediately, he headed towards the post office, following the hid Denmark left by Tarino's partner. He quickly spotted an ordinary-looking wizard at the entrance of a deep alley. Marca threw a piece of paper at his feet. The other person looked left and right without changing expression. Then a strange glint flashed in his eyes. He picked up the note, read it, then glanced into the alley without a word. The next moment, he decisively merged into the crowd and quickly disappeared. Mute. Marca silently recited a spell in his mind, then quickly ran deeper into the alley, but his footsteps miraculously disappeared completely. It must be said that an assassin's abilities are indeed very practical. Although they are not of much use in a direct confrontation, they can play a very important role in situations like this. Soon, at the end of the alley, he found a slightly lean black dog, strolling in the shadows. Only its hind leg looked a bit stiff. It seems that last blow did leave him with some injuries. Black had no means of healing, and for some reason, Marca's wand seemed to refuse his use. So, until now, he was still moving with his injuries. Perhaps few people are stronger than him in terms of willpower, Marca couldn't help but think. At the same time, Marca's hands were not idle. He pointed Black's wand at a corner of the wall beside him, and a broken plate, discarded there by who knows whom, immediately began to transform, turning into a lively, scurrying large rat in the blink of an eye. If one looked closely, the rat looked exactly like Ron Scabbers. P-class equals block 1. Marca waved his wand again, and the large rat suddenly darted across a corner not far from the black dog, deliberately making some noise before immediately running into another alley at incredible speed. But Black's alertness was always within Marca's judgment. The black dog suddenly turned its head and immediately saw the large rat's fleeting figure. Black's impression of that rat's appearance could no longer be described as familiar. It was truly a strong impression of hate to the bone. In that instant, CK seemed to forget the injury on his leg, and he sprinted after it into the alley. As he rushed past Marca, who was invisible, the dog's eyes, filled with anger and madness, left a deep impression on Marker. Is he hating too much? Marker quickly chased after him, calmly pondering as he ran, I just hope it doesn't affect the plan later. Black's speed was fast, showing no signs of injury, and the distance between him and the rat Marker had conjured was constantly shrinking. Fortunately, the destination was almost reached, /P. When they turned another corner, Marker controlled the rat to dart into a trash can by a window. Just as Black was about to knock over the trash can to catch the rat, he heard Harry's voice. Although Black paused for a moment, he didn't hesitate for long. Instead, he immediately overturned the trash can, scattering its contents all over the ground. But the rat was already gone. Of course, he couldn't find it, because the rat had already transformed back into the broken plate the moment it scurried into the trash can. PC. =Block 1 Marker walked past the furious Black, glanced out of the alley, and just saw Harry, Hermione, and Ron entering the Three Broomsticks. It turned out that where Black was now was right under the side window of the Three Broomsticks. Marker glanced at Black, saw him standing up and peering at Harry's figure through the window, and then nodded in relief. At this point, the plan was more than half successful. Inside the Three Broomsticks, it was still as crowded and noisy as ever. There were many customers, the room was warm and smoky, and a graceful, beautiful, mature woman was tending to a boisterous group of wizards at the bar. That's Madame Rosmerta. Ron's face flushed, and he added, Shall I go get the drinks? Harry and Hermione walked to the back of the room, where there was a small empty table between the window and a beautiful Christmas tree, and it was also close to the fireplace. But Harry didn't know that Sirius Black was secretly watching him from outside the window. Minutes later, Ron returned, carrying 3 large mugs of frothy hot butterbeer. Merry Christmas, he said happily, raising his large mug. Harry raised his mug and took a big gulp. He felt it was the best drink he had ever tasted, and the drink seemed to warm him from the inside out. He immediately took another big gulp. Suddenly, a breeze brushed through his hair, and the door of the Three Broomsticks opened again. Harry looked towards the door over the rim of his mug, and the sight almost marred him. Chapter. Just outside the Three Broomsticks, McGonagall and Flitwick walked in, accompanied by a flurry of snowflakes. Following closely behind was the burly Hagrid, who was deep in conversation with a dignified man wearing a dark yellow-green bowler hat and a pinstriped cloak. This was none other than Cornelius Fudge, the Minister for Magic. Ron and Hermione simultaneously placed their hands on Harry's head, pushing him forcefully under the table. Hermione cast a spell, moving a nearby Christmas tree in front of their table, concealing them all. Harry peered out through the thick branches at the bottom of the Christmas tree, seeing the 4 chairs at the adjacent table being pulled out. Then he heard the teachers and Fudge sitting down together, muttering and sighing a few times. Subsequently, a conversation began. A small glass of Gillywater, mine. Professor McGonagall's voice. 4 pints of mead. P-class equals BL. Ock 1 thanks, Rosmerta, Hagrid said. A sherry fruit juice soda with ice and a parasol. Ooh, Professor Flitwick said, smacking his lips. And yours is red currant rum, Minister. Thank you, Rosmerta dear, Fudge's voice said. I must say it's good to see you again. Why don't you have a drink too? Come and sit with us. All right, thank you. Before Madame Rosmerta could finish, the door of the Three Broomsticks opened again, and a voice that surprised Harry and his friends clearly echoed from the entrance. Excuse me, Madame Rosmerta, before that, could I get a butterbeer, please? The calm tone clearly belonged to Marker, and Harry and his friends recognized it instantly. I always hear that butterbeer is very popular among students, but I haven't tried it yet. Oh, Marker, Hagrid's voice sounded quite cheerful. Long time no see, not since last time, you know. Yes, of course, Marker said. I've had a lot to learn recently, always busy. Marker, listen to me, you don't have a signed permission slip. Professor McGonagall seemed a little disapproving, as she always valued rules so much. Well, yes, but I guess I couldn't find anyone to sign my permission slip either. Marker's tone remained calm, as if he was stating something unrelated to him. But the meaning contained in his words, Hagrid wipe away tears. Oh, I understand how you feel, Marker. Sorry, Hagrid, don't squeeze too hard. Hagrid, who was always rough on the outside but delicate on the inside, seemed to have hugged Marker. Harry could even imagine the suffocating feeling of having his chest squeezed by a powerful force. He had experienced that feeling too. Perhaps, but Professor McGonagall hesitated. Well, all right, Albus didn't mind you holding that party. I mean, Professor Dumbledore. PC. Block 1, Don't worry, Professor McGonagall, Marker said. I'll take care of myself. Oh, thank you, Madam Rosmer. He picked up a large glass full of butterbeer and took a small sip. At this moment, Harry's heart was pounding in his throat. He never expected that not only the teachers but also Marker would come. He didn't have a signature, just like Harry, yet he was sitting casually beside the professors. This was simply unbelievable. Should he go out, greet the professors? No, he didn't have the guts. Hermione also seemed a little uneasy. Her leg twitched slightly next to Harry. What brings you here, Minister? Rosmer sat down next to Fudge. Harry saw Fudge's stout lower body shift in his chair, as if checking if anyone was eavesdropping. Then he lowered his voice and said, "What else could it be, dear, besides Sirius Black? I dare say you've heard what happened at the school on Halloween, haven't you?" "I've heard rumors," Madame Rosmer said, "but I also heard that a student is holding a graduation farewell party. I don't even know where to begin my anger." Professor McGonagall sighed. "Do you think Black is still in the area, Minister?" Madame Rosmer asked in a low voice. "Definitely," Fudge said curtly. "Do you know the Dementors have searched my pub twice?" Madame Rosmer said, with a hint of sharpness in her voice. "They've scared away my customers. That's not good for business, Minister." "Rosmer, dear, I'm just like you. I don't like them either," Fudge said uneasily. "It's a necessary precaution, but you're right. I just ran into a few. They're furious with Dumbledore. He won't let them into the castle grounds." "I think letting them in is terrible," Professor McGonagall said sharply. "How are we supposed to teach with these dreadful things floating around everywhere? Searches and defenses shouldn't rely too heavily on them. After all, ultimately, they aren't reliable," Marker said calmly. "Exactly, remember," the diminutive Professor Flitwick piped up. "We all know Black can, you know." "I still can't quite believe." Madame Rosmer, however, didn't seem to care how Black escaped. Of all the people who could fall into bad company, Sirius Black was the last person I expected to do something like this. I mean, I remember him as a boy at Hogwarts, and if you'd told me then what he'd become, I would have said you'd had too much to drink. Class equals block 1. "You don't know half the truth, Rosmer," Fudge said stiffly. "Very few people know the worst thing he did." "The worst?" Madame Rosmer said, her voice full of curiosity. "Do you mean worse than killing all those poor people?" "Of course," Fudge said. "I can't believe it. What could be worse than that?" "Fudge, I think we should change the subject," Professor McGonagall suddenly interjected. "What's wrong?" "Oh." Fudge froze for a moment. He turned his head and saw Marker gulping own butterbeer. "Sorry, this really isn't appropriate." He took a sip of his drink, but Marker put down his large glass and turned to face them. "I never expected butterbeer to be so sweet," he said calmly. "I mean, there's nothing inappropriate about this. In fact, I happen to know a little about what happened back then." He paused, then continued. "The Fidelius charm, betrayal and escape, the deaths of 12 Muggles, and of course Peter Pettigrew. Wasn't it because Black later joined forces with the mysterious man?" Rosmer asked in a low voice. "And what is the Fidelius charm?" But for now, no one had time to answer Madame Rosmer. They were all shocked by Marker's understanding of the incident. Although Marker only mentioned a few keywords, those sitting there were all insiders. They knew immediately that Marker's understanding of the incident was clearly more than just happening to know a little, as he claimed. "Oh, McLean, how do you know?" Professor McGonagall asked in surprise. Class equals block 1. "Believe me, Professor, it's not that difficult to investigate." Marker's upper lip still had white foam from the butterbeer, making him look like he had a white mustache. But no one could laugh at this moment. But Fudge also seemed somewhat unconvinced. Because the case was sealed, not many people knew the details of that case, Minister, compared to that. "I'm actually more concerned about some of the details of the case," Marker said calmly. "In fact, I analyzed the principles of the spell used to blow up that street at the time, and the results shocked me." Although his expression was the exact opposite of the phrase shocked, everyone was more interested in what he wanted to say. "All the professors present, and of course the minister," Marker continued. "You are all experts with in-depth research into magic, so it's a bit, but I don't know if any of you have noticed the nature of that spell. That should be a rather obscure dark magic, capable of detonating the magic contained within the body." "But what about it, Prof?" Professor McGonagall asked in confusion. "To be precise, it's a type of sacrificial dark magic originating from an ancient evil magic. Marker analyzed. Detonating the body, or detonating the soul. These evil magics have appeared throughout history, but without exception, they all require voluntary participation to be effective. He held up his hands and wiggled his fingers, putting quotation marks around the word voluntary. Are you suggesting that Peter Pettigrew was voluntarily blown to smithereens? Hagrid shouted. Oh, how could that be, poor Peter? SHH. Professor McGonagall was clearly reprimanding Hagrid for being too loud. Actually, I meant to say that this kind of dark magic is usually self-sacrifice, Marker whispered. Of course, not always, but at least the success rate is highest that way. Are you doubting Peter? Professor McGonagall said, frowning. We all know Black was James's secret keeper. The Fidelius charm is absolute. James Potter told Dumbledore that Black would rather die than reveal their location, and that Black himself intended to go into hiding, Professor McGonagall added. James said it himself, but Marker shook his head. The Fidelius charm is absolute. That's certainly true, but James, well, Uncle James's words might not be, Marker said. It's like the Weasley twins. Uncle James and Uncle Black were both very clever and very cunning. Marker noticed that as he said this, a pane of glass in the side window of the pub subtly rattled. Lie class equals block 2, ID equals talk ID 101. Value equals 101 chapter. Speaking of which, Marker only had a vague recollection of Sirius Black's wrongful imprisonment. However, once he knew the outcome, researching the information and deducing the events would naturally be much easier than analyzing them from scratch. Yet the professors almost entirely disbelieved Marker's theory. Among them, Hagrid's reaction was the most intense. I met him, Hagrid boomed. Before it all happened, I moved. Since have been the last person to see him. After those people were killed, I was the one who rescued Harry from James and Lily's house. He was in the ruins of that house, the poor little thing, with a long gash on his forehead, and both his parents were dead. Just then, Sirius Black appeared, riding his usual flying motorcycle. I never understood what he was doing there. I didn't know he was James and Lily's secret keeper. At the time, I thought he had heard about the Dark Lord's attack and was there to help his good friends. He was pale and trembling. At this point, Hagrid suddenly roared. Do you know what I did? I comforted that murderous traitor. Hagrid, no, Professor McGonagall said. Keep your voice down. Oh, sorry, Marker, I'm not angry with you, Hagrid said, putting his thick arm around Marker's shoulder. You're too young to understand that sometimes it's hard to tell good people from bad. I made a mistake back then. But at the time, how was I to know he wasn't grieving for Lily and James? He cared about the Dark Lord, Hagrid said dejectedly. Then he said, give me Harry, Hagrid. I'm his godfather. I'll take care of him. But Dumbledore had instructed me, so I told Black no. Dumbledore said Harry should go to his aunt and uncle. Black, of course, disagreed, but I insisted, and eventually he gave in. He told me to take Harry there on his motorcycle. I don't need this motorcycle anymore. I remember him saying clearly, I should have known something was suspicious then. He loved that motorcycle. Why would he give it to me? Why didn't he need it anymore? It's actually too easy to understand. Dumbledore knew he had been the Potter's secret keeper. Black knew he was going to flee that very night, knew that the Ministry of Magic would be after him in a few hours. But what if I had given Harry to him? I bet he would have thrown Harry off the motorcycle into the sea halfway there, his best friend's son. At this point, Hagrid lowered his head in distress, took a large gulp of drink, and said no more. A long silence fell upon them. After a while, Madame Rosmer couldn't hold back any longer and asked again, so what exactly is that Fidelius charm? It's a very profound charm, Marker explained. Its principle involves souls and contracts, and possibly even, Marker paused here, before continuing, well, simply put, it's using magic to hide a secret within the soul of a living person. This secret is hidden in the heart of the chosen person, the secret keeper. As long as the secret keeper refuses to reveal it, others will never be able to discover what the secret is meant to hide. At this, Professor Flitwick interjected, yes, as long as the secret keeper refuses to speak. The Dark Lord could search the village where the Potters lived for years and never find them, even if he squashed his nose against the window pane outside their living room. Marker couldn't help but glance at Flitwick, who knew Flitwick might even be able to be a divination professor or something, Voldemort's nose did get flattened later on. Madame Rosmera was quite pleased to have learned so many secrets. She couldn't help but offer comfort, but he didn't try to hide, did he? The Ministry of Magic caught him the next day. Oh dear, if only we had caught him, Fudge said painfully. It wasn't us who found him. It was Peter Pettigrew, another friend of the Potters. He must have been mad with grief. He knew Black had been the Potters' secret keeper, so he went after Black himself. Peter Pettigrew, that chubby little boy who always followed them around at Hogwarts, Rosmera asked. He worshipped Potter and Black as heroes, Professor McGonagall said. He was never really part of their smart crowd, and I was often quite harsh with him. You can imagine when I found out. Her voice was hoarse, as if she had suddenly caught a cold. In fact, to say that he was the secret keeper, that he was the one who betrayed the Potters, I simply cannot believe it, Professor McGonagall said with red eyes. That little fellow was always so timid, how could he possibly? Yeah, he was brave just once, but that one time, Hagrid agreed, suddenly letting out a sharp sob. Now, Minerva, Fudge said comfortingly. Peter Pettigrew was a hero. The eyewitnesses at the time, I mean the muggles on that street, whose memories we naturally obliviated afterwards. They described how Peter Pettigrew cornered Black. Peter was sobbing, saying, Lily and James, serious, how could you do it? Then he raised his wand, of course. Black was much faster than him, and Peter was just blasted into smithereens. Professor McGonagall blew her nose, saying emotionally, foolish boy, silly boy, he was always terrible at dueling. The Ministry of Magic should have handled it. P-class equals. Block 1, I tell you, if I had caught Black before Peter Pettigrew, I wouldn't have used a wand. I would have broken his limbs one by one, Hagrid roared. You don't know what you're saying, Hagrid, Fudge said sharply. Only a trained hit wizard from the Department of Magical Law Enforcement might have been able to defeat Black before he was cornered. I was the deputy head of the Department of Magical Catastrophes then, and I was among the first to arrive at the scene after Black killed so many people. I will never forget that sight. Psalm. At times I still dream about it. A huge crater in the middle of the street, so deep it broke the sewers underneath, bodies everywhere. Muggles screaming and Black standing there laughing hysterically, Peter Pettigrew's remains right in front of him. A pile of blood-stained robes and a few fragments. Fudge suddenly stopped talking, followed by the sound of 5 people blowing their noses. Maka looked at them, blinking, wondering if he needed to play along or something. In fact, his objective had already been achieved. Maka had never intended to convince them. All his words were for Black, who was outside the window. When he saw the window pane move, he knew that today's plan was completely successful, and now he just needed to finish his sickly sweet butterbeer and leave normally, that was all. As the adults prepared to leave, Maka invited them to the outdoor party that evening. Whether it was to bless the graduates or to protect the students from the Dementors, at least the profs were all very willing to attend the party. Even Minister of Magic Fudge promised Maka that he would make an appearance at the party. As the pub door opened, accompanied by another swirl of snowflakes into the room, they all walked out of the 3 broomsticks. After Maka bid them farewell, he left in a different direction. As Maka passed the alley entrance, Black was hiding in the shadows, his eyes fixed on Maka, lost in thought. Harry wasn't very clear on how he got back to the Honeyduke's cellar or how he re-entered the castle through the secret passage. All he knew was that the return journey seemed to take no time at all, and he barely noticed what he was doing, because his mind was completely filled with everything he had just heard. Why had no one ever told him? Dumbledore, Hagrid, Mr. Weasley, Cornelius Fudge, and even Maka, they all knew that his parents had died, betrayed by their best friend. But why had no one ever told him this? Ron and Hermione, worried about Harry, followed him all the way back to Hogwarts. They watched Harry uneasily, but didn't know what to say. At dinner, Ron and Hermione noticed that there were fewer students dining in the Great Hall today. Many had gone to Maka's outdoor party. After dinner, Harry quietly went to the empty door and walked straight to his bedside table. He pushed his books aside and quickly found what he was looking for, a leather-bound photo album Hagrid had given him 2 years ago, filled with magical photographs of his parents. He sat on his bed, drew the curtains around it, and began to turn the pages of the album, until he stopped at a photo of his parents' wedding day. His dad was waving at him, a wide smile on his face, his messy black hair, inherited by Harry, sticking up in all directions. His mum was also in the photo, her cheeks flushed with joy from happiness. She stood arm in arm with his dad, and that must be him, their best man. Harry had never thought about him before. If he hadn't known it was the same person, he would never have guessed that the person in this old photograph was black. His face wasn't as hollow and sallow as it appeared on the Ministry of Magic wanted poster. He was handsome and smiling. Was he already working for Voldemort when this photo was taken? Was he already planning to kill the two people beside him? Did he know he was facing 12 years in Azkaban? 12 years that would make him unrecognizable. Harry snapped the album shut with a bang and shoved it into his bedside table. Chapter. Hogsmeade Village is located above the snowline year-round, with a cold climate and howling valley winds. Here, wizards generally don't venture out at night to seek trouble. However, the night sky here is quite beautiful. Just by looking up, you can see the stars embedded in the firmament, seemingly within reach, as if you could touch them with an outstretched hand, a truly enchanting sight. At this moment, Marcus stood on a small snowdrift, not far from where the open-air party was being held, gazing up at the endless starry sky, quietly waiting for the party to begin. The location for this Hogwarts Graduates Farewell open-air party was set by Marcus outside Hogsmeade Village in a cleared patch of land. In fact, Marcus didn't go to great lengths to decorate anything. He simply entrusted Hosa, the administrator of Hogsmeade Village, to send people to set up 4 long tables and a not too large stage. That's right, it was quite similar to the Great Hall at Hogwarts, but there were no 4-colored house banners here. Instead, there were large groups of twinkling pixies joyfully flitting around the long tables, constantly showing off their beauty. And in the open space between the long tables and the stage, a bonfire blazed, continuously emitting warmth. There was clearly some magic hidden within it. To be honest, it seemed a bit simple here, but Marcus felt that this was what a student-organized party should be like. Although simple, it gave a sense of freedom, just like the graduates who were about to leave school and enter society. At the very least for the graduates, it was a beautiful aspiration and a blessing filled with hope. "Hey, McLean, almost everyone's here." Hosa's son, the current administrator, ran over and said, "All right, thank you for your trouble." Marcus nodded and turned to look over. Many people came tonight. It seemed that holding it outdoors in the village outskirts was indeed a wise decision. "Okay, class equals block 1." He paused, then walked towards the party grounds. "Dear students, dear professors, and esteemed alumni who have been invited." Marcus looked at some of the wizards from Hogsmeade Village, who were secretly chuckling. Hogwarts' influence is indeed very great, and it has cultivated a large number of excellent wizards for the magical world. It seems that in the British magical world, you could bump into a Hogwarts alumnus anywhere. Marcus was certainly not wrong in calling them old classmates. P class equals BL. Arc 1, everyone, welcome to the Hogwarts Graduates Farewell Party. He raised his hands and said loudly, "First, let's cheer for tonight's protagonists." Below the stage, everyone gathered around the bonfire, shouting excitedly. Troublemakers like Fred and George even seized the opportunity to light filibusters' fireworks, and the atmosphere of the party ignited instantly. Marcus had to secretly pull out his wand and hide it behind his back, casting a sonorous charm on himself. He had to be careful not to let Lupin's wand, which actually belonged to black, be recognized. "Perhaps I should buy a new wand to use for now." He shook his head and continued, "We know that after we graduate, we will inevitably face all sorts of opportunities and challenges, and I'm sure they won't make things too easy for us, for our families, for our heritage, or even simply for galleons. We will surely be busy in society and in our work. When we can no longer gather together as we do now, time will gradually fade the feelings between us. I don't think that's what we w." Aunt Marcus paused, then continued, "So I just want to say, don't forget the wonderful times tonight. Farewells are always sad, but farewells also mean the joy of reunion. Think of all the joys and sorrows we've shared in school over the years, then let yourselves go. If you want to laugh, let the laughter not stop. If you want to cry, let the tears flow, and let it become an unforgettable memory for us all." below the stage. The graduating students embraced each other. Even the younger students, who had originally come to join the fun, were infected by the farewell emotions, and several emotional girls were already sobbing. Finally, I want to say, today we are all Hogwarts, Maka shouted loudly. We are all Hogwarts. The young wizards cheered along, and even the professors couldn't help but get teary-eyed. We are all Hogwarts. How well McLean put it. Short Professor Flitwick blew his nose and squeezed together with Hagrid. Wiping away tears of emotion, Prof. Esser McGonagall wiped the corners of her eyes. She looked at the students in the arena, feeling their pure emotions, and couldn't help but be filled with emotion. It must be mentioned that Snape also came today. He still had that cold expression, looking at the students, and occasionally glancing at Maka on the stage, revealing a thoughtful expression. However, it must be said that the students of Slytherin House were clearly calmer. Many of them were pureblood wizards who had received family education, and they truly couldn't bring themselves to hug each other and cry. But they were still students after all, and after spending a long time together, they would develop corresponding friendships. These little snakes, who were usually frivolous or arrogant, were now gathered in several groups, communicating with each other. Although mostly polite, they were subtly expressing their feelings in their own way. Just then, Maka walked down from the stage. Good evening, seniors. He walked into the circle of Slytherin graduates and calmly bowed. I offer my blessings for your upcoming graduation. I don't think we need your blessings. The speaker was Marcus Flint, captain of the Slytherin Quidditch team. Behind him, several teammates also gathered around. Since Marcus scared him off last time, he hadn't been seen much. Oh, right. Flint had already repeated a year, and it was unclear if he would be able to graduate smoothly this year. Although he spoke now, his tone still carried a hint of arrogance, but his nervous expression already betrayed him. He was still a little shaken by what happened last time. And around them, other Slytherin students watched in small groups, but they didn't seem to agree with Flint's words. Maka glanced at him indifferently and said calmly, "Are you qualified to speak for Slytherin?" He noticed that when he said this, the surrounding Slytherins who were watching all coldly glared at Flint. Clearly, in the shrewd and ambitious Slytherin house, almost no one would become a true student leader. Thinking this, he continued, "Quite clearly you are not. A descendant who tarnishes his family like you probably isn't even qualified to stand among the Slytherins." "What did you say, you mud?" Maka suddenly turned his head, his icy gaze piercing Flint's eyes. He snorted coldly and said, "Are you questioning my bloodline? Then do you know that the Sorting Hat considered putting me in Slytherin?" In Flint's astonished expression, Maka's eyes suddenly became much sharper. He slowly scanned the faces of the surrounding little snakes, then calmly said, "Do you understand Salazar Slytherin's purpose in establishing the house? Do you know why he insisted on the pureblood view?" He paused, and only when the Slytherin students looked at him in confusion did he continue. "It's power, it's unity, it's a unified will." Maka looked at them with bright eyes and said, "And of course, continuously extending and intertwining interests." He could feel that some shrewd Slytherin's eyes had already brightened. What Maka said were all very tempting things to the ambitious Slytherins. But there was one thing he didn't say, and that was, in the magical world, all of this is built upon strong power. Without corresponding strength to support it, then everything built on the surface would not be solid. Just like Gellert Grindelwald, the first Dark Lord who reached the pinnacle of power back then, he was ultimately completely defeated by Dumbledore, and Grindelwald's forces immediately disintegrated and ceased to exist. Just as the Slytherins were all staring at Maka with various expressions, he suddenly changed the subject and said, "But before that, we must understand that Hogwarts is a magical school established by the four founders together. Think about it. After graduation, if someone asks, how will we answer? Will we answer, 'I am from Slytherin House at Hogwarts,' or 'I am from Hogwarts'?" Maka chuckled. "At least, I don't want others to laugh at us and say that we at Hogwarts are still divided." "You don't need to say more," several Slytherin graduates argued. Maka spread his hands and said meaningfully, "So, only by working together can you achieve stable efforts, and making more friends is good for your future and your family's future." He raised his hand and gestured towards the other three houses. "Look, there are many descendants of pureblood families over there too. Why not put aside house prejudices? In fact, although Slytherins valued interests and knew how to protect themselves, many of them also had deep feelings for Hogwarts. During the First Wizarding War, a considerable number of Slytherin wizards fought for Hogwarts, and some even lost their lives in the process. At this moment, Marker's words were undoubtedly subtly provoking that part of the people, while also stirring up the other part of the students who harbored different thoughts. After he finished speaking, he no longer looked at them, but turned and walked towards the students of the other 3 houses by the bonfire. Behind him, the little snakes all looked at the students who were celebrating around the bonfire. Before long, several quick-witted students had already started walking towards where Marker was. P class equals. Block 1 HMPH, let's go back to school. Flint snorted coldly with hatred and said to his teammates behind him. But he didn't expect that 2 of his teammates actually hesitated for a moment, then slowly avoided his gaze. By the bonfire, Marker vigorously rubbed his cheeks. He had just put on quite a show on the Slytherin side, and it had indeed cost him a lot of expressions. Around him, many students crowded around, praising the open-air party. Many graduates expressed that this was probably the most precious memory since their enrollment at Hogwarts. There were certainly many precious memories, but a memory that people could clearly point out its value was Ruli the First. Marker curled the corners of his mouth, forcing a slight smile, and then chatted with everyone. To be honest, Marker's true purpose in holding the party was indeed utilitarian, but from another perspective, he might also have had the intention of sincerely wanting to make friends with everyone. The word friend can be light or heavy, but no matter what, it is something that can affect a person's entire life. Although for Marker now, friendship is truly difficult to understand, this does not prevent him from using his past self as a standard to spend more time deciding how to act. As time went on, more Slytherins joined the crowd around the bonfire. It was clear that they were not very accustomed to such simple, enthusiastic, and even somewhat crude interactions, but Marker would usually patiently help them understand each other and integrate. The night grew deeper, and everyone was getting a little tired from the revelry, but just as Marker was about to announce the end of the party, everyone felt a hint of abnormality. Do you feel like it suddenly got colder? The young wizards exchanged puzzled glances, and as the uneasy feeling gradually surged, the venue became quiet. The professors, however, had already drawn their wands. They knew very well that the Dementors had returned. At this moment, the calmest person in the entire place was, of course, Marker. He couldn't help but be calm. But Snape's composure was actually no less than his. Both of them had narrowed eyes. Marker was staring intently in the direction of Hogsmeade Village, from where the chill was coming from beyond the slope. Snape, on the other hand, was staring at Marker with an expressionless face. Snape was very curious about Marker's strength. He always felt that every time Marker made a move, he would bring a big surprise to everyone. Marker would certainly bring surprises to everyone. Not to mention his previous moves, at least today, he was mentally prepared for the Dementors' arrival. Since those dark creatures patrolled the streets of Hogsmeade Village at night, the immense happiness released at the party was like a delicious feast specially prepared for them. Although it was unclear why Dumbledore tacitly allowed this party to take place, and he even felt confident enough not to attend. Simply by the fact that he also tacitly allowed the professors to attend, it was clear that he had long anticipated the Dementors' sudden attack. Everyone, don't panic, gather in the middle, Marker suddenly said loudly. The uneasy students, hearing this, instinctively obeyed Marker's command, and almost everyone crowded around him. After the previous Dementor attack on the Quidditch pitch, everyone was somewhat familiar with this chill, and Marker's words at this moment were like a key, opening the door to everyone's memories. Is it Dementors? A Slytherin nervously said, taking a few more steps towards the center. Just then, several dark figures suddenly emerged from the top of the opposite slope, floating above the ground and heading this way. Behind them, more terrifying figures gradually appeared. P class equals block 1. The students couldn't help but gasp in low voices. The professors all stepped forward, standing unhesitatingly between the Dementors and the young wizards, their wands glowing with a familiar silvery white mist. And at this moment, Maka was certainly not idle. He pulled out a large potion bottle from his waist. It was as big as 2 adult fists, and such a potion bottle was clearly uncommon. Snape frowned as he looked at the large potion bottle, a thoughtful expression on his face. P-class equals blow. CK1 by now, the Dementors were getting closer and closer, and the surrounding chill became more and more solid, making everyone involuntarily shrink their necks. Maka noticed that the students closest to the Dementors were constantly retreating, pressing closer and closer together. It's time, Maka thought, and decisively pulled out the cork. Immediately, an extremely dense milky white mist rapidly emerged from the bottle's mouth, spreading out in a spherical shape. The mist spread very quickly, indeed widely, not only enveloping the students, but also covering the professors who were standing at the very front. Don't worry, everyone, this mist can keep Dementors from approaching. You'll be safe as long as you stay inside, Maka said loudly. Leave everything to the professors, it will be over soon. By the way, everyone, please make way, let me through. He squeezed his way to the very front, and then quickly walked out of the area filled with white mist. Standing behind the professors, yes, he had no intention of using his wand today. With several professors present, he only needed to watch. Although not a small number of Dementors were attracted this time, there were clearly less than half the number compared to the Quidditch pitch incident. With no worries, the professors each summoned their patronesses and quickly drove away the Dementors. In fact, if it weren't for the protective mist Maka created, the students wouldn't have been in any danger. At most, it would have just been a matter of a piece of chocolate. P-class equals BL. Arc 1, but providing a sense of security when everyone was in a state of panic was a very meaningful thing. Afterward, led by Professor McGonagall, everyone tidied up and then rode in carriages pulled by the Strauss back to Hogwarts. On the way back, everyone excitedly discussed the party and, of course, their recent encounter with the Dementors. To be honest, the young wizards didn't have much lingering fear this time. Besides the professor's protection, it must be said that Maka's seemingly superfluous actions were indeed indispensable. The next morning, in a dormitory in Gryffindor Tower, Harry, Ron called out hesitantly. Harry lay motionless, pretending to still be asleep. After a while, he heard Ron leave. Then there seemed to be another stir, but he wasn't in the mood to open his eyes to look. Harry had barely slept all night. He felt a hatred he had never known before flowing through his entire body, and this hatred was like poison. In a daze, he saw Black laughing at him through the darkness, as if someone had taken a magical photograph from an album and pasted it in front of his eyes. He watched, as if someone was showing him a movie, with Sirius Black blowing Peter Pettigrew to pieces. For some reason, Peter looked like Neville. He seemed to hear someone excitedly whispering, "It's done, Master, the Potters have made me their secret keeper." Then another person's voice, a shrill laugh. It was the voice of the man he heard in his head whenever Dementors approached. He didn't get out of bed until near noon, only to find the dormitory empty. He got dressed and walked down the spiral staircase to the common room. There was no one there either, only Ron, who was eating a cauldron cake and massaging his stomach, and Hermione, who had her homework spread across 3 tables. "Harry, you don't look too good," Ron said, looking at him. "Where did everyone go?" Harry asked. "They left. It's the first day of the holidays, remember?" Ron said, observing Harry carefully. "It's almost lunchtime. I was about to wake you up." "Yes, if it weren't for last night's open-air party, everyone would have gone home yesterday," Hermione added, "right after visiting Hogsmeade Village." Harry plopped into the armchair by the fireplace. Outside, snowflakes were still falling. Crookshanks lay sprawled out in front of the fireplace like a large ginger-colored rug. "You really don't look well, you know," Hermione said, looking anxiously at his face. "I'm fine," Harry said dryly. "Harry, listen." Hermione saw ID exchanging glances with Ron. "You must be upset about what we heard yesterday. But it's important that you don't do anything foolish. And didn't Maka think something was wrong? You know he usually doesn't make mistakes. So what?" Harry said testily. "Whether it's Black or Peter, the outcome hasn't changed, and what foolish thing could I do?" "Like going after Black," Ron said sharply. Harry understood that the two of them had probably rehearsed this conversation while he was still upstairs. He said nothing. "You wouldn't do that, would you, Harry?" Hermione said. "Dying for Black isn't worth it," Ron added. "You know we and Dementors get near me. I see and hear things, don't you?" Ron and Hermione both shook their heads, looking worried. I can hear my mum screaming, hear her begging Voldemort. If you heard your mum scream like that, scream just before she was about to be killed, you wouldn't forget it. If you found someone everyone thought was her friend, but he betrayed her, told Voldemort to go after her. Just then, a figure appeared at the common room entrance. So, what do you intend to do, Marker? Hermione said in surprise. You didn't go back. And how did you get past the fat lady? Coincidentally, I just came from Professor McGonagall. She told me the password, Marker said calmly. As for why I didn't go back, that's exactly what I wanted to talk about. Chapter. Harry, I understand how you feel about losing your parents, but at least you still have relatives alive. Even if they treat you badly, it's still better than me, isn't it? Marker's tone remained as calm as ever, but each word struck them like a hammer. Oh, Marker, you are, but you've never said, Hermione said in surprise. No wonder you never talk about your family. Mom was always worried your family treated you badly. Ron was also startled. Of course, Harry was the most shaken by Marker's words. He was staring intently at Marker, unable to speak. Harry, remember you are a Gryffindor, Marker said calmly. Don't always be upset by these things, show your spirit. To figure all this out, you absolutely cannot rush, and even less can you be reckless. Do you understand what I mean? But, Harry asked hesitantly, what you said about Peter Pettigrew, is that true? Marker glanced at Ron's pocket. Out of the corner of his eye, he noticed Scabbers, who had been hidden inside, immediately stirred when he heard Harry's words. I'm not very clear either. It's just a possibility, he casually replied. Then continued, Harry, Professor Lupin has already told me that you want to learn the Patronus charm. I think that's a good idea. Oh, yes, Hermione echoed. Ron and I want to learn too. Can we learn together? Of course, that's no problem, Marker agreed. Given the current situation, the Patronus charm is very practical, of course. It's not easy at all, so you'll need to be mentally prepared. Soon, after lunch, the lesson began. To be fair, Harry and his two friends were quite excited at first, as the awe-inspiring eagle had truly left a deep impression on them. But it wasn't long before, apart from Hermione, who remained enthusiastic, Harry and Ron had both started to feel sleepy. Marker's Minute-Charm class was highly valued by Professor Lupin. Not only did he allow Marker to teach in the staff room, but he even invited Professor Flitwick to listen in carefully. But to be honest, almost everyone thought Marker would choose practical training as his teaching method. Lupin even thought Marker might, as he did on the train, directly grab a Dementor by the face and drag it into the staff room. Regardless of whether it was appropriate or not, it would certainly be a very exciting start to a lesson. But who knew, Marker had no intention of having Harry and the others take out their wands. He tapped the blackboard with his wand, covery, ng it with large sections of spell theory, then calmly explained various theoretical analyses of spells, such as spell structure, syllable linking and breaks, and wand movement trajectories. It was as if he was trying to completely dissect the spell, making it feel extremely tedious. Coupled with his unchanging tone, it was almost as soporific as Professor Binns's History of Magic class. Hey, what do you think? Lupin asked Flitwick with a stiff face. It's like listening to a complex theoretical lecture. Flitwick's sharp voice was also much more subdued than usual. It reminds me of Nicholas Flamel's Alchemy Academic Salon and Seminar back then. To be honest, these theories are truly amazing. It's hard to imagine McLean has such in-depth research into charms, Lupin said weakly, but why can't I absorb any of it? Oh, Marker, it looks like you've changed wands, Ron, bored, suddenly asked. Except for Hermione, who was immersed in knowledge. Everyone else subconsciously looked at Marker's hand. Yes, Marker said, raising the wand in his hand. The previous one accidentally broke, so I went and bought a new one. He paused, looking at their listless expressions, and couldn't help but shake his head. All right, well then, let's try it out in practice, Marker said. Originally, I planned to let you simply understand the basic principles of the Patronus charm first, which would make it easier for you to cast it successfully, but anyway, take out your wands first. Upon hearing that they were going to do practical training, everyone perked up. Marker had Harry and his two friends stand in the open space in the middle, then said, there are many key points to casting the Patronus charm, but there is only one main point, and that is, during the casting process, use your most positive and affirmative emotions as support, and let your emotions burst forth. So, how exactly do we do that? Harry couldn't help but ask. There are many kinds of positive emotions, among which joy and protection are the most effective against Dementors. Marker explained in detail. Joy is directed at oneself, while protection is directed at others. Whichever one it is, only the strongest, most direct, and most determined is the best. Specifically, for example, recall your happiest memory, or imagine you want to protect someone who is most important to you, he continued. Then recite the incantation, expecto patronum, all of you give it a try. Happy memories. Protecting someone important. Harry and his two friends all frowned, their expressions varied. They thought for a while, then waved their wands and began to try. However, casting the Patronus charm was not simple. For almost half an hour afterwards, the three of them didn't have much success. Well, except for Hermione. On her third attempt, she made her wand emit a silvery white mist. In fact, Marker's previous theoretical explanation was indeed very effective. And Hermione was a good example. But those dry theoretical explanations were not something everyone could grasp. Originally, I only planned for you to learn the theory today, so I wasn't prepared. Marker spread his hands. How about this? You continue to try, and I'll go get a Dementor for you. They are everywhere outside the school lately, aren't they? Not long after, the scene Lupin had imagined finally appeared. Marker, glowing with a silvery white light all over his body, walked directly into the staff room, dragging a Dementor by the hand. P-class equals. Block 1, fortunately, it's Christmas break now, otherwise it would be lively. Marker didn't care how the Dementor in his hand struggled. He just held its face, covering its mouth tightly. As the Dementor entered the staff room, the previously warm room immediately became bone-chilling. To the side, Harry and his two friends stood far away, watching Marker with complex expressions. Don't look at me like that, Marker said, waving his free hand. This is an advanced application of the Patronus charm, which I discovered by accident. If you can master the basics more solidly, I can try to teach it to you. All right, did anyone succeed just now? Marker asked. I mean while I was gone. Miss Granger did well, Professor Lupin said. I think she can try it first. Okay then, everyone except Hermione moved to the wall, Marker said. Hermione, are you ready? Hermione heard this, looked at the Dementor struggling in Marker's hand, then nodded firmly. Excellent. Remember, the incantation is expecto patronum, Marker said, releasing the Dementor in his hand and pushing it towards Hermione. Immediately, the Dementor, its entire body covered by a tattered black cloak and shrouded in black mist, lunged at Hermione. Its scabbed and rotten hands reached directly for her. Hermione immediately felt as if she was back at the end of her first term, submerged in the icy lake, almost drowning. The cold continuously seeped into her skin, and the Dementor's face, unidentifiable beneath its hood, drew closer and closer to her. Hermione felt that she couldn't concentrate enough to cast the spell Joy. Where was the joy? Fear and despair accumulated in Hermione's heart. Hermione screamed and stumbled back a few steps, then tripped over herself. She landed with a thud on the cold floor, but still couldn't help but desperately scramble backward. She couldn't help but want to get away from the monster that filled her with such terror. It seems we need to take it a bit slower. Marker's voice came from behind the Dementor, and at the same time, a hand shrouded in silvery white mist suddenly reached out from behind its neck. That hand tightly gripped the Dementor's neck, making it involuntarily tilt its head back, and then, with a bang sound, accompanied by a hoarse roar, the Dementor found itself slammed against the wall by that hateful human. Oh, Harry, Ron, and also Lupin and Flitwick all instinctively flinched. A peculiar over-the-shoulder throw, Lupin's mouth twitched. Well, Dementors are all so tall, aren't they? Flitwick SCR arched his head. Because everyone was standing against the wall on either side, they had a clear view of Marker's actions just now, including how Marker jumped, how he grabbed the Dementor's neck, and finally how he twisted its neck and threw it. The whole sequence of movements was smooth and flowing. It had to be said, it looked quite satisfying. Dementors' bodies are indeed very light. Marker shrugged, seeing everyone staring at him as he spoke. He walked over to the Dementor, grabbed its face, and dragged it to the center of the staff room. Everyone, remember, you must be careful of a Dementor's mouth. It not only sucks away your positive emotions, but sometimes it will directly suck away your soul, Marker said calmly. You must truly remember this. That's why I always cover its mouth. Chapter Where there's training, there's naturally rest. Especially when dueling Dementors, rest is even more necessary, at least a piece of chocolate, right? But unfortunately, the concept of halftime break didn't exist for Marka. After Hermione failed twice in a row, her face was already very pale. But just as Professor Lupin was about to tell her to rest, Marka took out another bottle of the cheering charm diluted with milk. The same one he had given Ginny on the train. This stuff was amazing, truly amazing. In a flash, Hermione, who had been in a state of dejection, immediately smiled after taking a few drops. "How do you feel?" Marka asked. "I feel like I'm the happiest person in the world." Hermione waved her hand cheerfully at him, grinning. "Is her personality a bit off?" Ron asked Harry beside him, cautiously eyeing Hermione. "I remember," Marka once said it. "Wow. Be fine after the effects wore off," Harry shrugged. Meanwhile, Marka didn't let Hermione stop. "Just like that, try again," he said. "I'm sure you'll succeed this time. Remember this feeling." With that, he pushed the Dementor towards Hermione again. "Expecto Patronum." Hermione's face even held a hint of a smile. She waved her wand and decisively chanted the spell, clearly under the influence of the cheering charm's juice. Hermione's happiness index had almost risen a notch. A large amount of silvery white mist quickly appeared at the tip of her wand, gradually solidifying as it continuously intertwined and wrapped around itself. In a short while, Hermione's Patronus had formed. Merlin's beard. Professor Flitwick jumped off his chair again, exclaiming, "What kind of potion is that?" Lupin also said with surprise, "Marka told me it was cheering charm juice. I think it was diluted with milk." "Oh, I bet. The value of the cheering charm will rise." Again, because of this moment, Flitwick clapped his hands excitedly. Marka glanced over, putting his index finger to his lips. "SHHH, professors, remember to keep it a secret from me." After speaking, he turned his gaze back to Hermione's Patronus. It was enveloped in the silvery white mist unique to the Patronus charm, bouncing and hopping, chasing the Dementor all over the room, forcing Ron and Harry to scramble to escape. For a moment, the room was a mess, but Marka, who would have gone to catch the Dementor, was just staring intently at Hermione's Patronus, lost in thought, with no time to concern himself with the poor Dementor. "A rabbit," Marka frowned in thought. "Although I can't quite remember, Hermione's Patronus shouldn't be a rabbit, right? To be precise, it was a Scottish lop rabbit. Its long, floppy ears, which flapped up and down with each jump, made it hard to mistake its breed." "All right, at least those two big front teeth are correct." Marka shook his head and then out towards the Dementor. Afterward, Marka had Harry and Ron try a few more times in turn. Harry, after succeeding once, could at least release a mist of light to fend them off, but Ron only succeeded once after taking the cheering charm juice. "Let's try again tomorrow." Marka glanced at the sky outside the window, realizing it was almost dusk. "That's enough for today. It'll be dinner time soon." With that, he didn't wait for anyone else to say anything, and dragged the Dementor out by its face. Again, oh, poor Dementor. Harry found his mood much lighter. He even made a small joke. It seemed that sometimes venting was a good way to relieve stress. As for Professors Lupin and Flitwick, they had already left halfway through the lesson. The three of them stayed there for a while longer, resting briefly. Although none of them thought of any interesting topics, at least Harry didn't continue to dwell on the black matter, or perhaps he had implied temporarily hidden those chaotic thoughts in a corner of his heart. Soon, dinner time arrived. After hastily filling their stomachs, they inadvertently noticed that Hagrid didn't seem to be in the Great Hall for dinner. "Hey, I think we should go check on him," Ron suggested after some thought. "We haven't seen him in ages." "Ah, let's go." Harry immediately stood up and said, "I can also ask him why he never mentioned black when he told me everything about my parents." P-class equals block. 1-0, Ron and Hermione thought Harry was starting again, but this time Harry didn't show his previous gloomy expression. "Don't worry," Harry said, "I've figured it out. Marka is right. I should be braver. At least I need to know how to face it directly." So they returned to their dormitory to get their cloaks for warmth, then walked through the now empty castle corridors and out the oak doors. They walked slowly across the lawn, leaving a trail of footprints in the dazzling snow. P-claws. S equals block 1. It was indeed very cold outside. They felt their socks, and the edges of their cloaks were soaked and frozen. The forbidden forest looked as if it were enchanted, every tree lightly covered in a layer of silver, and Hagrid's hut looked even more like an over-frozen popsicle. Ron knocked on the door, but no one answered. "He should be inside, right?" Hermione said, shivering under her cloak. Ron pressed his ear against the wooden door. "There's a strange sound," he said. "Listen, is that Fang?" Harry and Hermione also leaned in to listen, and they heard low, trembling moans coming from inside the hut. "I think we'd better go get someone." "Okay," Ron said uneasily. "Hagrid." Harry ignored him, pounding on the wooden door and shouting, "Hagrid, are you home?" With a heavy thud, the door creaked open. Hagrid stood there, his eyes red and swollen, tears streaming down the front of his leather waistcoat. "You heard," he cried out, then suddenly pounced on Harry, wrapping both arms around his neck. With Hagrid's burly physique, this was no laughing matter. Harry was almost crushed under Hagrid's weight, but luckily he was rescued in time by Ron and Hermione. They each ducked under Hagrid's armpits and propped him up. Harry also helped, and the three of them managed to get Hagrid back into the hut. Hagrid let them pull him into a chair. Then he propped his elbows on the table and buried his face in his hands, sobbing uncontrollably. Soon his face was covered in tears and the drops trickled down his messy beard. "Hagrid, what's wrong?" Hermione was stunned. At this moment, Harry noticed an official-looking letter on the table. It had been opened. "What's that, Hagrid?" Harry couldn't help but ask. Hagrid sobbed even harder when he heard this. He pushed the letter towards Harry, who picked it up and began to read. "Dear Mr. Rubeus Hagrid, we have further investigated the incident of the hippogriff attacking a student in your class, and we accept Professor Dumbledore's assurance that you bear no responsibility for this regrettable incident." "Isn't that great?" Hagrid, Ron patted Hagrid's shoulder, but Hagrid was still sobbing, and he waved his huge hands, gesturing for Harry to continue reading. "However, we must express our concern regarding this problematic hippogriff. We have decided to support Mr. Lucius Malfoy's formal complaint. Therefore, this matter will be referred to the Committee for the Disposal of Dangerous Creatures. A hearing will be held on April 20th at the committee's London office, and we will require you and your hippogriff to attend on that date. In the interim, the hippogriff should be kept tethered and isolated. Your colleagues, the rest should be the list of the school governors." "Oh," Ron said, "but you said Buckbeak wasn't a vicious hippogriff, Hagrid." "I bet it'll be fine. You don't understand those weirdos on the Committee for the Disposal of Dangerous Creatures," Hagrid interrupted, wiping away his tears with his sleeve and choking. "They've got it in for these interesting animals. You must prepare a strong defense." "Hagrid," Hermione sat down and placed her hand on Hagrid's thick forearm. "I'm sure you can prove that Buckbeak won't harm anyone." "That won't help," Hagrid sobbed. "Those devils on the disposal committee. They're all under Lucius Malfoy's thumb. They're all afraid of him. If I lose the case, Buckbeak—" "Oh, poor Hagrid Q." Yuckly drew a finger across his throat, then let out a wail, slumped sideways, and buried his face deep in his arms. "I'm sure I've read a case about a hippogriff being fished," Hermione said thoughtfully. "In that case, the hippogriff was fine. I'll look it up for you, Hagrid, and when I find it, we can study what happened." Hagrid cried even louder, and Harry and Hermione looked at Ron, hoping he would help. "Oh, how about I make some tea?" Ron said. Harry glared at him. "P class equals block 1. That's what my mum does when someone's upset." Ron shrugged, mumbling. Finally, after they repeatedly promised to help, and a steaming cup of tea was placed before him, Hagrid blew his nose into a handkerchief as large as a tablecloth. "You're right, I can't fall apart. I must pull myself together." Chapter. A cup of hot tea did indeed soothe one's mood a little. Hagrid at least stopped wiping away tears. Just then, a sound came from a corner of Hagrid's hut, and Harry, Ron, and Hermione quickly turned around. It was Buckbeak. It was lying in the corner, chewing on something, leaving blood splattered all over the floor. "I can't tie him up in the snow," Hagrid sniffled. "All alone on Christmas." Peak. SS equals block 1. Harry, Ron, and Hermione exchanged glances. They had never before seen this creature up close with Hagrid, a creature Hagrid called an interesting animal, and others called a terrifying monster. On the other hand, Buckbeak certainly didn't seem to have any intention of harming anyone. In fact, by Hagrid's usual standards, it was definitely endearing. Fang timidly emerged from under the table and rested his head on Hagrid's knee. "I haven't been myself lately," Hagrid said, stroking Fang with one hand and touching his face with the other. "I'm worried about Buckbeak, and nobody likes my lessons." "We do," Hermione earnestly lied. "Yeah, your lessons are great," Ron chimed in. "Oh, how are those flobberworms doing?" "Almost dead," Hagrid said gloomily. "Probably ate too much lettuce. Marka gave them some digestive medicine." "Marka?" Harry asked, puzzled. "Yeah, Marka seems to really like them," Hagrid said. A little pleased, He understands them. I guess Marker is after the flobberworm mucus. It's a natural potion thickener, Hermione whispered behind Harry. And those Dementors are also upsetting me. Hagrid suddenly changed the subject. Every time I want to go to the Three Broomsticks for a drink, I have to walk past them, like I'm back in Azkaban. At this, he immediately stopped talking and began to gulp down his tea. Harry, Ron, and Hermione stared at him with wide eyes. They had never heard Hagrid mention that he had been in Azkaban. And before, you mean you've been in there? Ron asked, surprised. Yeah, once, Hagrid mumbled. The time he was referring to was, of course, when the Chamber of Secrets was opened last semester, and Hagrid was taken away by the Ministry of Magic. Because Hagrid had been framed by Tom Riddle 50 years ago, he had to spend several weeks in Azkaban during the frequent Chamber of Secrets incidents last semester, and was only acquitted after the incidents concluded. But besides, him and Dumbledore, only Marker, who had overheard outside the hut, knew about this. At this moment, Harry and the others all thought Hagrid had only visited someone in Azkaban. After a short silence, Hermione cautiously asked, "Was it horrible, Hagrid?" "Of course, you can't imagine," Hagrid said calmly. It was truly horrible. The prisoners there, after a while, didn't know who they were anymore, and you didn't know what the point of living was. And the Dementors themselves don't want to let anyone leave. They don't care if you've committed a crime or not. Hagrid was quiet for a moment, staring at his tea. Then he said calmly, "I thought about letting Buckbeak go, letting him fly away. But how do you explain to a hippogriff that it should hide? And I'm afraid of breaking the law." He looked up at them, tears streaming down his face again. "I don't want to go to Azkaban." Although the trip to Hagrid's hut was far from fun, it at least distracted Harry a little. While Harry certainly hadn't forgotten about Black, if he wanted to help Hagrid win the case against the Committee for the Disposal of Dangerous Creatures, he couldn't keep thinking about revenge. The trio went to the library on their way back, and when they returned to the empty common room, their arms were full of books that might help prepare Buckbeak's defense. The three of them sat in front of the roaring fire, slowly turning the pages of dusty old tomes. These were famous cases concerning the protection of magical creatures, and they occasionally chatted when they found relevant information. Everyone truly wanted to help poor Hagrid. While Harry and the others were dealing with those old files, Marker was also busy with some magical creatures. Indeed, after nearly 2 months of Aragog's blind cultivation, his wife Marsag was finally pregnant again. And Marker had recently become Marsag's full-time nanny. He prepared many measures to protect this special pregnant woman, all to ensure she successfully gave birth to the first batch of bloodline-modified babies, but everyone knows that females during pregnancy are always a bit irritable. "Marsag, it's time for your nutrient solution." Click-clack, click-clack. "Sorry, I know you're not in a good mood, but click-clack, click-clack." All right, then just a little longer. Click-clack, click-clack. Okay. I'll go out first." Marker retreated from Aragog's lair, and he saw Aragog also waiting at the entrance. "I told you she's not in a good mood lately, and I don't go in much either," it mumbled with its eyes closed. "Perhaps that's true, but you still have to protect the children in her belly. They must be healthy, every single one of them," Marker said, shrugging. "Yes," Aragog sighed very humanely. "You're right, I'll try again in a bit." Around the lair, thousands of Crowmentulas huddled together, wanting to get closer. They were also very interested in the new companions about to be born, but due to Aragog's majesty, they could only maintain a certain distance. "By the way, Aragog," Marker suddenly turned and asked, "do you know what else lives in the forest?" "Many things, like a 3-headed dog, some Thestrals and unicorns, and of course, several centaur tribes," Aragog said. "A while ago, an iron lump came, like a carriage, but with 4 wheels, and it scurried all over the fours." Marker immediately guessed that it must have been the flying car that Ron and the others had driven last semester. "However, if you go deeper, closer to the mountains, that's a place where no creatures live," Aragog continued. "There's a rumor in the forest that some dragons live in the mountains." It said mysteriously, "Not those little fire-breathing lizards, but real dragons." "Dragons?" Marker said. "Didn't they go extinct in ancient times?" "The dragons they were talking about were huge creatures over 300 feet long. Although much data was missing because too much time had passed, their existence always appeared in murals left by ancient wizards." "I'm not very clear either," Aragog said. "You know, dragons love to sleep. As long as they don't move, no one knows if there are any in the mountains." but precisely because this rumor has persisted. The foot of the mountain is very safe, it added, so I plan to move my nest. You see, I've been observing the situation there for years, but nothing has happened. Ned, they better not move for the rest of their lives. Marker shook his head and said, if they came out now, I don't think anyone could stop them. Marker was telling the truth this time. He had no interest in those powerful creatures that had given ancient wizards such headaches. After all, the current magical world was developing towards a more domesticated and peaceful direction, and its combat capabilities were far from what they once were. He felt there was nothing wrong with this. After all, real battles lead to DTH, and peace is the ultimate goal people pursue. All in all, Marsag's condition was still good. At least the babies in her belly were all normal. After Aragog brought the nutrient solution for Marsag to take, Marka left. That night, everything was calm, and Marka had a good sleep. But starting from the next morning, the professors began decorating the school. Throughout the rest of the castle, the usual magnificent Christmas decorations were in place. Even though few students remained at school, garlands of holly and mistletoe were hung along the corridors, and a mysterious light emanated from inside each suit of armor. As usual, 12 Christmas trees stood in the great hall, twinkling with golden stars, and the corridors were filled with the rich, tempting aroma of food. The scent was so strong that even Scabbers poked his nose out of the sanctuary of Ron's pocket, sniffing hopefully at the air. All signs indicated that Christmas was fast approaching. But Marker did not slow down the pace of his charms class because of this. In his eyes, Harry and the others' half-baked Patronus charms were clearly not good enough. He urged them to train every day, and the Dementors were replaced with a new one every day. This ensured that Harry and the others' training subjects were energetic every day, and this continuous training method was indeed effective. By the fourth day, even Ron had successfully summoned his Patronus. Oh, look, I did it. Ron shouted excitedly. A dog, Harry said, looking at Ron's Patronus. Perhaps because Ron's Patronus was still somewhat unstable, it would take more practice to determine its specific breed. But at least it was a dog, that much was certain. The form of a Patronus is related to one's personality and experiences. You can refer to each other's to clarify your inner self, Marker explained, so that you can skillfully use the Patronus charm. Chapter BR class equals caliber 2 ID equals caliber PB 107/B/lie/all/body. Is it related to personality? Harry asked curiously. Then what kind of personality does my Patronus represent? Agile. Astute. Gentle with others, Hermione guessed. Ron also chimed in. I heard stags fight with their antlers, but usually they look very gentle. Maybe it's saying that you appear gentle on the outside, but you're wild on the inside. Harry turned to Marker and asked, what do you think? Marker shrugged. I think Ron's right, but I have an even better word for it. Man show Chinese letter Chinese letter. What does that mean? Harry asked, puzzled. Well, you can understand it as secretly and elegantly sexy. Mac. Patted Harry's shoulder, then turned and walked out the door. This special spell class during the Christmas holidays ends here. The rest is up to you to practice more. Hey, Marker, Hermione called out to him. There's a Christmas feast tomorrow at noon, I was thinking. Oh, I'm sorry. I have some prior engagements tomorrow. I'm really sorry. Marker turned around and said, my roommate. You know, Ernie Macmillan, he invited me to their family's Christmas party. I think it'll take the whole day. So, all right, well, Hermione pursed her lips, her tone sounding a bit down, then Merry Christmas in advance. Oh, you're going to a big feast? Ron and Harry didn't feel much, just looked at him with a hint of envy, saying, that sounds really nice. Marker waved at them, then quickly disappeared around the corner. Early the next morning, Marker specifically chose a more formal suit. He had prepared it when he was planning the graduation farewell party last time. Although it wasn't necessary to dress so formally then, once you choose to step into social circles, you have to make some preparations. And sure enough, it quickly came in handy. The Macmillan family is one of the sacred 28 families in the British wizarding world. Although the title sounds a bit old-fashioned, its significance is always undeniable. Of course, that was all in the past. Nowadays, almost all of these 28 pureblood families are not as prominent as they once were. For example, Neville's Longbottom family, or Voldemort's Gaunt family, and of course the Black family. There's an old English saying, a bad bush is better than the open field. At least there are still a few pureblood families that are doing well, and Ernie's Macmillan family is one of them. On a side note, Marka went through the flu network in Hogsmeade Village. I completely don't understand why my apparition always goes wrong. Marka shook his head, then plunged into the fireplace. Macmillan Manor. Boom, Tyrant watch. The magical flames faintly rising from his fireplace, coughing and laughing at the same time. Cough, cough. I modified the structure, and it's much better, but Tyron didn't know that just now. The green flames produced when Marka used flu powder directly shot out of his chimney, sweeping several jackdaws that were peeking into the chimney along with it to Ernie's house. When Marka stepped out of Ernie's fireplace, those unfortunate jackdaws fell out of the chimney pipe together, rolling all the way to the center of the living room. PCL. S equals block 1. Oh, is this your Christmas present for me? Ernie stood up from the table, curiously watching the jackdaws getting up in the room. Marka looked back at the fireplace, equally puzzled. No, I think they probably just wanted to hitch a ride or something. He spread his hands, indicating he wasn't quite sure either. All right, anyway, welcome to my house. Ernie waved to him. Have you had breakfast? Would you mind a glass of milk? At this moment, the man sitting at the head of the table stood up. Are you Mr. McLean? He said politely. We always hear Ernie talking about you. Honestly, you're much better than Ernie. Oh, you flatter me, Mr. Macmillan. Marka bowed slightly to him. Ernie often helps me, sometimes even bringing me some late-night snacks. You should know the kitchens are right next to the Hufflepuff common room. Haha, yes, of course. Ernie's father nodded. I was a Hufflepuff too, and I always went to the kitchens for food. In fact, Ernie knew where the kitchens were from me even before he started school. That's truly a memorable parent-child story, Marka said, walking over and sitting next to Ernie. Just as Ernie told me before, you are a gentle father. Did he really say that? Ernie's father looked at Ernie with a disbelieving expression. Hey, Dad, if you don't believe it, then don't. Ernie poured Marka a glass of milk and placed it in front of him. Enough about that, here, try. This, it's from our family farm. The Macmillan family's Christmas feast would begin at noon, with many guests. In the afternoon, there would be a tea party and various small activities that guests could freely participate in to pass the time. But the main event was the ball in the evening, where even more pureblood families would attend. According to Ernie, it would be very lively then. The Christmas ball rotates among a few friendly families each year, but I don't particularly like it. It always makes people feel very unstrained, Ernie pouted, but it showcases our family's honor, and that's the one thing I do like. Soon, guests began to arrive one after another. Here we have to mention the Macmillan family's manor. Although all the arrangements were very understated, it couldn't hide its essence, which was one word, big. It was a 3-story mansion, not many floors, but very spacious. The living room alone was almost half the size of the Hogwarts Great Hall. You have to remember. Hogwarts is a castle, of course. As for residences, Marka had even seen Vila's Shade Albuvia. Compared to that, this relatively small place seemed to be nothing at all. Marka straightened his clothes, readjusted his tie, and then also went forward to greet them. His purpose for coming this time was more for socializing, especially with those ancient pureblood families. After all, no matter how much those families declined, they still held a dominant position in today's wizarding world. And in his PL's, their existence was indispensable. Just as he was skillfully exchanging pleasantries in the crowd with a forced smile, Ernie suddenly came over with a little girl. It was Hannah Abbott. Marka, Hannah's here too, he said. Don't just stand around here. How about we go to the backyard and play with our broomsticks for a bit? Broomsticks? Oh, Marka asked. Chinese letter, Chinese letter, Chinese letter, Chinese letter, Chinese letter. Yes, of course, Ernie said with a smile. Hannah always says she likes to watch you ride your broomstick. It's so cool. And no, I didn't say that, Hannah said, blushing. Hello, McLean. Oh, hello, Marka nodded, then looked back at the crowd. Then let's go fly for a bit. That's right, let's fly for a bit. The weather's so nice today, and just in time, Layla's here too. Ernie was saying when he suddenly shouted towards the door, Layla, over here. P class equals BL. One Marka turned his head to look, and saw a little girl who seemed even more clumsy than Hannah running towards them. She kept bumping into 1 or 2 people, stopping to apologize each time. It took her several minutes to cover a distance of just over 10 meters. Oh, I'm sorry, I'm sorry, I'm so. Just as she reached Marka, she turned while apologizing and bumped right into Marka's chest. Oops, I'm sorry. If you paid more attention to where you were walking, You wouldn't. You have to say I'm sorry so many times. Marka steadied her before saying, Ernie was calling me, she said, looking at Marka, then exclaimed, Oh, aren't you that, McLegan? It's McLean, Ernie whispered. Oh, I'm sorry, McLegan, she apologized again. Although you're very polite, don't you think you still got it wrong? Marka shrugged. Really? She stuck out her tongue. I'm sorry. McLegan it is. Marka didn't really care much about his surname anyway, so getting it wrong wasn't a big deal. Then let's hurry to the backyard. The broomsticks are waiting for us, Ernie said excitedly. I love broomsticks. The little girl also said, Then let's go, McLegan. Hearing this, Marka could only spread his hands and say, Yes, my name is McLegan, let's go. While dealing with those wizarding families was indeed important, there were many angles to approach it. Honestly, making good connections with young wizards was also a good path, rather than just chatting idly with adult wizards. While Marka was busy with his plans, Harry and Ron were unwrapping their Christmas presents this year. Mom gave me another hooded leather jacket, and it's maroon again. See if you got one too. Ron turned and asked. Harry also had one. Mrs. Weasley had given him a scarlet hooded leather jacket, with a Gryffindor lion embroidered on the front, as well as a dozen homemade mince pies, some Christmas cakes, and a box of crispy peanut brittle. He happily looked at them for a while, then moved them aside. Next, he saw a long, slender package underneath, and a small, inconspicuous package. What's that? Ron asked curiously, holding a pair of maroon socks and looking at the large package. I don't know. Harry shook his head and reached out his hand. Chapter. I really can't believe it, Harry said in a hoarse voice. At Ron's urging, he tore open the long, large package, and a beautiful, shiny flying broomstick rolled onto his bed, leaving him breathless with surprise. Ron dropped his socks and jumped off the bed to get a closer look. It was a firebolt, exactly like the one Harry had dreamed of and gone to see every day in Diagon Alley. Harry picked up and it shimmered. He could feel it gently vibrating, so he let go. It hovered in midair, unsupported, at just the right height for him to mount it. His eyes traced from the golden serial number at the very top of the broomstick all the way down to its perfectly smooth, streamlined tail. Who sent it to you? Ron whispered. See if there's a card or anything. Harry let Ron tear open the firebolt's wrapping paper. Nothing. Wow, who spent so much money on you? I'll pay you. Class equals block 1. Well, Harry said, equally astonished. I bet it wasn't the Dursleys. I bet it was Dumbledore, Ron said, walking around the magnificent firebolt again and again, examining it from end to end. Didn't he send you an invisibility cloak anonymously? But that was my dad's, Harry said. Dumbledore just gave it to me. He wouldn't spend so much money on me. He can't give students such valuable things. That's why he didn't say it was from him, Ron said. Otherwise, people like Malfoy would say he's playing favorites. Hey, Harry, Ron suddenly burst out laughing. Malfoy, he'll be sick when he sees you riding this broom. This is an international-level broom, really. I really can't believe it, Harry mumbled, stroking the broom with one hand. Who could it be? At that moment, Ron lay on Harry's bed, laughing so hard he couldn't breathe at the thought of Malfoy's reaction. Oh, right, there's another package. Harry came back to his senses and bent down to pick up the unassuming small package. Owl food. Harry seemed even more surprised than when he'd first seen the firebolt. And it's a gift from Marka. Why? Oh, speaking of which, I think I have a small package too. Ron got up from Harry's bed and walked towards his own. With a sound of tearing wrapping paper, it was immediately followed by Ron's surprised gasp. Is Marka planning a pet food tasting party this year? He wondered. A small bottle for everyone. Marka seems to be getting stingier. P-Claw. SS equals block 1. Oh, and there's a small card, let me see, Ron suddenly said. This is something Marka made himself, saying it's very nutritious and can make my Scabbers healthier. Ron pulled Scabbers out of his pocket. Harry was surprised and displeased to find that the once plump Scabbers was now skin and bones. Its fur also seemed to be falling out in patches. It seems Marka always knows what I need. Ron felt a little touched. No one else noticed Scabbers wasn't doing well lately, but he did. P-Class equals block 1. He poured a few reddish-brown rat pellets from the palm-sized bottle Marka had given him and placed them in front of Scabbers. Scabbers sniffed at them, looking a little hesitant. Eat up, my friend made it specially for you. It's nutritious, Ron urged, moving it closer to its mouth. It should help you get fatter. Scabbers recoiled its head, realizing that Ron wouldn't let go if it didn't eat, so it had no choice but to stretch its neck and eat a few pellets. With a crunching sound of gnawing, Scabbers found it couldn't stop. What was this stuff made of? It was too delicious. That fragrant, crispy taste with a faint hint of roast meat. It's like, Harry picked up a pellet, sniffed it, then threw it into his mouth and chewed. Fried peanuts. My dad ordered takeout from a Chinese restaurant, and this is exactly that smell. Hey, don't steal Scabbers' food. Ron was a little exasperated. But I mean, this is too delicious. Why? Harry's eyes widened. I think I want more. Quickly, give me some more. You have some too. Go fight. Hedwig for it, Ron said grumpily. What are you two talking about? Hermione walked in from outside, still in her pajamas, with Crookshanks. Crookshanks looked ill-tempered with a wire collar around its neck. Don't bring it in here, Ron said, hastily stuffing Scabbers back into his pocket. But Hermione didn't listen to him. She put Crookshanks on Seamus's empty bed and stared open-mouthed at the firebolt. Oh, Harry, who sent you this? I don't know. Harry said, There was no card or anything with the gift. To Harry's great surprise, she wasn't excited or curious at his words. Instead, her face fell and she bit her lip. What's wrong with you? Ron asked. I don't know, Hermione said slowly, but this is a bit strange, isn't it? I mean, this must be a pretty good broom, right? It's the best flying broom, Hermione, Ron said. Then it must be very expensive, probably more expensive than all the Slytherin team's brooms combined, Ron said happily. Well, who would send Harry something so valuable and not tell him who it was? Hermione asked. Who cares? Ron said impatiently. Listen, Harry, can I ride it? Can I? I don't think anyone should ride it right now, Hermione shrieked. Harry and Ron looked at her in surprise. What do you think Harry's going to do with it? Sweep the floor, Ron said. But before Hermione could answer, Crookshanks jumped off Seamus's bed and headed straight for Ron's chest. Get it out of here, Ron immediately shouted, covering his pocket. But before he could cover it, Crookshanks' claws had already torn Ron's dressing gown. Scabbers desperately tried to escape from Ron's shoulder. Ron grabbed Scabbers by the tail and kicked at Crookshanks, but missed. He kicked the trunk at the foot of Harry's bed, knocking it over. Ron himself hopped on one leg, yelling in pain. Crookshanks' fur suddenly bristled, and the room filled with tiny, faint squeaks. You'd better take that cat away, Hermione, Ron said furiously, sitting on Harry's bed and rubbing his toes. Hermione pursed her lips, then picked up Crookshanks and slowly walked out of the room, Crookshanks' yellow eyes still glaring fiercely at Ron. Meanwhile, Scabbers was curled up in Ron's palm. It doesn't look too good, does it? Harry said hesitantly. It's just overly stressed, Ron said. It'll be fine if that stupid big furball doesn't bother it. But Harry remembered the woman at the magical menagerie saying that rats only live for 3 years. He couldn't help but feel that Scabbers might be nearing the end of its life. PCL. As equals block 1, although Ron always complained that Scabbers was annoying and useless, Harry was sure that Ron would be very sad if Scabbers died. Marker said that rat food can make Scabbers healthier. He must know, Harry couldn't help but think. That morning, the Christmas atmosphere in the Gryffindor common room was certainly subdued. Hermione had locked Crookshanks in the dormitory, but was extremely angry at Ron for trying to kick it. Ron was furious that Crookshanks had tried to eat Scabbers again. P-class equals block 1. Harry gave up his efforts to reconcile them and focused entirely on his firebolt. He had brought the firebolt into the common room. For some reason, this also displeased Hermione. She said nothing, but she kept looking grimly at the firebolt, as if it too had offended her cat. And while Ron and Hermione were both sulking, Marker was flying high in the sky, having a blast. Whoosh! Marker swooped low, zipping past Ernie and his 2 friends, causing them to shriek. Oh, that's amazing, Ernie shouted. Come on, do it again. Beside him, 2 little girls clapped until their hands were red, looking very excited. But Marker, after circling in the air, descended and stopped in front of them. It's no fun flying alone, aren't you coming along? Marker said. But we're not good at flying, Ernie said. It's more exciting to watch you fly. Then let's take a break, Marker said, landing on the ground. It'll be lunchtime soon, won't it? Haven't introduced me to your new friend yet. This is my and Hannah's good friend Layla Shafik. We've known each other since we were kids. Ernie shrugged. Layla said with a grin. Ernie and I have talked about you many times. I may have said it many times, but you still got the name wrong, didn't you? Ernie couldn't help but say, Oh, I'm not very good with names. Never mind her, Marker, Ernie said with a laugh. She's always so clumsy. Don't worry about it. It's fine, just be careful not to bump into things and hurt yourself. Marker also hooked his lips, pretending to smile. Hey, stop smiling, you look really awkward when you smile, Layla suddenly said. You look a bit creepy. Really? Marker touched his face. It seems I need to hurry. This current state is indeed very detrimental to the progress of the plan. Chapter, BR class equals caliber. 2 ID equals caliber PB 109 //B/Li/all/body. To be honest, today truly was a beautiful day. In the depths of a chilly winter, there would occasionally be a few days of warm sunshine. The dining room of the Macmillan household had large windows at both ends, allowing an abundance of light to stream in. The sunlight, filtering through the branches of the trees surrounding the manor, illuminated the entire interior space. In the center of the dining room stood a long, grand dining table, meticulously covered with a beautiful red and white checkered tablecloth, upon which various exquisite serving platters were arranged. These were large serving platters, currently empty, but one could imagine the delightful sight they would present once they were piled high with food. Near the walls, smaller circular dining tables were placed, allowing guests to sit with suitable companions and enjoy their meals after collecting their food. By now, the dining room was already quite full. Most guests stood in small groups around the long table, conversing softly as if they had an endless supply of things to say. I heard 2 special guests are arriving tonight. Do you know who they are? As Marker entered the dining room, he overheard 2 male wizards whispering near the door. I only know that much, it seems. Macmillan is planning a surprise for us. The older wizard shook his head, saying meaningfully, Indeed, it's a surprise. Then, art far away, a nobly dressed witch suddenly turned around and said conspiratorially, Rumor has it, one of those families will be attending this time. Oh, really? The 2 wizards exclaimed in unison, surprised. Who knows if it's true or false? It's good enough to even have a hint of news. The Macmillans have kept it very hush-hush this time. The witch elegantly waved her hand. But those families have been out of the public eye for many years. Some people have even started to wonder if they've already. Their foundations are clearly there. It's not that easy. Marker paused for a moment and heard so much news, although he didn't get any definite information from it. The implied details alone were enough for him to deduce a lot. Walking a few more steps inside, he realized that his ability to overhear those conversations wasn't a coincidence. Perhaps because the news had just leaked, many people were secretly discussing it at the moment. Just then, Ernie's father entered from a side door. Beside him was an elegant woman who must have been Ernie's mother. Everyone, thank you for waiting. I'm sure you're all looking forward to the evening's ball, but there's no need to rush, Ernie's father said. Loudly, at the very least, we should fill our stomachs first, shouldn't we? As he spoke, he waved his wand. Instantly, the large platters on the central long table were filled with various foods piled into small mounds. Wine in oak barrels appeared as if for free, lined up one by one on the wine racks along the walls. On the small dining tables around, numerous stemmed wine glasses materialized, already filled with pure golden champagne, emitting an incredibly enticing fruity aroma. Let's drink H. Eerily, Ernie's father raised his glass and proclaimed, Merry Christmas. Marker casually picked up a glass of apple juice from the long table and symbolically raised his glass with the others. Not drinking alcohol? Ernie asked curiously. Not today, at least, Marker replied, shaking his head. The Christmas feast officially began once everyone started moving around to get food from the long table. But no one expected that a few guests were still arriving. Fashionably late, the dining room door was pushed open, and several men in black wizard robes strolled in leisurely. Avery, the guests whispered among themselves. The newcomers seemed to carry an air of unfriendliness. Merry Christmas, Macmillan, the man leading the group said with a light chuckle. He was a middle-aged man with meticulously combed black hair, and his wizard robes were clearly of excellent craftsmanship and quality. His demeanor revealed a deeply ingrained sense of superiority. I don't recall inviting you, Ernie's father said, frowning. As members of the same 28 sacred families, why act like strangers? The man brushed a non-existent speck of dust from his shoulder and said casually, I didn't see you say that in front of the Weasleys, Ernie's father sneered, glancing at him. The man was clearly choked by the remark, and his composed smile froze. It seemed that even if Ellie presented an approachable facade, he was still a member of a pureblood family. In terms of imposing presence, he was in no way inferior to his opponent. Ernie's father, well aware of the intricate and unclear web of interests among pureblood families, saw that he had gained a slight advantage and decided to stop while he was ahead. Since you're here, have a seat, Avery. The other man snorted and chose a seat by the door, sitting down. The men who came with him stood behind him with only one gloomy-faced young wizard sitting beside him. Lev, don't just sit there. Go say hello to the others. The young wizard nodded slightly and stood up again. He looked left and right, then walked straight towards Ernie, clearly having come prepared. You're Ernie Macmillan? Lev asked coldly, squinting at Ernie. That's right, what about it? Ernie instinctively glanced at his father, only to find his father just winked at him. P-class equals block 1. Hey, Dad, what does that mean? Did sand get in your eye? How's life at Hogwarts? Are you having fun? Do you think it's a muggle playground? Ernie retorted indignantly. Lev gave him a disdainful look and said indifferently, Muggles. Playground. Are you Macmillans ready? Ready for what? Ernie asked irritably. To become another traitor among the 28 sacred families, Lev revealed a strange smile, just like the Weasleys. Ernie was so angry he could barely speak. After a long moment, he replied, We're not like you, you self-important jerk. Is this what Hogwarts teaches? Lev sneered. He casually glanced around Ernie, taking in Hannah, Layla, and Marka, then his gaze settled on Marka. From what I see, your friend here probably understands better than you how to be a proper noble, Lev said offhandedly, looking at Marka's neatly pressed formal attire. In fact, he was just looking for an excuse to continue belittling Ernie. He had no interest in Marka himself. However, he didn't expect that this remark would coincidentally strike a chord with Ernie. HMPH, who do you think you're comparing me to? Ernie raised his chin. A hint of pride on his face. He's an elite student at our school and he's my roommate, my good friend. Oh. Lev looked at Marka a few more times. Elite. Elite in what aspect? Of course, in all aspects. In Ernie's mind, Marka was practically an all-rounder. He was always proud to live in the same dormitory as Marka. But Lev chuckled as if he had heard a joke, a corner of his mouth curving upwards. All aspects, Lev scoffed. I didn't realize Hogwarts also taught you how to tell jokes. Ha 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 ha. He suddenly turned his head and looked at Layla, who was watching his conversation with Ernie with a curious expression. P, do you tell jokes too? Marka, standing nearby, immediately raised an eyebrow at this. He hadn't intended to interrupt the nonsensical banter between this inexplicably present Lev and Ernie, but if the little girl Layla Shafik was dragged into it, he could just use this opportunity to his advantage. Just a moment ago, while chatting with the three of them in the backyard, he learned the identity of this little girl from Ernie. She was a member of the Shafik family. The Shafik fam. Wiley, however, was not particularly prominent, as they had consistently adhered to the philosophy of low-key operation from beginning to end. Their involvement was primarily in some of the fundamental industries of the wizarding world, and one of the Shafik family's most prominent and important industries was the production and supply of various magical raw materials. In terms of power, this family could only be considered medium level, but in terms of wealth, the hidden profits were truly incalculable. P-class equals blow. CK1, this was a golden opportunity buried in the ground. I don't tell jokes, but my mom always tells me you're a big joke. Layla replied with a giggle. Ha 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 ha. Lev was almost losing his composure from the little girl's antics. He grinned, trying to suppress his laughter. That's really good. It seems Hogwarts. Oh, but I don't study at Hogwarts, Layla suddenly added. Lev looked at her in surprise and asked, Then where do you go to school? PC. Las equals block 1, at home. Layla blinked. My mom teaches me every day. Lev shook his head and said, That's truly a pity. Hogwarts has lost an excellent student. Perhaps if you went to Hogwarts, Hogwarts could have another all-round elite. Hey, Maclagan, he's praising me for being excellent. Layla turned her head delighted. Marka glanced at Layla, then at Lev, and then sighed. Mr. Lev, Marka said calmly, looking at Lev. Durmstrang doesn't teach you how to bully little girls, does it? Layla blinked her big eyes again, then turned back and quietly asked Ernie, Was that boy just bullying me? He was calling you stupid. Ernie playfully patted her head, saying angrily, Was I bullying her? Lev said slickly, Which word bullied her? Don't put on airs with such childish word games. It will only insult your family name. Marka forced a smile at him. He remembered Layla saying that this kind of smile made people look creepy, and indeed, in the current situation, it might even be effective when talking to an adversary. Chapter. Don't try to put on airs with these childish word games. It will only bring shame to your family name. Marka simply smiled, but to Lev, it was a sinister, cold smirk. A flicker of anger crossed Lev's eyes, but his aristocratic upbringing from a young age helped him maintain at least a modicum of composure. Whether I've disgraced my family name or not is not for you to judge. He glared at Marka. And what's your name? McLagan. Evidently, he had overheard the conversation between Layla and Marka earlier. Yes, my name is McLagan. Marka still had a smile on his face, making it impossible to tell if he was answering seriously or not. HMPH, Lev scoffed. I've been memorizing family names and crests since I was a child, but I've never heard of a minor family like yours popping up from who knows where. You just need to remember my name is Marka. Marka stared into the other's eyes and handed the stemmed glass in his hand to Lev, who instinctively took it. But the next moment, Lev felt as if he saw a skull made of black smoke in Marka's eyes. He shuddered, and a sensation of his very soul trembling rose within him. When he came back to his senses, he found that Marka, Ernie, and the others had already moved to a nearby table and were chatting. He glanced at Marka hesitantly, only to find the other person happened to turn his head and give him another strange smile. Lev quickly averted his gaze and walked towards his father. What's wrong? Old Avery frowned. That kid pulled some kind of trick. Lev plopped down next to his father, grumbling angrily. Speak properly. Old Avery immediately cut him off. I'm sorry, father. Lev immediately sat up straighter. Just now, I'm sure it was some kind of dark magic, but I don't know how he did it. Lev described in detail to his father what he had just experienced. Old Avery lowered his eyelids, pondered for a moment, and then said, that should be some magic related to the soul. He paused, then added in a low voice, we are here for an important purpose this time. Don't provoke that boy in the coming days, so I'm just supposed to swallow this insult. Lev said irritably. Old Avery sneered and said, even if I didn't tell you, would you dare to go back and settle the score yourself? Lev's expression stiffened. He snorted coldly, then turned his head away and said nothing more. D. Avery looked at his son and secretly shook his head. He knew his son all too well. If Lev had that kind of courage, then what if the family's goal couldn't be achieved this time? Speaking of which, this time was merely a test, after all, as it was certainly not something that could be accomplished overnight. Marka, what did you just do? I saw that guy holding your wine glass and staring blankly for a while. On the other side, Ernie asked curiously, just a little trick. Marka waved his hand casually, but his ears were constantly attuned to the conversations at the various tables nearby. He didn't want to miss any usable information. While Marka was waiting for an opportunity at the intricate banquet of numerous family powers, the Christmas dinner at Hogwarts had already begun. The tables in the Great Hall had all been moved against the walls, with only a round table for 12 in the center. Dumbledore, McGonagall, Snape, Sprout, and Flitwick were all sitting there, as was the caretaker, Filch. Incidentally, Filch had shed his usual brown jacket and was wearing a very old and quite unfashionable tailcoat. Besides them, there were only 3 students, 2 extremely nervous first-years and a gloomy-faced 6th year from Slytherin. Merry Christmas, Dumbledore said as Harry, Ron, and Hermione walked over. There aren't many, so using the house tables would be a bit silly. Come, sit down, sit down. Harry, Ron, and Hermione sat side by side in the empty seats. Crackers, Dumbledore said enthusiastically, handing the end of a large silver cracker to Snape, who reluctantly took it and pulled. The cracker burst with a bang, revealing a pointed witch's hat with a specimen of a golden eagle on top. Harry remembered the Boggart incident and exchanged glances with Ron, both grinning. In the Phi Arresti defense against the dark arts class that term, facing Neville's inner fear, the Boggart had transformed into Snape's likeness. But in the end, Neville used the spell Lupin taught him to change the Snape's attire into his grandmother's outfit. Harry and the others remembered, wasn't it this strange large hat that Snape was wearing on his head at the time? Beside Dumbledore, Snape's lips thinned. He pushed the hat to Dumbledore, who immediately swapped it for his own wizard's hat. Eat, he said, smiling at everyone. At the table, just as Harry was helping himself to roast potatoes, the doors to the Great Hall opened again. Professor Trelawney entered, seemingly gliding towards everyone as if on wheels. Apparently to celebrate Christmas, she was wearing a green dress decorated with small metallic sequins, making her look even more like a shimmering, oversized dragonfly. Sybil, how delightful to see you, Dumbledore said, standing up. Headmaster, I have been consulting my crystal bee. All, Professor Trelawney said in her misty voice. And to my astonishment, I saw myself abandoning my solitary luncheon to join your festive board. What am I to do? but bow to the promptings of fate. I immediately descended from my tower, and I sincerely beg your forgiveness for my lateness. Of course, of course. Dumbledore looked at her keenly. Let me get you a chair. He waved his wand and conjured a chair from midair. It spun for a few seconds before landing with a dull thud between Professor Snape and Professor McGonagall. However, Professor Trelawney did not sit down. Her large eyes scanned the round table. Then she suddenly let out a low shriek. Oh, I daren't, Headmaster. If I sit, there will be 13 at the table. Nothing is more unlucky than 13. Never forget, if 13 people dine together, the first to rise will be the first to die. We are prepared to take the risk, Sybil. Professor McGonagall said impatiently. Sit down, the turkey will be as cold as stone. Professor Trelawney hesitated, seemingly about to grit her teeth and sit, but Dumbledore unexpectedly smiled. It seems we have another guest today. I will go and bring her in. Dumbledore was about to stand up but was stopped by Professor McGonagall. I'll go instead, she said. Is she at the main entrance? Oh yes, indeed. Dumbledore nodded. Thank you, Minerva. Let me go, Filch said, then turned and walked out the door. Professor Trelawney visibly relaxed. She sat down calmly, and Professor McGonagall extended a large serving spoon into the nearest tureens. Tripe, Sybil. Professor Trelawney ignored her. She opened her eyes, looked around, and asked, Where has dear Professor Lupin gone? I'm afraid the poor man is ill again, Dumbledore said. It's very unlucky for him to fall ill at Christmas. But you must have known, didn't you, Sybil? Professor McGonagall raised an eyebrow. It seemed that among the professors, Professor Trelawney was not particularly well liked. After all, she was always talking about misfortune, death, and similar things. Professor Trelawney gave Professor McGonagall a very cold look. Of course I knew, Minerva, she said calmly, but one does not parade one's omniscience. I often maintain my demeanor as if I do not possess the inner eye, so that others will not feel uneasy because of it. That explains a lot, Professor McGonagall said sharply. Professor Trelawney's voice suddenly became less misty. If you must know, Minerva, I have already seen that poor Professor Lupin will not be with us for much longer. He himself seems to know his time is short. He always avoids me when I offer to read his crystal ball. Fancy that, Professor McGonagall said dryly. I think, Dumbledore raised his voice slightly, Professor Lupin is not in any immediate danger. Severus, has Marker prepared his potion again? Yes, Headmaster, Snape replied. McLean is quite good. His potion-making skills are constantly improving. Good, Dumbledore said. Then he will be up and about very soon. Oh, our guest has arrived. As if to confirm Dumbledore's words, doors to the great hall immediately opened again. Behind Filch followed a woman in light-colored witch's robes, walking one after the other towards the center of the hall. Dumbledore stood up and said with a smile, Merry Christmas, guest. Is there anything I can help you with? The young witch was very beautiful, but her slender eyebrows were currently furrowed, making her seem to be burdened with many worries. Oh, yes, Merry Christmas, Headmaster Dumbledore, she said somewhat nervously. I apologize, I shouldn't be disturbing you all on this celebratory day, but is Mr. McLean here? Oh, what do I see? Professor Trelawney, who had just turned her head, suddenly had her face filled with terror. She shrieked, away from the doom that is trouble. Dumbledore looked at Professor Trelawney, then at the young witch who had stopped in her tracks, and finally extended his hand, inviting, It's all right, come sit down, speak slowly. Chapter. BR class equals caliber 2, ID equals Carly. Bree PB 111/B/lie/all/body. Come sit down, take your time. Dumbledore waved his wand again, pulling another chair to the table. But the young witch shook her head and said, Sorry. You must be Headmaster Dumbledore. I came to see Mr. McLean, but I didn't expect. Marker went out today, said he was attending a banquet. Hermione mumbled, poking at the food on her plate. Oh, the young witch sighed in disappointment, then hesitated. Although I know this is very sudden, I originally intended to ask Mr. McLean to introduce me, but, she said softly, I wonder if I could see Mr. Severus Snape. My mother is not doing well, and the healers at St. Mungo say it's a very nasty illness, and the potion for treatment is extremely difficult to prepare. So, Severus, Dumbledore turned his head and looked at Snape. Snape impatiently brushed his hair aside, looking at her indifferently. Didn't McLean tell you? The young witch was startled. She didn't know what Snape was referring to. Potions, Snape said with a frown. McLean is also a potioneer. He hasn't even registered yet, Professor McGonagall immediately said sternly. Snape's impatience was clearly even greater. He frowned, staring at the young witch for a long time before asking, "You know McLean?" "Yes, Mr. Snape." She quickly nodded. "Mr. McLean and Miss Lovegood, they are esteemed guests at our restaurant." It was clear by now that this young and beautiful witch was Selene, the new owner of the Snowy Witch restaurant in Hogsmeade Village. A shopkeeper and coup. Stoma relationship. Snape couldn't help but snort. "Sorry, I know this. But," Selene looked on the verge of tears, "I'm truly desperate. My mother's illness suddenly worsened and St. Mungo's has no solution. They just lack the special potion." Snape's brow furrowed tighter and tighter. He clearly didn't want to take on any more trouble. "Severus," Dumbledore suddenly spoke. Snape glanced at him, then his gaze swept over Selene again. All right, Snap said irritably. "I don't care what your relationship with McLean is, but this trip is on him. Let's go now." He waved his hand impatiently, then quickly walked out the door first. "He's still so annoying." Ron leaned close to Harry, speaking in the quietest voice. Just then Ron felt something jump onto his knee, startling him. "Oh," he cried out, bumping his elbow on the edge of the table and knocking over a cup. "What's wrong?" Harry turned his head. "P-class equals block 1, but before he could say anything more, he saw a large, ginger-colored furball land on the dining table with a thump, followed by a clatter as many plates and glasses were knocked to the floor. Professor McGonagall quickly reached out, picked it up, and placed it on the floor to prevent it from ruining more food. "Oh, Crookshanks, what's wrong with you?" Hermione exclaimed. Indeed, that large furball was Hermione's pet cat, Crookshanks. Ron was still clutching his elbow and groaning in pain, but he felt his thigh lighten. He quickly turned his head and saw his rat Scabbers jump onto the empty chair beside him, then onto the floor, and once again sprint off in the other direction. Crookshanks, of course, wouldn't let it go. It deftly dodged around the round table and chased directly in the direction Scabbers had fled. "There it goes again, there it goes again." Ron stood up angrily. "Scabbers was sleeping soundly on my bed. Why does your stupid cat always pick on him?" "PCL. S equals block 1, he complained angrily as he chased in the direction they had run. Hermione watched Ron's retreating back, about to follow, but she thought for a moment, then simply turned her head and remained seated. "Oh my goodness," he stood up first. It was him. Professor Trelawney suddenly pointed at the door Ron had left through and shrieked loudly. "Counting him, there are only 12 people. Professor McGonagall said crossly. "You clearly didn't learn your arithmetic well, Professor Trelawney came to her senses. She looked around, then said vaguely, "There should have been 13 here, but the mists of fate obscured my inner eye." 2 hours later, the Christmas feast ended. But even now, Ron hadn't returned. Professor Trelawney had been muttering about it. Harry said he would bring some back for Ron. "Coming?" Harry asked Hermione as he was about to leave. "No," Hermione mumbled. "I need to speak with Professor McGonagall." Harry walked to the portrait hole and found Sir Cadogan celebrating Christmas with 2 monks, several former Hogwarts headmasters, and his fat pony. He pushed up his helmet and toasted him with a tankard of mead. "Merry Hiccup Christmas, password, filthy cur," Harry said. "Same to you, sir," Cadogan roared, and with that the portrait swung forward to let him in. But Harry immediately realized Ron wasn't in the common room, so he headed straight to the dormitory. "Oh, you're back," Harry said. "I brought you some food. How is it?" Harry immediately saw Scabbers lying on Ron's bed. He looked even worse. Though he had gotten a bit fatter, this was probably entirely due to the small bottle of special rat food Marker had given him. "Thanks." Ron glanced at the food Harry had placed on the bedside table, saying weakly, "As long as that damn stupid cat doesn't try to catch him again, I think he'll at least live a few more days." "Didn't you feed him more of the rat food Marker gave you?" asked. "It seems to work well." "I did," Ron said. "It works well. Scabbers loves it, but he always eats it and then falls asleep. More rest means a faster recovery," Harry said casually, walking to his own bed. Ron thought about it, then nodded in agreement. By now, Harry was holding both his firebolt and Hermione's birthday gift, care of your broomstick, in his arms. "I'm going to polish it. Ron, want to come?" Harry turned his head and asked. "P-class equals block K1. Ron looked at Scabbers, who was lying on the bed. He seemed to have fallen asleep. All right," Ron said. The two walked downstairs to the common room. Harry flipped through the manual, wondering what to do with the firebolt. However, there were no bent broom bristles to trim, and the broomstick was so smooth and flawless that it clearly didn't need polishing. He and Ron sat there, admiring it from every angle, until the portrait hole opened and Hermione walked in. And with her was Professor McGonagall. Although Professor McGonagall was the head of Gryffindor House, Harry had only seen her come to the common room once, and that was to announce something very important. He and Ron stared at her with wide eyes, both holding the firebolt. Hermione walked around them, sat down, picked up a book, and hid her face behind it. "Oh, this is a firebolt," Professor McGonagall said, her expression still serious, but her eyes seemed to light up. "It's truly beautiful." She walked to the fireplace, looked at the firebolt, and said in a slightly awestruck tone, "Is this a Christmas gift for you, Potter?" Harry and Ron turned to look at Hermione. They saw that her forehead, peeking out from above the book, was slightly red and the book was upside down. Why yes." Harry felt his throat was a bit dry. "This is." He wasn't quite sure if he should say Marker had given it to him, but Professor McGonagall proactively changed the subject, which greatly surprised both him and Ron. "Oh, never mind that for now." Professor McGonagall suddenly turned to Ron and said, "Miss Granger just told me that your pet rat isn't doing well, and she asked me to take a look." "What?" Ron thought he must have misheard. "Take me to see your rat," Professor McGonagall said. "Although I'm not a professional, I can at least take a look for you first." "Oh, all right." Ron glanced at Hermione, but found that she was still hiding her face behind the book. Ron led Professor McGonagall to the dormitory, but he was surprised to find that Scabbers was gone. Ron searched everywhere but couldn't find him. Professor McGonagall could only leave with "Bring him to my office if you find him," before departing. "Where's Hermione?" Ron asked Harry awkwardly. Harry pointed to the stairs leading to the girls' dormitory. "What's she up to?" Ron mumbled softly, flopping into the armchair next to Harry. Harry, still admiring his firebolt, said with But looking up, "Before she went up, she told me if it were Marker, this is what he would do." Ron scratched his head and said glumly, "If it were Marker, he'd always sort out the problem himself, just like he gave me the rat food." Achoo! On the other side, Marker, who was casually chatting with Ernie and the others, suddenly sneezed. "Hey, Marker, catching a cold?" Ernie asked strangely. Marker rubbed his nose, subconsciously glanced in the direction of Hogwarts, then shook his head. "Maybe someone's talking bad about me," he said. "Where were we?" "You just said that fellow named Columbus tapped an egg on the table," Layla said excitedly. "What next? Was he going to eat it?" Chapter. As the sun gradually set, more and more guests arrived at the Macmillan family home. Everyone seemed to know each other, or at least most families had some kind of connection. This was the first time Marker realized just how complex the interweaving family powers were in the wizarding world. In the evening, the golden sunset streamed through the holly trees outside the back garden, scattering across the spacious backyard. P-class equals block. Many guests had just emerged from a game of skittles and were exchanging tips on bowling. This game seemed quite popular among the nobility. It was said that Dumbledore also enjoyed it. Marker, of course, had no interest in such aristocratic games. He was currently casually chatting with several young people from different families. Not long after, the sun dipped below the horizon, and night began to spread. "Ladies and gentlemen, the ballroom is ready. Please proceed to the great hall." Upon hearing Ernie's father's words, almost all the guests perked up, and even Marcus secretly nodded. After all, throughout the afternoon, he had heard people occasionally mention one of those families, which showed how significant their status was. Marker was about to follow the crowd inside when he saw Ernie's father wave in their direction. Of course, he wasn't calling him, but Ernie, who was standing beside him. "Sorry, Marker," Ernie said apologetically. "My father is calling me over." "No problem, go ahead," Marker replied. He thought for a moment, then turned to Layla and Hannah and asked, "Aren't you going to join your families?" Layla shook her head vigorously and whispered, "No way. I'd have to talk to strangers again. It's such a hassle." Hannah looked at him puzzled, then also shook her head. Marker shrugged indifferently and led the two girls into the house. Compared to the luncheon, the ball was clearly a grander affair. In the spacious great hall, many buffet tables were placed against the walls. Food and wine were naturally indispensable, but they weren't the main focus of the evening. In the center of the hall, large open spaces were left, clearly designated as the dance floor. And right in the middle, there was a circular stage, only slightly raised above the ground. Various strange instruments were piled on the stage. It seemed a band would perform later. From the high ceiling of the hall, crystal chandeliers hung down, maintaining a constant glow that illuminated the entire hall brig. HTLY, the guests were scattered around the dance floor, but almost no one was still chatting. Everyone seemed to be waiting for something. Marker stood in the crowd, a child whose body hadn't yet fully developed, and was immediately swallowed by the throng. Almost no one noticed him. It was noticeable that Ernie's father was standing at the entrance with him, and the Avery father and son were also nearby. The two families seemed to be somewhat at odds. For a moment, the lively atmosphere of the ball in the hall contrasted sharply with the strangely quiet crowd. Just as Maka, like everyone else, was casually or intently staring at the main door, it was quietly pushed open. Only two people, a man and a woman, entered. They appeared to be father and daughter. They weren't dressed as meticulously as the nobles in the hall. In fact, it was evident that their clothes were old and had been washed many times. However, Maka, who had seen some catalogs in Rowena's secret room, immediately recognized T. Hat. Both outfits were ancient wizard robes, full of historical charm. As soon as the father and daughter entered, the Macmillan and Avery families immediately approached them. Their polite demeanor clearly indicated that both had something to ask for. While most of the people in the hall focused their attention on the middle-aged wizard, Maka, on the other hand, stared intently at the girl beside him. Although her appearance had changed significantly due to her attire, Maka quickly recognized the girl's identity. Class equals Block 1, Charlotte, Maka murmured to himself. One of the three beauties of Hogwarts, Hufflepuff's senior Charlotte. She was indeed very beautiful, the kind of enduring beauty that made it hard to mistake her for anyone else. But even Maka hadn't expected that this easygoing, often smiling, and sometimes even rough, senior would have such a profound family background. I should have known not to take the long way around and go through Ernie, Maka grimaced, secretly thinking he had miscalculated. P class equals B. Lock 1, but even so, he didn't go over to talk directly. That would have been too abrupt and would have left a bad impression on the Macmillan family. However, he was mistaken this time. If he could easily establish a connection with these two, Ernie's father would have been more than eager. Ultimately, Maka still underestimated the significance of the family behind Charlotte. While Maka was secretly pondering for a moment, the conversation at the doorway had already begun. "Mr. Witt, please come in," Ernie's father extended his hand in invitation. "The ball is about to begin. Wouldn't you like to enjoy some music with us?" He was about to wave the band in when he saw the middle-aged wizard, whom he called Mr. Witt, wave his hand and casually say, "No, I came to bother you because I have something to ask. It's urgent, so let's skip all the formalities." On the other side, old Avery's lips curved slightly, as if laughing at Macmillan's lack of tact. "Mr. Witt, since it's urgent, why don't we go to the backyard? It's quieter there and more suitable for discussion." He took the initiative, completely sidelining Ernie's father. "And you are?" Mr. Witt asked, looking at him. "I am Jim Avery. Please speak freely if you need anything," old Avery said with a slight bow. "Oh, it's the Avery family," Mr. Witt nodded and continued. "The more people, the more strength. Let's go to the backyard first then." He then turned to his daughter Charlotte and said, "You can play around here for a while, don't wander off too far." "I'm not a child," Charlotte chuckled, completely ignoring the surprised looks of others, and slapped her father's back with a resounding smack. Immediately, the quietly conversing guests all fell silent. In the crowd not far away, Maka watched Charlotte, feeling his eyelids twitch. "Cough, cough, cough, you rascal, Mr. Witt seemed to have choked on his saliva from the slap, still saying you're not a child. "Look at your age, you're almost getting married and still so rude and reckless." As soon as Charlotte heard the words "getting married," her face immediately stiffened. All right, just wander around as you please, Mr. Witt waved his hand. He could never do anything about his beloved daughter, but how could family traditions be casually violated? Mr. Witt and Charlotte both knew this well, so they quickly dropped the subject. After Mr. Witt and the two current family heads left, Charlotte hadn't even had a chance to look around before she was surrounded by a group of young male wizards of similar age. Whether it was their own idea or advice from their families, it was all just typical aristocratic maneuvering, and everyone understood that. Maka naturally wasn't very interested in joining the crowd. He thought for a moment and decided to sneak off to the backyard to eavesdrop on a few words, but he wanted to leave and someone disagreed. "Hey, stop, Junior." Maka immediately felt a bad premonition. He quickly turned around only to see a fair hand reaching out to pat his chest. Whether it was a subconscious reaction or something else, Maka also reached out his hand. Clap. A crisp clapping sound made the guests fall silent again. Maka retracted his hand, looked at his palm, then glanced at Charlotte, who was standing in front of him and couldn't help but blink. "Yo, good evening." He grinned, a stiff smile on his face. Good reaction, Junior. Charlotte also gave him a sweet smile, then without a word grabbed Marca's shoulder, turned him around, and then slapped him hard on the back. Don't move, this is etiquette, Charlotte said with a chuckle. Marca sighed helplessly, then turned around, feigning a grimace, and said, Senior, can't you be a little G? Intler, all right, stop pretending. Charlotte patted his shoulder, then lowered her voice and said, help me fend them off, you know. Marca, however, shook his head and said, look at my age, I'm not qualified to help you, am I? I say you are. Charlotte hooked his arm and whispered, what do you think aristocratic traditions are all about? Age doesn't matter. As she spoke, she seemed to recall something, and her voice grew softer and softer. Marca nodded indifferently and said, all right, I generally understand, then let's dance. The band had entered after Mr. Witt left, and a slow dance tune was already playing, but not many guests were dancing. At this moment, Marca extended his hand and invited Charlotte. May I have the honor? No, Charlotte smiled elegantly on the surface, but began to complain in a low voice. Ois, I hate dancing. They forced me to learn it since I was little, but what good is it besides putting on a show? At least it can be used to teach me, Marca joked. He was concentrating, moving his feet to follow Charlotte's steps, almost like fitting into every available space. When Charlotte stepped back, he filled that empty spot with his foot. Although the dance steps were clearly full of errors, on the surface, it didn't give anyone an awkward feeling. Is that a new dance step? Some moves. T.S. whispered, staring at them. Wrong, you should step forward, not sideways. This isn't right either, Charlotte kept saying. But aren't you moving sideways? Marca retorted. What does my sideways movement have to do with you? Charlotte maintained a steady smile while deliberately stepping on Marca's foot. Chapter. In the Macmillan family's grand hall, most people were staring at Marca and Charlotte, but the two at the center of attention seemed completely oblivious to being the main characters. Before long, they shifted most of their focus away from their dance steps. Senior, why are you here? Marca casually asked. I was about to ask you the same thing, Junior, Charlotte said with a smile. You seem to be particularly fond of various activities lately, don't you? Marca knew she was referring to the graduate party from last time. He shook his head slightly, half seriously, saying, it's not like I wanted to do them. I think you should understand what I'm saying. Charlotte pursed her lips and nodded slightly. I understand what you mean, she said. But aren't you a bit early? I only started truly getting involved in these things in the last 2 years. Marca pouted and said, when there's no one to take on certain responsibilities for you, you always have to do it yourself. Some things, it's never too early to start. Charlotte immediately looked at him in surprise, almost speechless. Their words were vague, like they were playing charades, but both of them knew in their hearts that they were talking about the social interactions in such a setting. Ahead of both of THM, there were many things they had to confront. Leaving aside Marca's true inner thoughts for now, at least Charlotte clearly rejected the invisible burdens her family forcibly placed upon her. But these things couldn't be solved by resistance alone. Perhaps in a year or two, she would have no choice but to marry a pure-blood wizard she had never met, to further continue the excellent bloodline of the Veet family, or she would completely bury her true self, using strength and means to seize her position in the family until she was 70 or 80, and then seek out her former self. Or she could give up and abandon everything, enter the family's secret chamber, and use that forbidden power to destroy the entire Veet family. It probably wouldn't be destroyed, after all. Someone has tried before, Charlotte thought, getting lost in thought and muttering to herself. What? Marca vaguely sensed something. Charlotte suddenly snapped back to reality. A hint of panic flashed in her eyes, and she abruptly turned her head to glance the back door. Thankfully, there was no movement there. Her father probably wouldn't have heard. Because of her sudden turn, Marca was suddenly hit in the face by her long hair. Oh, sorry, Charlotte quickly apologized. Marca waved his hand, indicating it was nothing, but their dance steps stopped because of it. Let's go sit down for a bit and rest, Marca said calmly. After Charlotte sat down, she uncharacteristically fell silent, lost in thought. To be honest, this was very unusual for her, as she was always cheerful and smiling. Marca sat opposite her, leaning back against the chair, and also began to ponder his own affairs. Before long, just as those young wizards were about to ungracefully approach, the door leading to the backyard opened. Mr. Veet and the other two family heads walked in, but aside from Mr. Veet, the other two had complex expressions. Lottie, it's time to go, Mr. Veet called out to them. Charlotte turned her head, her face already adorned, with a relaxed and natural expression, no longer showing the earlier gravity. "Sometimes I really can't tell if you're older than me or if I'm older than you," she whispered to Marka with her back turned, then quickly walked towards her father. "Do you know that boy, Mr.?" Veet asked curiously. Charlotte shrugged, saying casually, "He's my junior, you might have even heard his name." "Oh, Mr." Veet became even more curious. "His name is Marka McLean," Charlotte said with a smile. "Mr." Veet nodded thoughtfully. "Oh, the first-year Hogwarts student who invented fairies' rest potion." The father and daughter didn't even glance at the witches and wizards who were deliberately trying to get close to them, chatting as if no one else was around, and walked out the door together, quickly disappearing at the entrance. In the hall, Marka was almost the only one still sitting in his chair, unmoving. He looked at the bright moon outside the window, his mind searching for all information related to TT's Veet family. To be honest, combining it with what Charlotte accidentally blurted out just now, some information could be corroborated. "Presumably, it's that Veet family," Marka secretly nodded, then stood up and walked towards Ernie. Today's primary goal wasn't Charlotte. That was purely an unexpected gain. The information he wanted still had to be obtained from Ernie. It wasn't complicated, really, for a question that wasn't much of a secret. An entire day had already been spent on preparation. Now asking about it would pretty much complete today's task. Half an hour later, Marka bid farewell to Ernie's father and then left Macmillan Manor. He could use flu powder to arrive, but it wasn't quite suitable to use flu powder to leave. At least, it wasn't appropriate in front of so many people. The scene when he used flu powder was simply too eye-catching. As Marka walked along the stone-paved path in front of the manor to the roadside, he secretly nodded, then drew his wand from his sleeve and extended it forward. That's right, he intended to take the night bus back to Hogwarts. The night bus's route was truly difficult to figure out, especially when you called for it for the first time. You absolutely had to pay attention to the direction the bus was coming from. Indeed, it never followed the road. A huge, vibrant purple silhouette appeared from the trees by the roadside, its headlights dazzling. In an instant, it suddenly rushed across the road and stopped beside Marka. P-class equals block K1. It felt as if it was going to crash into him. Marka stepped back 2 paces, glanced at the front of the bus, and saw that the golden letters on the windshield spelled out the night bus. "Welcome to the night bus, emergency transport for the stranded witch or wizard. Just stick out your wand, step on board, and we can take you anywhere you want to go. My name is Stan Shunpike, and I'll be your conductor tonight." At the bus door, a young man with a pair of prominent ears was speaking professionally with a practice. He smiled, delivering his usual spiel. "To Hogwarts, please." Marka tucked his wand back into his sleeve and then stepped onto the bus. "That's a bit far, yes, 16 sickles," Stan said. "But if you add 3 more sickles, you can get a hot chocolate. Add 4, and you can get a hot water bottle and a toothbrush, color of your choice." "No, thank you." Marka pulled out a galleon. "But if you ask me, your hot chocolate on the bus is quite expensive." Yes, but it's the best hot chocolate, Apple. Ently a Muggle brand. That's what the purchasing department told me." Stan gave Marka a sickle in change, then shrugged in agreement. "But it is very expensive, and it's a Muggle product. Just that small cup." He held out his hand to indicate, and it indeed looked very small. There were no seats in the bus. Behind the curtained windows, there were 6 beds with brass posts. Candles were lit on brackets beside each bed, illuminating the paneled walls. At the moment, there wasn't a single person on the beds, making it feel like a private charter. "You sleep here," Stan said, leading Marka to the frontmost bed where the driver sat in an armchair in front of the steering wheel. "This is our driver, Ernie Prang." "Ernie, this is, what's your name?" "Just call me Marka, sir." Marka nodded to the driver. Ernie Prang was an elderly wizard with thick-lensed glasses, and he also nodded at Marka. "Drive on, Ernie," Stan said loudly, sitting in the armchair beside Ernie. With another huge bang, Marka had to brace himself sideways on the bed to avoid hitting the bedpost. This was the result of the night bus's speed throwing him backward. "Damn it, does this broken bus have no gentler way of moving?" Marka craned his neck to look at the driver's hand. Well, although there were many buttons, this thing really only had 1 gear. As the scenery outside the window changed rapidly like a stream of light, Marka gradually adapted. Slowly, he suddenly noticed the various changes within it. This thing, Ely, can't be ignored. Maka carefully observed everything around him, trying to deduce some magical principles from it. But the speed at which the bus traveled meant he wouldn't have too much time. Soon, the night bus had already arrived at its destination. Maka got off the bus to Stan's farewell, and then the night bus suddenly sped away like a gust of wind. The next morning, as Maka walked into the great hall for breakfast, Hermione rushed up to him. Close behind her were Harry and Ron. P-class equals block. K1, Maka, a witch came looking for you yesterday, Hermione said quickly. She asked Snape to leave and went to St. Mungo's, saying her mother was ill. After speaking, she added, she looked very unwell. Looking for me. Who? Maka thought for a moment but couldn't recall anyone. She said you're an honored guest at her family's restaurant, Harry said. Oh, that restaurant, Maka nodded. Then I should go see. Has Snape returned? At this, all three of them shook their heads. Maka could only shrug and say, all right, then I'll go check Snape's office in a bit. He said this as he walked towards the Hufflepuff long table. But at least I need to fill my stomach first. Don't I? Maka said, picking an empty plate at the table and putting some vegetable salad and other things into it. Did anything else happen yesterday? He asked casually, picking up food with serving tongs. Chapter. Snape had returned yesterday evening and was currently in the inner room of his office, brewing potions. Snape didn't say much about Celine. He simply told Maka to ask the healers at St. Mungo's Hospital for magical maladies and injuries himself. Although Snape's tone was as impatient as ever, Maka keenly sensed that there seemed to be more to the story. Perhaps Celine's mother's condition was not as simple as it seemed. He pondered for a moment and decided to go to St. Mungo's first to assess the situation. St. Mungo's Hospital for Magical Maladies and Injuries is located in central London on a bustling commercial street. On both sides of the wide street, shops were mostly packed with Christmas shoppers. As for why the hospital was built here, it was said that the land in Diagon Alley was simply not enough, and due to hygiene considerations, the hospital could not be built underground. P-class equals block. Ultimately, the higher-ups chose this place full of muggles. Honestly, Maka couldn't figure out what they were thinking. Maka walked along the sidewalk, occasionally glancing at the shops by the roadside, until he saw an old-fashioned red-brick department store where he finally stopped. There wasn't a single muggle here. Because of magic, they wouldn't walk this way. Because of this, it stood in stark contrast to the bustling electronics store next door. This old department store was called Ton. Why Owl Limited? It looked dilapidated and deserted, with only a few broken mannequins in the display window, wearing crooked wigs, striking various poses, and dressed in clothes from at least 10 years ago. A large sign reading, closed for renovation, hung on the dusty door. Maka walked up to a display window, inside which was only a particularly ugly female mannequin with half-detached false eyelashes, wearing a green nylon skirt. I'm Celine's friend. Her mother is ill, and I'm here to visit, Maka saw. ID calmly, gently tapping on the glass. The ugly mannequin slightly nodded and beckoned with its joined fingers. Maka then stepped forward, and in the blink of an eye, he seemed to merge into the glass, disappearing from sight. After a brief, water-like coolness enveloped him, the surroundings abruptly transformed into a crowded waiting room. St. Mungo's Hospital for Magical Maladies and Injuries was always busy, with rows of witches and wizards sitting on rickety wooden chairs, displaying all sorts of strange and peculiar symptoms. Some had various awkward, even horrifying deformities. Others were shouting uncontrollably, and some were crawling on the floor, their friends trying to hold them down to prevent them from bumping into others. Maka also saw a patient hopping like a rabbit, but his sweaty appearance clearly indicated he wasn't doing it voluntarily. Of course, some looked quite normal, sitting quietly on wooden chairs, waiting for their turn. Among the patients, some witches and wizards in green robes walked among the waiting people, inquiring about their conditions and making notes on clipboards. On their chests, an emblem was embroidered, a cross formed by a wand and bones. Maka looked at the signs on the various windows and then joined a long queue. A plump blonde which sat behind the counter of a window, above which hung a sign that read inquiries. On the wall behind her, various notices and slogans were posted, such as clean cauldrons, prevent potions from turning poisonous, and antidotes must not be used indiscriminately. They must be approved by a qualified healer, and so on. Next to it, there was also a large portrait of a witch with long, curly silver hair, beneath which was noted, Diles Derwent St. Mungo's Healer, 1722-1741. Headmistress of Hogwarts School of Witchcraft and Wizardry, 1741-1768. Diles carefully observed each patient. When she saw Marka looking at her, she smiled and nodded. Marka had seen her on the wall of Dumbledore's office. Seeing her, returned the greeting, and then watched as Diles turned and disappeared from the portrait. It seemed she had gone to some other place again. The plump witch handled matters quite efficiently, and soon it was Marka's turn. "Could you please look up Celine's mother? I don't know her name, but I'm Celine's friend," Marka explained. "I think you'd better find out more clearly before coming," the plump witch said casually. "You won't find her this way. You need to know the patients." And Marka thought for a moment and then added, "Severus Snape visited yesterday. I think you should know." The plump witch immediately nodded in understanding. "Oh, that one, fifth floor, all the way down on the left." "Thank you," Marka said, turning and walking inside. At the very end of the first floor was a large door, beyond which was a narrow corridor lined with portraits of famous healers throughout history. Crystal bubbles containing candles floated on the ceiling, looking like giant soap bubbles. Wizards in green robes entered and exited various doorways, and occasionally a faint wail would emanate from a room. He ascended the stairs, and following the plump witch's directions, arrived at the far left end of the fifth-floor corridor. There he found a single patient room with a danger sign. A board hung on it, listing various information, including the patient's name, condition log, primary healer, and so on. Marka knocked on the door, and after a while, he heard a weak come in from inside. The voice was indeed Celine's, but it sounded as if she were ill, a listless tone. Marka turned the doorknob and pushed the door open. But the moment he took his first step into the room, he felt something was wrong. It was an aura that made the soul feel suppressed. Marka, who had delved into many soul spells and even experienced them firsthand, was very sensitive to this feeling that directly touched the soul. The patient room was not spacious. There was only a narrow window high up on the wall opposite the door. Light was mainly provided by crystal bubbles clustered in the center of the ceiling. On the walls of the patient room hung a portrait of a wizard who looked very cheerful. When Marka walked in, he even waved at Marka. But beneath this portrait was a plaque that read, "Michael Sallenberg, 1585-1651. Craniotomy Specialist." Marka quickly walked to the bedside, and ignoring the sorrowful cell, who was nodding at him, he stared intently at Celine's mother on the bed, observing her carefully. From the surface, Celine's mother only appeared somewhat thin, but she didn't show the typical signs of a sick person. Her complexion was normal, even slightly rosy, making her appear very healthy. Her eyes were closed, and she lay motionless on the bed, breathing evenly, as if she were asleep. "I saw the diagnosis at the door just now. Did the primary healer really say that?" Marka asked hesitantly, frightened by a dementor, leading to self-seclusion from external perception. "Is that right? Did they say anything else?" Celine looked at her mother sadly and softly hummed in affirmation. "Before that," Marka continued to ask, "I remember you once said that her health wasn't very good before." "That's right, but no cause was found previously. They just said my mother was too old, and it was normal for her to be weak and forgetful sometimes," Celine said. "It's just that this time she encountered a dementor behind the house." Celine's mother, or rather, adoptive mother, was the previous owner of the Snow Witch. It was she who took in young Celine, but at that time she was already over 50 years old. On the surface, it seemed normal, but Marka didn't think so. Perhaps Snape had also noticed something unusual, but given his personality, he wouldn't meddle in such matters even a tiny bit. "Celine, I think," Marka hesitated for a moment, but then became resolute. "I think this could be a misdiagnosis, if you trust me. I can perform a special examination on your mother. P-class equals." Block 1. Celine was stunned, and her previously dim eyes lit up again. "To be honest, I don't really believe it either. My mother has always been very healthy, but a few years ago, when we went to America, she suddenly started to become weak." Celine stood up, grabbed Marka's arm, and said tearfully, "You can handle a basilisk. That must mean you're very powerful. Please, help me examine my mother." Marka calmly nodded and said, "It's not convenient here. You handle the discharge procedures first, then bring your mother back to the Snow Witch. I need to make some preparations. Do you need my help here?" "No, I can manage myself. Please, I beg you." Watching Marka's incredibly calm demeanor, Celine's emotions gradually settled down. "All right, but I still need to explain beforehand. The examination I'm going to perform is quite special. It's related to the soul, do you understand? Celine looked at him in surprise, and after a moment she nodded again. The healers at St. Mungo's have no solutions, and Mr. Snape also aid that the special potions are just an attempt. Celine pursed her lips and said, "My mother's kindness to me, I'm afraid I'll never be able to repay in this lifetime. Whether it's white magic or dark magic, as long as there's hope, I must try." Originally, Marca hadn't intended to be a busybody and meddle in everything, but Celine's mother's symptoms gave him a sense of familiarity. This might be a breakthrough that could help him solve his own emotional closure issue. No matter what, he couldn't let go of any possibility. Marca rushed back to Hogwarts and packed many useful items. At this moment, he somewhat missed Luna and Viria. A reliable assistant who could keep his secrets was not easy to find. Unfortunately, not only was the Christmas holiday not over yet, but Viria had already temporarily dropped out of school, and he didn't know when she would return. After organizing everything, he immediately rushed to Hogsmeade Village without stopping. Lie class equals block 2. ID equals talk ID 115. Value equals 115 chapter. Suddenly needing to go through discharge procedures was indeed a troublesome matter. Marca waited for a while at the entrance of the Snow Witch before Selene finally arrived. When Marca saw Selene, her mother was floating beside her, showing no signs of waking up. "Please come in," Selene said, opening the door with a key. The layout inside the Snow Witch hadn't changed, but the tables and chairs were already covered with a thin layer of dust. Once a house is uninhabited, it quickly becomes like this. Considering the current state of the private restaurant's owner, it was easy to get the impression that the house and the person were decaying together. Following Selene upstairs, they came to a curved corridor that extended along the wall. On one side were doors, and on the other was a carved wooden railing overlooking the hall downstairs. The first thing that caught the eye were the various souvenirs in the corridor. Their origin spanned the globe, and as they walked along the corridor, the souvenirs from new to old were displayed one by one before Marca. Each souvenir seemed to tell the story of Selene's mother's colorful life. At the end of the corridor hung a portrait. When Marca walked up to it, the woman in the painting smiled gently at him. "That's Mother's self-portrait from when she was young," Selene said. "This way, please." As she spoke, she opened the wooden door to the last room. It seemed this was her mother's bedroom. When Marca first glanced into this bedroom, he wasn't particularly surprised. There was nothing else inside except a simple single bed and a dressing table. All other places where things could be placed were cleverly adorned with various fascinating souvenirs. Perhaps this was Selene's mother's only hobby in her entire life. Marca helped Selene lift the covers, and then Selene carefully placed her mother on the bed. At this point, Marca took out a bottle of nourishing potion and administered it to Selene's mother. "This will help her maintain her strength so that the examination later can be safer," Marca explained. She can still swallow on her own." Afterward, he continued, "Let your mother rest for a bit, let the potion take effect. Let's go out for now. Sorry, I think it's best if I use as few spells as possible outside of school. You move the tables and chairs first. We need a large enough clear space." Marca pointed to the center of the hall and said. Upon hearing this, Selene immediately waved her wand, using a levitation charm to stack the tables and chairs against the wall. "Is this enough? If not, I can move the bar too." "No, this is enough," Marca said, walking to the edge of the hall and starting to take out items. These included a thick notebook, several blank parchment scrolls, a quill and inkwell, his self-made fountain pen, and several potion bottles of different sizes. He was clearly about to start drawing those rune arrays he had devised, which looked like Muggle circuit diagrams. "You can sit for a while, or go watch over your mother. I know you must be very worried," Marca said. "I'll come call you when I'm ready." Selene hesitated for a moment, then nodded silently. Marca no longer paid attention to her, but instead leaned down onto the floor, opened his notebook, and began to ponder carefully. The steps he was about to take were actually not much different from what he had done to himself last time. However, some time had passed since his first attempt, and during this period, Marca had also examined his own soul several times. At this moment, the structure of the array A and D, the combination of runes, had already undergone significant improvements. Now, all he needed to do was make minor data adjustments based on Selene's mother's condition. Before long, he drew a rune array on a blank piece of parchment that perfectly suited Selene's mother's needs. In terms of precision, it had clearly improved significantly compared to the first time. After numerous calculations, Maka poured an entire bottle of mercury-like liquid with a bright metallic sheen into the center of the hole. The liquid then quickly spread, soon covering the entire hall. Instantly, the hall's floor was completely covered by this liquid, as if the entire floor had become a giant mirror. Having poured out the liquid, Maka immediately ran to the wall. He had to get away before the liquid solidified to avoid leaving footprints and affecting the drawing of the array later. After that, he began to prepare the ink needed to draw the array. Time passed bit by bit. Maka, deeply focused and in a state of intense concentration, habitually ignored the passage of time completely. It wasn't until he had prepared the ink and finished drawing the entire array that he noticed several plates of cold food sitting on the staircase steps. Maka instinctively looked up at the second-floor corridor, only to see Selene leaning on the carved wooden railing, gazing quietly at the mirror-like floor of the hall, lost in thought. And on that floor, a seemingly irregular array of purplish-black runes occasionally flickered with a mysterious blue glow. P-class equals BL. Awk 1, bring your mother down. Everything is ready here, Maka called out to her. Selene snapped back to reality, acknowledged him, then turned and quickly walked back into the bedroom. 10 minutes later, no matter what happens, don't be too nervous. I have everything under control. If anything unexpected occurs, I'm ready to stop the examination at any time. Maka carefully instructed Selene to ensure she wouldn't suddenly rush forward once the array was activated. At this moment, Selene's mother lay flat on one of the nodes of the array. Around her, on the mirrored surface, complex purplish-black lines and various strange symbols connected, looking like a mysterious magical ritual was taking place. All right, you just stand back and watch. I'm going to begin. With that, Maka took a step forward, placing his left and right feet on the only break in the entire array. He still hadn't solved the problem of the array's magic source, so he had no choice but to personally take on the role of providing magic. The moment Maka's other foot landed, the symbols and lines seemed to come alive, twisting, trembling, and floating upwards, erupting with profound blue light that illuminated the entire hall. Especially with the effect of the mirrored floor, the light appeared exceptionally bright, and each rune and magic line floated up and down, looking incredibly beautiful. But in the very next moment, a black mist slowly began to form in the mirror beneath Selene's mother. Because the current array had been improved by Maka multiple times, the input of magic was not as rapid and voluminous as the first time, causing the formation of the skull to become much slower. Selene's mother was, after all, old, and her soul was very likely damaged. Too strong an impact could directly cause the soul to completely leave the body. If that happened, it would be difficult to put it back in. After a good while, the skull formed by the black mist finally took shape in the mirror, slowly opening its jaw and emitting a faint roar. Selene clenched her fists tightly behind him, watching this mysterious and terrifying scene without blinking, struggling to keep herself from making a sound. The skull formed directly beneath her mother, its hollow mouth facing her mother, as if it were about to devour her. Selene would probably never forget this scene. Amidst the skull's silent roar, a humanoid phantom floated slightly from Selene's mother's body. No, to be precise, it was half a humanoid phantom. It's already incomplete, Maka frowned, staring intently at the phantom, but upon closer inspection, he immediately noticed something amiss. The phantom was indeed incomplete, but at some of the broken edges, faint wisps of black smoke could be S-E-E-N Chinese letter. Those things seemed to devour souls. Maka muttered to himself, what are those things? Those black wisps could attach to souls, clearly not ordinary things. After thinking for a moment, he decided to temporarily step back and deactivate the array. Immediately, the light gradually dimmed, the skull vanished without a trace, and Selene's mother's severely damaged soul returned to her body. Selene, Maka said, tell me everything about your and your mother's experiences in America at that time, as detailed as possible, especially any unusual locations or strange objects. Selene hadn't fully recovered from her shock yet, and upon hearing Maka speak, she didn't immediately react. Selene, oh, I'm sorry, she jolted, turning to look at Maka blankly. What did you say? Meanwhile, at Hogwarts car, STLE in the Gryffindor common room. Ron, don't worry, Scabbers must have just run off to play somewhere. He'll turn up on his own soon. Harry was comforting his good friend, while Hermione was not there at the moment. He's sleepy all the time, where could he go? Ron didn't believe it at all. He had been worried that Crookshanks was chasing Scabbers again, or had even eaten Scabbers. It's okay, at least Hermione has been carrying Crookshanks these past few days, so he hasn't had a chance to rue in out and look for Scabbers. His previous attempt at comfort failed, but Harry didn't get discouraged. This time he opted for a compromise. But what if there are other cats? Ron couldn't help but say like Mrs. Norris. Filch's cat doesn't like catching mice, Harry immediately said. She only likes to look for misbehaving students everywhere and report them to her master. But, Ron said restlessly. No buts, Harry persuaded. Or let's go look again. The corridors are dormitories or some other places, okay? You're right, we should look again. Ron suddenly stood up, saying as he ran towards the stairs, "Oh, poor Scabbers." Harry watched Ron's retreating figure, shrugging helplessly. He looks just like Hagrid now. Chapter. Mr. Mocker, that's the situation, Celine said. To be honest, my mother only fainted for a moment and woke up quickly, so we didn't pay too much attention to it. But later, my mother's health became weaker and weaker. We also went to St. Mungo's many times, but we couldn't find any reason. Mocker nodded and suddenly asked, "So there's nothing else in that swamp?" Celine shook her head and said, "No. Or rather, we couldn't see anything. After all, the poisonous fog there was too thick, and there was no way to go deeper." Manchac Swamp, Mocker pondered carefully. Ghost Swamp, voodoo. Words popped out of his mouth, information he knew, but after a long while Mocker still shook his head. "We must investigate the situation in America on site. First, take your mother back to her bedroom, and I'll think of a way. At least we need to remove the things attached to her soul first," Mocker said. "Given your mother's condition, she's already at a critical point and definitely won't last until we return from America." This problem was indeed very troublesome, and Mocker himself wasn't confident that Celine's mother could fully recover. Could the devoured soul be made to be spit out again by those things? "It seems I'll have to trouble Headmaster Dumbledore this time." Mocker rubbed his furrowed brow, thinking to himself, "To be honest, although it was all about souls, Celine's mother's situation had nothing to do with his own emotional blockage. This was already confirmed. But judging rationally, it was natural to avoid such obvious trouble. In fact, Snape probably did just that. However, Mocker, who had been denying this way of judging and trying to regain his emotions, did not choose to avoid it. Besides, he was indeed very interested in that soul-devouring thing, coming out of the Snow Witch. It was already snowing heavily outside, and it didn't look like it would stop anytime soon. Mocker tightened his outer robe and walked towards the secret passage through the wind and snow. Hogwarts Castle was still empty. Students were still enjoying their happy holidays, and it would remain empty for a while longer. But Dumbledore would never have much time for vacation. At this moment, he was still in the headmaster's office, organizing various documents, and also preparing the files to be sent to the Ministry of Magic for archiving. To be honest, Dumbledore rarely had any real free time throughout the year. Just as he was engrossed in various tasks, he seemed to sense something and suddenly looked up towards the door. At the same time, after a few regular knocks, a voice came in. "Professor Dumbledore, I'm Mocker McLean, and I need your help with something." Hearing this voice, the wrinkles on Dumbledore's face seemed to smooth out. He had been waiting for this child McLean to come to him for help, even if it was just a small favor. This child was indeed quite intelligent and very opinionated. Judging from his interactions with people and how he handled things, there seemed to be not much to worry about. He was not like Tom Riddle in the past. He was better and more capable than Tom, but what Dumbledore valued was the sincere heart he hid very deeply. As a wizard who would eventually become powerful, this was especially important. But at the moment, this child, McLean, was walking down the old path he had once abandoned. That path was too rough and difficult, with burdens piling up one after another, so much so that Dumbledore himself could not continue down it. He was indeed worried about whether this child would be crushed or broken and go astray in his confusion. As a teacher who had taught a student like Voldemort, Dumbledore chose to wait this time. He would no longer rashly encourage the students he valued, but he would not casually interfere or forcibly correct them. What he was doing was simply trusting a smart child and offering guidance when he actively sought help, nothing more. "Come in," Dumbledore said loudly, The door opened automatically, and Marker walked in quickly without hesitation. "Professor," Marker said, "I presume you've heard about the witch from yesterday?" Dumbledore nodded, signaling him to continue. "When I visited her mother today, I discovered some strange conditions," Marker continued. "Based on my judgment, the St. Mungo's healers misdiagnosed her mother's illness, so I personally performed an examination on her mother." He emphasized his tone and said seriously, "I found some strange things on her mother's soul. They were a kind of smoky substance, constantly gnawing and devouring the soul. And now her mother's soul is already incomplete." Dumbledore's face tightened when he heard this. Soul devouring, anything involving such a situation was generally not a small matter. Immediately after, Marker Bray Fly explained the matter of the Manchac Swamp, but Dumbledore immediately shook his head. "I know that place," he said calmly. "You must not go there unless absolutely necessary." Then he said to Marker, "Bring her mother here, or rather, do you want me to help with something else?" Marker shook his head and said, "No, just this matter. It's a bit beyond my capabilities. I've only scratched the surface of understanding souls. For now, I have no idea how to proceed, and her mother can't wait any longer." Dumbledore stared at Marker with bright eyes for a while before saying, "Very well, McLean, bring her to me." After thanking him, Marker hurried away again, strong-willed and clear-minded. Dumbledore looked at the closed door and nodded secretly, having lost emotions, yet not immersed in this efficient and clear mindset, still affirming his past self. This is the most commendable thing. After New Year's Day, everyone returned to school, and Scabbers unexpectedly returned to Ron's bed, which made him a little happier, but it looked even more listless. The next day, school started. Spending 2 hours on the Quidditch pitch on a cold January morning was the last thing anyone wanted to do. But Hagrid lit a huge bonfire filled with salamanders for everyone's amusement, and the students had an uncommonly good lesson. They collected dead branches and leaves to keep the fire going, while the fire-loving lizards scurried and leaped across the shattered, glowing red logs. The first divination class of T. He knew term was much worse than that. Professor Trelawney was now teaching them palmistry, and she took the opportunity to tell Harry that his lifeline was the shortest she had ever seen. Soon, the morning classes were over. "He still looks ill, doesn't he?" Ron was referring to Professor Lupin, who taught the last class of the morning. They were walking down the corridor, heading for lunch. "What do you think is wrong with him?" Ron asked curiously. Then a loud, impatient honk came from behind them. It was Hermione, who had been sitting under a suit of armor, reorganizing her school bag. It was too full to close. "What are you honking at us for?" Ron asked her impatiently. "That's a car horn sound," Harry explained, fearing Ron wouldn't understand. "Nothing," Hermione said haughtily, putting her bag back on her shoulder. "No, it's something," Ron said. "I just said I didn't know what was wrong with Lupin. And you, P class equals Lock 1. Oh, isn't it obvious?" Hermione said with an infuriating air of superiority. "If you don't want to tell us, then don't," Ron shouted. "Fine," Hermione said haughtily and then walked away. "She doesn't know either," Ron said, glaring angrily at Hermione. "She just wants us to talk to her again." Harry shrugged and said, "You should be more polite." Didn't Hermione specially get Professor McGonagall for Scabbers? Even though Scabbers was gone then? Yeah, Ron sighed. "All right, I guess I should. But I can't help it when I see her like that. She even held back from telling Professor McGonagall about the firebolt, so you hold back too." Harry was in a good mood now. He was going to race on the best broom, and recently his Patronus charm was becoming more proficient, which was also an exciting thing. Let's continue talking about Professor Lupin. A week after the term began, Ravenclaw and Slytherin played their first match. Slytherin won, but the score was very close. According to Wood, this was good news for the Gryffindor team, because if Gryffindor beat Ravenclaw, they could still be in second place. Therefore, Wood increased training time to 5 times a week, which meant Harry only had 2 evenings a week for homework. Even so, Harry didn't seem as tired as Hermione. Hermione had taken too many classes, and the burden of her coursework was finally showing on her. Every evening, Hermione would invariably be found in a corner of the common room, with several tables spread out with various textbooks, arithmetic charts, various magic dictionaries, diagrams of muggles lifting heavy objects, and a wide range of notes. She rarely spoke to anyone, and if someone disturbed her, she would speak in a harsh, irritable tone. How does she manage? One evening, Ron grumbled to Harry, who was almost finished with an essay Snape had assigned about various undetectable poisons. Harry looked up. Hermione was sitting behind a precarious stack of books, almost hidden from view. She looks like Marker lately, Harry said. Manage what? Chapter. Deal with what? Harry asked, puzzled. She has so many classes, Ron exclaimed, his eyes wide. This morning, I overheard her talking to Professor Vector, the witch who teaches arithmancy, about yesterday's homework. But Hermione couldn't have gone to arithmancy yesterday, because she was with us in care of magical creatures. And Ernie Macmillan told me that Hermione has never missed a single Muggle Studies class, but that class clashes with divination half the time. And she's never missed a divination class either. P class equals. Block 1. Harry didn't have time to ponder Hermione's impossible schedule. He had to finish Snape's essay quickly. But Ron kept chattering beside him, which made him very annoyed. As for Marker, no one knew what he was busy with, but he had been constantly running to the headmaster's office lately, which made him seem even more rushed than Hermione. Harry and Ron had only seen him a few times, and those were very brief encounters. They both had to admit that every time they saw Marker, he looked more red than the last. What's wrong with him and Hermione? One day, as Harry and Ron were walking to the common room, Ron couldn't help but complain. Who knows? Harry answered the password, squeezed through the portrait hole, and immediately saw Hermione still behind her mountain of books. Can I sit down? Harry asked Hermione. I suppose so, Hermione said, moving a large sheet of parchment from a chair. Harry looked at the mess. Why table, then at the long, still wet arithmancy essay, then at the even longer Muggle Studies essay, and finally at the Transfiguration translation Hermione was working on. Explain why Muggles need electricity. Ron leaned in, reading the Muggle Studies essay word by word. Hermione reached out and rolled it up. The ink had dried. All right. Oh, I should go feed Scabbers his tonic, Ron suddenly exclaimed. Marker sent me another small bottle earlier. And it's really effective, Hermione completely ignored him, but Harry waved at him. So, how do you manage to handle all this? Harry asked again, turning back to Hermione after Ron had left. Oh well, you know, hard work. Hermione stammered a bit, but at least she tried to sound nonchalant. Harry leaned closer and realized she looked almost as exhausted as Marker. Why don't you drop a couple of classes? Harry couldn't help but ask. At that moment, Hermione picked up another book. Searching for her Transfiguration dictionary. I can't, Hermione said casually. Harry picked up the arithmancy essay and felt a little dizzy after a quick glance. The tables of numbers and various formulas were simply too complex. Arithmancy really looks terrifying, Harry said, wrinkling his face. Oh no, arithmancy is wonderful. Hermione's expression became earnest. Arithmancy is one of my favorite subjects. Although Hermione explained it in detail, Harry still didn't understand what was so wonderful about arithmancy. Just then, a muffled shout came from the boys' dormitory stairs. The entire common room fell silent, and everyone stared at the door in fear. Hasty footsteps grew louder and louder, and then Ron burst into view, clutching a bedsheet. Look, he roared, striding over to Hermione's table. Look, Ron yelled, shaking the bedsheet in front of her. Ron, look at Scabbers, look, Scabbers. PCL. S equals block 1. Hermione recoiled a few steps, dodging Ron's contorted face, completely at a loss. Harry looked at the bedsheet Ron was holding. There was something red on it, something horrifying like blood. Ron shrieked in the stunned silence. He's dead, and do you know what else was on the floor? No, I don't know. Hermione's voice trembled. Ron threw something onto Hermione's Transfiguration translation, and Hermione and Harry leaned forward to look. They saw a few long, ginger cat IRS scattered over the bizarre, long, and pointed runic characters. In recent days, Ron and Hermione's friendship seemed to have broken. Both were furious, and Harry didn't know how to mend their relationship. Ron was angry that Hermione never took Crookshank's intention to eat Scabbers seriously and never bothered to observe Crookshanks carefully. He believed that Hermione was still pretending to think Crookshanks was innocent, even suggesting that Ron look under all the boys' beds for Scabbers. P class equals block 1. Hermione, having recovered, furiously declared that Ron had no evidence that the yellow fur might have been there since Christmas, and that Ron had been prejudiced against her cat ever since Crookshanks jumped onto Ron's head at the magical menagerie. Harry personally believed Crookshanks had indeed eaten Scabbers and tried to point out to Hermione that all the evidence pointed to it, at which point she also lost her temper with Harry. Fine. Take Ron's side, I knew you would, she said angrily. First the firebolt, now Scabbers, everything. It's my fault, isn't it? I could have not reported the firebolt. At least you wouldn't be nagging all day. But this time, just leave me alone. Harry, I have a lot to do. Ron was very sad about losing his rat. Come on, Ron, you've always said how annoying Scabbers was, Fred said cheerfully. And he's been lacking energy for a long time. He's been slowly. You know, dying quickly might have been better for him. Fred, Ginny said indignantly. Scabbers just ate and slept all day. Ron, you said so yourself, George said, but Marker kept sending me nourishing rat food, Ron said miserably. Didn't he, Harry? Oh yes, fried peanuts, they were really tasty, Harry said. Maybe Marker was using Scabbers as a rat food tester. Fred couldn't help but smile. This might be the most valuable thing he's ever done in his life. Oh, come on, Ron, make up with Hermione and just get another rat. What's the point of moping? Harry persuaded Ron to go with him to watch the Gryffindor team's final practice before the match as a last resort to cheer Ron up by letting him ride the firebolt after practice. Good idea. Can I try playing with the ball too? This seemed to make Ron temporarily forget about Scabbers, so they went to the Quidditch pitch together. The next day, Harry, with the firebolt and rigorous training, predictably won the match. After the match, everyone swept Harry along to the Gryffindor common room, where a lively celebration continued into the night. Fred and George Weasley disappeared for 2 hours and returned laden with bottles of butterbeer, fizzy pumpkin juice, and large bags of honeydew sweets. How did